Primordial God-King. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 1, Cutting Meridians and Practicing. In the Jiutian continent, there are 9 galaxies above the sky. Each galaxy is interwoven with endless stars. These 9 galaxies are also called the 9 heavens. The people of the continent advocate martial arts. Humans have been perceiving the vitality between heaven and earth through meditation since childhood, practicing breathing, practicing Qi in nourishing the spirit, practicing exercises, and becoming a martial artist. Humans with strong perception can sense the existence of the 9 heavens galaxy through meditation, absorb the power of the stars, and even communicate with one of the stars to condense the star soul and become a noble martial artist. There are even more powerful people. After becoming martial artist monks, they condense the star power, constantly strengthen their own strength, break through the realm of warriors, open up star gates, and thus communicate with more stars and condense multiple star souls. Legend has it that the most powerful martial artist in the Jiutian continent can open a star gate every time he breaks through a realm, so as to communicate with a star, until he has his own martial star in the 9 heavens, and becomes the 9 heavens god of war who can reach the sky and the earth. Chu State, Xianyang City, Bai family. Bai Kibuksu's forehead was covered with sweat, as if she was in great pain, but she still gritted her teeth and persisted. Under the night sky, the starlight above the sky continued to fall on Bai Kibuksu's body, reflecting her soft body and her white skin that was faintly visible through her sweat-soaked clothes. But at this moment Qin Wentian had no mind to appreciate this beautiful scenery. Stick to your heart, the pain is nothing but thoughts, empty yourself, imagine that you are a beautiful elf at this moment, soaring in the 9-day galaxy, admiring the gorgeous starry scenery, like a dream, and the pain is just a dream. Qin Wentian's voice was gentle, blowing into Bai Kibuksu's eardrum with the wind, making her body tremble much less. When Bai Kibuksu's body's ups and downs gradually subsided, Qin Wentian took out 9 silver needles and pierced Bai Kibuksu's head. Ah! Bai Qing, who was beside him, almost screamed when she saw this scene. She covered her mouth with her little hand, looked at Qin Wentian's crazy behavior, and then looked at her sister Bai Kibuksu. Draw the power of the stars into your body, travel through your meridians, and seal into the star gate. Qin Wentian's voice was like a dream, and continued to float into Bai Kibuksu's ears, causing the star power to be continuously absorbed into Bai Kibuksu's body and circulate. Return to the void, you are now a consciousness body, find the star you like, and merge your consciousness with it. Qin Wentian's voice was full of hypnotic power, and slowly, above Bai Kibuksu's head, a virtual shadow gradually condensed. It was a golden crane with its wings spread, full of curves and power beauty. Bai Qing's beautiful eyes opened wide. This is the virtual shadow of the star soul. Sister, you are really going to condense the star soul. Next, it's up to you. Qin Wentian said in his heart, and there was a little solemnity on the still slightly immature face of the boy. The starlight on Bai Kibuksu's body shone brightly, and finally a crane cried, the golden crane condensed, and a terrifying star power spread out. Bai Kibuksu's beautiful eyes opened, as bright as the stars. Success! Bai Qing jumped up with joy, and then she hugged Qin Wentian and shouted incoherently, Brother Wentian, it really succeeded. As she said that, she kissed Qin Wentian on the face without any hesitation. Qin Wentian's eyes also showed a bright smile, with an innocent and sunny breath, without any seriousness just now. Which level? Qin Wentian looked at his fiancée and asked with a smile. The 3rd level. Bai Kibuksu also smiled, very brightly and of course very beautiful. Bai Kibuksu is 16 years old this year. She is one of the 4 beauties in Xianyang City and the eldest daughter of the Bai family. The 3rd level, my sister communicated with the stars of the 3rd level to condense the star soul for the first time. Then it can be easily condensed in the 2nd and 3rd star souls in the future. That's great, I'll go tell my father. Bai Qing seemed to be happier than her sister. No need. A middle-aged man was seen walking over from not far away. It was Bai Kibuksu and Bai Qing's father, Bai Qingsong. His hands were trembling slightly. He looked at Bai Kibuksu and smiled. Kibuksu, you've worked hard. Father, if it weren't for Brother Wentian, my sister might not have been able to condense the star soul. Bai Qing muttered, and Bai Qingsong looked at Qin Wentian, smiled and said, Wentian, you've worked hard today. You should rest early. Kikokso and I will leave first. Okay, Uncle Bai. Qin Wentian responded with a smile. Since the Qin family and the Bai family made a marriage contract 3 years ago, Bai Kingsong often invited him to live in the Bai family. He was a kind person and treated him very well. Qing girl, you should come with me too, don't disturb your brother Wentian. Bai Kingsong said to Bai Qing, but Bai Qing stuck out her tongue. Why didn't my father force me to call him brother-in-law today? I'll chat with brother Wentian here, you and sister can go and do your work first. Bai Kingsong glanced at Bai Qing, then nodded, and left with Bai Kiksu. Sister's first star soul has communicated with the stars of the third heaven. Father must have to go to the elders of the family for a meeting again, so I don't want to go. Bai Qing saw Bai Kingsong leave and grinned. Brother Wentian, I didn't believe it before, but I didn't expect you to really do it. You didn't let sister absorb the vitality of heaven and earth before, and didn't let her condense the star soul in advance. Is it for today? After absorbing the vitality of heaven and earth, there will be vitality of heaven and earth in the meridians and acupoints in the body. The sensitivity to the power of the stars will inevitably be weak, and the hope of condensing the star soul will be reduced a little. Qin Wentian lay on the ground, looking at the stars in the sky. Most people absorb the energy of heaven and earth while feeling the stars. Even if they cannot become martial arts practitioners, they will not delay the practice. Brother Wentian, your method is to condense star souls and become a martial arts practitioner. Isn't this very risky? If you cannot become a martial arts practitioner, you will delay your practice. Bai Qing said as she sat next to Qin Wentian. Kinger, how many kinds of star souls have you heard of? Qin Wentian asked. Very few. There are not many people who condense star souls in Xianyang City. I haven't heard much about it. What about you, Brother Wentian? There are endless martial arts stars in the 9 heavens Milky Way. Each martial arts star corresponds to a star soul. Condensing the lion star soul, after condensing it, you will have the power of a beast and can easily tear tigers and leopards apart. There is the Xianmu star soul, which can enhance your visual perception, allowing you to see farther and have stronger perception during battle. There is the forging star soul, which makes you a powerful forger. There is the big dream star soul, which allows you to practice in dreams and make others fall into dreams, and so on. Practicing in a dream makes people dream, it's so magical. Bai Qing murmured. The continent is very big. I heard that in the outside world, many powerful people have multiple star souls. They can fly into the sky and hide in the ground. Only martial arts cultivators are the masters of this continent. Ordinary martial arts cultivators are like ants. If they can't become martial arts cultivators, they might as well not practice. Qin Wentian's eyes were filled with a fiery meaning. He must become a powerful martial arts cultivator, condense various star souls, and go out to see the world. Heibo said that Xianyang City is too small. In front of the continent, it is just an ant. But, I heard. Bai Qing hesitated. I heard that I was born with blocked meridians and cannot practice, right? Qin Wentian said with a smile, and then sat up. Who said that people born with blocked meridians cannot practice? I will definitely become a martial arts cultivator. Seeing Qin Wentian's confident smile, Bai Qing also smiled. I also believe in Brother Wentian, then I will leave first, so as not to disturb Brother Wentian from becoming a martial arts cultivator. Well, go ahead, remember to rest early, and don't absorb the vitality of heaven and earth. Qin Wentian instructed. Got it. Bai Qing stuck out her tongue at Qin Wentian, and then trotted away. Looking at Bai Qing's graceful back, Qin Wentian suddenly realized that unknowingly, this girl had grown up. At the age of 15, she was already graceful and elegant, no longer the little girl he met 3 years ago. Qin Wentian's face showed a clean smile. After Bai Qing left, Qin Wentian began to practice. He closed his eyes and entered a state of meditation. In Qin Wentian's body, the meridians were almost completely broken. Not only were they naturally broken, but he didn't seem to care. He led the stars into his body and wandered around the broken meridians. The violent star energy continuously hit the fragile meridians, as if to completely smash them. In an instant, Qin Wentian's face was full of pain. This pain was more than 10 times that of Bai Qing, but he still clenched his teeth. The meridians are distributed in the human body and connect the human body. Broken meridians are equivalent to disability in an incomplete body. Martial arts practitioners must constantly widen the meridians. Even after the body refining realm, they must reshape the meridians and cast 9 major meridians to reach the 7 main orifices, the 5 internal organs, and the limbs, so that people's potential can be continuously excavated and developed. When Qin Wentian's meridians were first destroyed, he almost became a cripple. However, Heibo used drugs to cleanse his body so that he would not become disabled. In addition, Qin Wentian exercised every day without interruption, which made him have a normal physique. However, breaking meridians was certainly not Qin Wentian's goal. There are records of star-shaping meridians. Only broken meridians can shape the most perfect star-sharing meridians. It is said that breaking first and then building. Chapter 2, Repaying Kindness with Revenge. The air in the early morning was particularly fresh. Qin Wentian meditated all night and felt refreshed. He got up early to run. He did not absorb the energy of heaven and earth to practice, so his physique was weak. Therefore, he used this most primitive method to temper his body. The servants of the Bai family could see Qin Wentian early every morning. At first, they felt strange, but later they gradually got used to it. The son-in-law could not practice, and could not even become the most ordinary martial arts practitioner, so he hoped to use running to enter the first level of physical training. This was undoubtedly a foolish dream. The servants of the Bai family looked down on Qin Wentian. If it were not for his good luck and being the young master of the Qin mansion, their master would never choose such a useless son-in-law. I heard that the eldest lady became a martial arts practitioner last night. I don't know if this marriage can still be saved. A servant in the distance looked at Qin Wentian running and whispered. Yes, that night the head of the family convened a high-level meeting of the family and spread the news. I heard that the martial star that the young lady communicated with was a star in the 3rd galaxy. Even among martial cultivators, they are all top geniuses. That's right. Humans are born with a stargate that can accommodate star souls, but without talent, they cannot condense them at all. But the young lady can now sense the stars of the 3rd heaven. In the future, after reaching the 9th level of body refining and entering the Wheel Meridian realm, she can open another stargate. At that time, she can easily condense a 2nd star soul, at least one from the 3rd heaven like now. It's amazing. If she can open a stargate in the future. Not only that, the energy contained in the stars in the 3rd heaven is greater than that of the 1st heaven, and the star souls condensed are more powerful. Tisk, it seems that the position of that waste is in danger. They didn't know that all these voices were transmitted to Qin Wentian's ears. He had been meditating for many years, and his perception was unmatched by ordinary people. He could hear the slightest sound, but he didn't care about these rumors. Chuzu and he had known each other for 3 years. The two of them often met, just like family members. Even if Chuzu didn't like him, it didn't matter. At that time, the two families could discuss and let the marriage engagement go. Chuzu was still his sister. 7 days later is Uncle Bai's 50th birthday. I will condense the star soul on that day, which can be regarded as a gift to Uncle Bai. Qin Wentian smiled when he thought of this. Everyone thought that he was born with broken meridians and couldn't practice. In fact, they didn't know that it was Heibo who made him shatter his own meridians. He never doubted Heibo's words. He used what Heibo taught him to help Chuzu condense the star soul, but Heibo never let Qin Wentian mention him in front of outsiders. Unknowingly, Qin Wentian came to the courtyard where Bai King Song was, and couldn't help but stop slightly. Wentian. A voice came, and Bai King Song came out and looked at Qin Wentian. Are you running again? Yes. Qin Wentian nodded. How is Kixu? I want to go see her. Wentian, it doesn't matter if you can't practice. Don't make it too hard on yourself. Bai King Song didn't answer Qin Wentian's words, but spoke to himself, which made Qin Wentian stun for a moment, and then smiled and said, I will try my best. Don't force it. In fact, being an ordinary person, starting a family, and living a plain life is also a good choice. Bai King Song said again, which made Qin Wentian freeze there. Looking at Bai King Song, he felt that the other party was a little strange. Okay. Qin Wentian smiled again and said, Uncle Bai, then I'll go first. Go, don't run around these days. Bai King Song said lightly, and then Qin Wentian left here. In the next 2 days, Qin Wentian never saw Bai King Song or Bai Kixu again, and the news that Bai Kixu had become a genius spread throughout Xianyang City. On the 3rd day, when Qin Wentian finished his morning meditation, he found 2 more guards outside his courtyard. He walked outside, only to see 2 guards blocking his way. This scene made Qin Wentian's heart skip a beat. His face changed instantly, and he said coldly, What do you mean by this? It's very chaotic outside, Master Qin should stay here honestly these days. One of them said coldly, and Qin Wentian's heart kept sinking. In the past, everyone in the Bai family would respectfully call him uncle-in-law, but at this moment, the other party spoke to him in such a cold tone. Qin Wentian didn't care about the title of uncle-in-law, but an attitude. What happened? Qin Wentian felt a little cold on his body. Since helping Bai Kibuksu awaken the star soul that day, why did he feel that everything suddenly changed? Master Qin, just leave it alone and stay put. How dare you? Qin Wentian shouted, I want to see Uncle Bai. A guard sneered and stared at Qin Wentian, saying, Waste, I'll say it again, you'd better stay put. You really think you're a son-in-law? Qin Wentian's heart was chilled to the bottom of the valley. He was not a fool, so how could he not realize what was happening? He was under house arrest. Thinking of what Uncle Bai had said to him, he knew that the Bai family wanted to ruin the engagement. Uncle Bai, if you don't want to fulfill this engagement, you can just tell me directly. Qin Wentian whispered in his heart, feeling a little pain in his heart. Could it be that everything in the past 3 years was a disguise? Qin Wentian knew that the Bai family and the Qin family had made an engagement in order to borrow the power of the Qin mansion. However, even so, why did the Bai family dare to treat him like this today? Shut up! A shouting voice came, and Qin Wentian looked up, only to see Bai Qing trotting towards him, pulling Qin Wentian towards the room. Brother Wentian. Bai Qing's eyes were red, as if she had tears in them. She looked at Qin Wentian and said, Brother Wentian, my Bai family is sorry for you. I don't understand. Qin Wentian said, Kinger, I want to see your father. If he doesn't want to, I can ask my adoptive father to sit down with him and discuss to break up this marriage. I, Qin Wentian, and the Qin family will not force it. Brother Wentian, my father, the Bai family may want to kill you. Bai Qing's tears flowed down, her voice trembling. Her words were like a thunderbolt from the blue sky that hit Qin Wentian's heart, making him stunned. Kill him? Why? Qin Wentian was at a loss and puzzled. Don't ask why, Brother Wentian, leave quickly. Bai Qing's eyes were tearful. Qin Wentian was silent for a moment, and then he said, I'm already under house arrest. How can I leave? I've prepared a fast horse for you at the back door. You should take me as a hostage and go. Bai Qing took out a dagger and handed it to Qin Wentian, causing Qin Wentian's expression to freeze. Head of the family. A voice came from outside, followed by the sound of many footsteps, which made Bai Qing pale. Brother Wentian, hurry up. Kinger, tell me the reason. Qin Wentian stared at Bai Qing, and Bai Qing said anxiously, after my sister became a genius, the news spread to the imperial city of Chu that night. The Yi family in the imperial city is interested in forming a marriage alliance. The Yi family in the imperial city. Qin Wentian's heart became even colder. The Qin family is our mortal enemy, so the Bai family wants to use my life to make their attitude clear, sever ties with the Qin family, and form an alliance with the Yi family. Brother Wentian, stop talking. Kinger stuffed the dagger into Qin Wentian's hands, but saw Qin Wentian shook his head, touched Kinger's face, and showed a gentle smile. No matter how incompetent I, Qin Wentian, am, how can I point a dagger at you? The door was pushed open, and Bai Qing's face instantly turned pale. Bai Qing, come here. Bai King Song said coldly. No, father, it was because of Brother Wentian that my sister was able to communicate with the stars of the third heaven and awaken the star soul. Why do you want to repay kindness with enmity? Bai Qing shouted at Bai King Song. Your sister is incredibly talented. She has communicated with the stars of the third heaven through her own practice. When will she need his help? Bai King Song looked at Bai Qing and said, Kinger, you are still ignorant. Listen to your father and come back. Kinger, go. Qin Wentian smiled at Bai Qing, causing Bai Qing's expression to freeze. Brother Wentian, remember what I taught you. Qin Wentian touched Bai Qing's head and pushed Bai Qing back to Bai King Song. Then he looked at Bai King Song and said, Uncle Bai, how are you going to treat me? Qin Wentian, not only are you a born waste, but you also have bad conduct. You even have bad intentions towards my daughter. Tell me yourself, how should I deal with you? Bai King Song at this time made Qin Wentian feel extremely unfamiliar. He only saw him smile, and his heart was completely dead. He looked at Bai King Song and said, I want to know, what is Chuzu's attitude towards this matter? You don't need to know. Bai King Song responded indifferently, with a hint of murderous intent on his body. Today, as long as I die in the Bai family, no matter what the reason is, I can guarantee that my adoptive father will lead the army to raze the Bai family to the ground." Qin Wentian suddenly shouted loudly, staring at Bai King Song fearlessly. In an instant, the gentle young man's face was full of fortitude. "Uncle Bai, before your Bai family has the ability to fight against a Qin family, I advise you not to touch me." Bai King Song stared into Qin Wentian's eyes. Obviously, he was also a little surprised that this gentle young man changed so quickly. After a long silence, he turned around and walked out, saying, "Take the second young lady back, and don't let her go out again. Qin Wentian, don't step out of the gate of this courtyard." Chapter 3 Genius Awakens. Watching Bai King Song and the others leave, Qin Wentian felt as cold as winter. Overnight, something unexpected happened. The kind Uncle Bai brought people to kill him. Even though Qin Wentian had an extraordinary character, he still felt a little numb in his heart at this moment, and he couldn't calm down for a long time. Finally, Qin Wentian took a deep breath, and that bright smile appeared on that tender and clean face again. What does it matter if people are cold and warm? He just needs to be himself. Isn't his adoptive father treating him with great kindness? And Kinger, she didn't hesitate to betray her father to tell him about the danger. But now Qin Wentian doesn't seem to have time to think so long. What he needs more is to get rid of the predicament in front of him, so he can only practice. Qin Wentian sat cross-legged, glanced at the stone hanging on his neck, and said, "Damn old man, Heibo said you only left a broken stone for me, don't take me away so early." As he said that, Qin Wentian took out 9 silver needles and pierced his head. Then he closed his eyes, stuck to his original heart, put aside everything, entered the state of emptiness, and imagined himself as a container. Soon, he sensed the existence of the power of heaven and earth and the power of stars. This is the effect of meditation. To feel the strength of the power of heaven and earth and the power of stars, it depends on how they perceive the power of heaven and earth and the power of stars. Qin Wentian's perception of the power of stars is very strong. In addition to being innate, this strength is also obtained by Qin Wentian's hard training day after day. Even during the day, he can still quickly enter into a state of meditation, leading the power of stars to wander in his body and circulate around the body. At this moment, the meridians in Qin Wentian's body have been completely broken, but he doesn't care. He keeps repeating the circulation of the power of stars until night falls and the light of the stars covers Qin Wentian's body. Qin Wentian imagined the existence of another passage. His perception continued to rise along this passage. This kind of self-hypnosis was also taught to him by Heibo. Sometimes people need to hypnotize themselves to gain a stronger will. As his perception rose, Qin Wentian obviously felt a slight pressure, but this could not stop him. Soon, Qin Wentian felt that he was standing in the middle of endless stars. He came to the first celestial river. Every time he came here, Qin Wentian's heart would be deeply shaken. The 9-day galaxy was extremely gorgeous. He stood here and felt that he was so small, a drop in the ocean, and the sky was full of stars. Broom star. Qin Wentian sensed a star next to him, which was in the shape of a broom. It was a broom star. If you communicate with a willow star to awaken its star soul, you may be able to make your body extremely soft. Water snake star, Lyra star. Qin Wentian took a deep breath, as if he could communicate with any martial star as long as he wanted, even some martial stars that were generally considered to be very powerful, but he still gave up, and his perception continued to float upwards. After crossing the first and second celestial rivers, Qin Wentian came to the third heaven. The pressure was getting greater and greater. He could no longer choose martial stars as he pleased like in the first heaven, but if others knew his situation, they would probably praise him as a god. He did not realize the extent of his sensitivity to the stars. Bai Kibuksa communicated with a martial star in this galaxy, and now she is famous in the Chu state. The martial stars of the third heaven obviously contain more energy than the stars of the first 2 heavens. Keep going up and see. This is not the limit. Qin Wentian's perception continued to float upwards. He felt that the pressure on his perception was getting stronger and stronger, as if it was trying to suppress his perception. His head began to swell and ache, but he still gritted his teeth and persisted. Pain is nothing but thoughts. Empty yourself and the pain will pass in a dream. Qin Wentian came to the 4th heaven. The terrible energy contained in the stars here made him have a strong urge to communicate. As long as he was willing now, he might be able to become a genius that the Chu state had never had. Heibo, he has prepared a lot of information about the stars in the first 5 heavens for me, which shows his high hopes for me. Qin Wentian gritted his teeth secretly, and his perception continued to float upwards. Communicating with the martial stars to awaken the star soul is very difficult. In addition to talent, it also requires great perseverance. Qin Wentian told himself, enduring the swelling pain in his head, he continued to rush upwards. Finally, he jumped over a celestial river again and reached the fifth heaven. In front of him, there was a star that looked like a skull, full of evil aura. Skull star. Qin Wentian glanced at it, and immediately moved his perception away, floating to the side. Now, he could no longer perceive all the stars as easily as he did in the first heaven, and could only sense them one by one. After a moment, he sensed a lion star filled with the aura of fire. It's the fire lion star. If I communicate with it, I will definitely have a strong flame and domineering power. Qin Wentian thought about it, but gave up. He still wanted to see more stars. Then, he sensed a huge hammer-shaped star, which was the Sky Hammer Star. Sky Hammer Star. Qin Wentian thought of the record of the Sky Hammer Star in Heibo's information, and suddenly made up his mind and took a gamble. His perception power rushed towards the Sky Hammer Star frantically, sensing and communicating with the Sky Hammer Star, imagining himself as a consciousness body, integrating into the Sky Hammer Star, and his head was swelling and aching more and more. A ray of starlight showered down from the sky, passing through layers of celestial rivers, and fell on Qin Wentian, who was practicing induction, covering his body, but it did not rush directly into Qin Wentian's body, but gathered on the stone on Qin Wentian's neck. At this moment, the terrible starlight shot on this stone. This ordinary stone suddenly released a terrible brilliance, and then decomposed a little bit, blending into Qin Wentian's skin, until it completely disappeared. At this time, the starlight really shone on Qin Wentian's body, gathering a little bit, and the huge star energy was extremely overbearing. The shadow of the Sky Hammer appeared on Qin Wentian's body, and his head almost exploded with pain. He clenched his teeth and made a clattering sound, but he still persisted, letting the star energy wander through the broken meridians to form a circulating cyclone, and at the same time desperately let the star soul condense into shape. Only in this way can he be considered a true martial life cultivator. Boom! Qin Wentian's body made a buzzing sound. It seemed as if there was an endless amount of star power rushing through his broken meridians, constantly circulating around the body, gradually gathering into a terrifying cyclone that spun like crazy. He knew that the most critical moment had arrived. If he succeeded, he would complete his transformation. This inhuman pain was unbearable, and what was even more terrifying was that Qin Wentian had to do two things at the same time: condense the star soul and shape a complete meridian. Pain, it's just a dream. Qin Wentian's heart was extremely tough. The terrible cyclone in his body actually opened up a channel of star energy, which spread throughout his body, as if it had been completely opened up and turned into a unique star meridian. At the same time, the shadow of the Sky Hammer gradually solidified, and blood oozed from the corner of Qin Wentian's mouth. Finally, he vomited blood and then fell to the ground and passed out. While Qin Wentian was unconscious, there was a Qingfang restaurant outside the Bai family's mansion. Mo Shuang stood in front of the window. There was a shadow of a star soul above his head. This star soul was a pair of celestial eyes, one of Mo Shuang's 3 star souls, the celestial eye star soul. What a strong star beam! If Bai Kibuksu's talent is really so strong, then this inspection must have passed. Mo Shuang saw the star power disappear, and then he put away the star soul. He said in his heart that the star power just now was at least from the 3rd heaven, and in the Bai family, except for Bai Kibuksu, it seems that no one else has communicated with the stars in the 3rd heaven. After stretching, Mo Shuang went to rest. After hearing that Bai Kibuksu of Xianyang City had communicated with the stars in the 3rd heaven, a large number of powerful forces from the Chu Kingdom Imperial City came to inspect, including the one where Mo Shuang was. However, Mo Shuang was not worried that other forces could snatch people from him, because he was from the Imperial Star Academy. After the completion of the book Peerless Martial God, the new book was officially uploaded. I hope that new and old friends will support it, collect, vote, and reward it. Wuhan thanks you. Chapter 4, Refining. Qin Wentian woke up from his sleep in the middle of the night, shook his head, and then his heart suddenly tightened. My star soul. Qin Wentian seemed to remember something, and suddenly closed his eyes, instantly entering a state of meditation. The next moment, a dazzling light lit up the room, and above Qin Wentian's head, a giant hammer phantom appeared, dazzling, as if it was interwoven with the light of the stars. Successful, Since it is the star soul that communicates with the awakening of the Skyhammer star, it must be the Skyhammer star soul. Now, I need a set of exercises that can match the star soul. Qin Wentian muttered to himself, but at this moment, his brows frowned slightly, and there seemed to be a little starlight in his mind. What is that? Qin Wentian's perception sank into his mind. In his mind, there was also a phantom of the Skyhammer star soul, occupying the stargate, but at this moment, behind the phantom, there was actually a little star man floating there, releasing the faint star power, as if locking the Skyhammer star soul. Qin Wentian's heart trembled slightly. Why did the little star man appear in his mind? Could it be? Qin Wentian seemed to suddenly remember something. Yesterday, his chest seemed to have changed. He looked towards his chest and saw only a rope there. The stone tied there was gone. The stone that my dead father left for me. Qin Wentian's expression froze. At this moment, the brilliance of the little star man seemed to be released onto the phantom of the Skyhammer star soul. The little starlight seemed to explode in Qin Wentian's mind. With a rumble, a wisp of memory suddenly poured into Qin Wentian's mind, causing Qin Wentian to feel a slight pain in his head. The starlight on the little star man seemed to dim until there was no life, and he couldn't even sense it. Thousands of hammers and hundreds of refining methods, this is a memory method. The little star man actually has a book hidden inside. After sensing the existence of the star soul, a memory method appeared. Qin Wentian's heart was beating. The extra memory in his mind was a set of methods. Martial arts practitioners absorb the Yuan force of heaven and earth or the Yuan force of stars, and use the methods to temper the body, strengthen the bones and muscles, cleanse the meridians, and connect the internal organs. This is the first realm of martial arts, the body refining realm, to refine a perfect body. The body refining realm is divided into 9 levels. When the body is perfect and the meridians are cleansed, the strong inner essence can be used to stimulate the acupoints all over the body, so that the meridians are connected, and a complete wheel meridian is formed in the body, so that the blood vessels are accessible, and endless power rotates, reaching the wheel meridian, and stimulated by the magic technique, with infinite power. This realm is the wheel meridian realm. In the body refining realm, the body is perfected, and it has a terrifying huge force that can tear tigers and leopards apart and split boulders. In the wheel meridian realm, various magical powers can be exerted, with terrible power and omnipotence. After that, it is the extremely powerful Yuan Fu realm. In this realm, huge Yuan force is gathered and turned into droplets. Yuan Fu is opened in the body, which contains terrifying energy. The strength is boundless and can fly in the air and soar into the sky. When a martial cultivator condenses a star soul, he can absorb the star Yuan force into his body. Moreover, the Yuan force is endowed with the attribute power of the star soul. For example, if a person has a lion star soul, the power in his body will be as violent as a lion when practicing. The same attack will double the power, and the power will be even stronger when using the star soul. Therefore, the people of the 9 heavens continent all respect martial cultivators. Ordinary exercises use gravity to temper and polish the body, making the flesh suffer. This method of thousands of hammers and hundreds of tempers is even more violent. It is simply self-torture. It will temper the flesh thousands of times and break through the limit. Qin Wentian carefully comprehended it, and his heart was throbbing. Then he got up and went outside and came to the backyard training ground. Huh? Taking a deep breath, Qin Wentian looked up at the endless stars in the sky, with a smile on his lips. Now that his star soul has condensed, he can finally store star energy in his body and embark on the path of cultivation. Closing his eyes, Qin Wentian released his star soul, and then his perception went straight to the 5th heaven, communicating with his martial star. In an instant, the violent and domineering star energy of the Skyhammer star on the 5th heaven fell from the sky and descended on Qin Wentian. He was covered with a layer of starlight. At this time, Qin Wentian could clearly feel the domineering star energy from the 5th heaven. The star energy descended from the martial star on the 5th heaven is by no means comparable to the star energy on the 1st and 2nd heavens. After a long time, Qin Wentian's body was saturated with star energy. He began to practice the method of refining with thousands of hammers. In an instant, star hammers seemed to appear in his body, medley hitting his body. Simply absorbing star energy cannot achieve the effect of refining the body. Only by relying on the method to use the star energy absorbed into the body to temper the body can the body become strong and achieve the effect of refining the body. It hurts. Qin Wentian's forehead was sweaty instantly, and there was a faint buzzing sound in his body. The domineering star energy madly hit the body. This kind of pain of refining the body was extremely difficult to bear, but in order to forge a perfect body, he had to endure it continuously. Moreover, the more domineering the method, the stronger the pain during the refining. Ah! Qin Wentian let out a low roar, but still gritted his teeth and insisted on self-torture. The rumbling sound in his body became more and more terrifying, until the star energy in his body was almost exhausted, but this was not the end. He stood up, a sky hammer appeared in his hand, and began to dance with the star hammer. Even if he endured endless pain, he still had to endure it. Thousands of hammers and tempers, that is, after thousands of times of hammering, constantly breaking through the limits of the body. In the fifth heaven, the light of the stars poured down and fell on Qin Wentian, who was dancing with a giant hammer. There was a crackling sound in the void, that was the continuous transformation of the body. After 100 times, the unique star veins in Qin Wentian's body that condensed seemed to take on the shape of a sky hammer. The star energy traveled around his body through the star veins, which was extremely smooth, making Qin Wentian feel refreshed and gradually seemed to forget his fatigue. Crack! Qin Wentian's body occasionally made crisp sounds, as if all the bones and muscles in his body were trembling. Finally, after breaking through his own limits several times, he could no longer support himself. He supported the ground with one hand and kept panting. This method of hammering and tempering was simply fatal. At this time, he felt sore and weak all over, as if he was about to fall apart. It was too painful. Is it because I have never practiced before, my physique is weak, and my foundation is insufficient, that this is the case? Qin Wentian murmured, sitting cross-legged, no longer dancing with a giant hammer, and continued to absorb the star energy. The starlight continued to sprinkle, as if there was no end. The power of the stars is inexhaustible. In the early morning of winter, there was a bit of moisture in the air, but Qin Wentian did not feel the cold in the practice field. Opening his hazy eyes, Qin Wentian stood up and stretched his muscles and bones. He only felt that his body was smooth, without the slightest feeling of soreness yesterday. The whole night yesterday was like a nightmare to Qin Wentian, but everything seemed to be over. At this moment, Qin Wentian only felt refreshed and full of strength. He had never been so strong before. What a strong repairability, worthy of being called the Sky Hammer Star. Qin Wentian had studied some stars from the first to the fifth heavens with Heibo, and there happened to be a Sky Hammer Star, so he chose this star. The Sky Hammer Star has several characteristics, including strong explosive power, strong defense and repairability, and it can also be forged, giving him a talent for forging and refining. After thousands of hammers and hundreds of refinements, I broke through my own limits several times, and stepped from a blank sheet of paper to the third level of the body refining realm overnight. This is what the Star Soul and the 1,000 hammers and 100 refining method have given me. I'll try how much strength I have. Qin Wentian walked to a stone pier, and then concentrated his strength to blast it down. With a crisp sound, the stone pier collapsed and shattered, turning into debris. This is power, so strong, a random attack exceeds the strength of 9 bulls. Qin Wentian murmured. The strength of 9 bulls and 2 tigers describes great power. However, for martial artists, the third level of body refining can have the terrifying strength of 9 bulls. The first level of body refining has the strength of an ox, the second level of body refining has the strength of 4 bulls, the third level of body refining has the strength of 9 bulls, the fourth level of body refining has the strength of 16 bulls. If you reach the 9th level of body refining, it is even more terrifying, with a strength of 99 and 81 bulls, a perfect body, and no one knows how terrifying the strength is. This is also the reason why countless people want to become martial artists. Strength. Once you become a martial artist, you will have the ultimate strength. This is just the power division of ordinary martial artists. Martial life cultivators use star energy to increase their strength, and the strength of the same realm is even more terrifying. How could Qin Wentian not be happy that he had gained the strength of a bull overnight? He walked to the center of the training ground and prepared to continue training, tempering himself, and forging a strong body. In fact, this was normal for Qin Wentian. The star energy contained in the martial star on the 5th level of the sky was terrifying. Coupled with the self-torturing extreme training method of tempering, in the early stage of training, he could naturally reshape his body easily and make a leap in strength. Now, he didn't want to waste any time. Staying in the Bai family was always dangerous. If he wanted to leave, he could only rely on his own strength. I'm afraid his adoptive father didn't know his situation yet. Chapter 5 Bai Kibuksu's Attitude. In King Fang restaurant, Mo Shuang was sitting by the window drinking alone. Bai Kingsong's 50th birthday will be in 3 days. It is said that Bai Kingsong will host a banquet for all parties, and some big figures from the Chu imperial city will come in person. Other people at the other tables were talking about it. They came here early just to see the excitement. Yeah, I've heard about it too. It's said that a mother is honored by her son. It seems that Bai Kingsong has benefited from his daughter's kindness. But his daughter is also very hardworking and talented. For the first time, she directly communicated with a martial star in the third heaven to condense a star soul. If she can open the second and third star gates in the future, she will have to condense at least 3 star souls, and they will all be from the third heaven or higher. In the state of Chu, she is definitely a big shot. That's right. I also heard that the Bai family is thinking about canceling the engagement. But it's true. How can Qin Wentian from the Qin mansion be compared with Bai Kibuksu? Anyone would want to kick him out. It is said that the useless young master has wasted a lot of meteorites from the Qin family. I don't know why Qin Xuan loves this adopted son so much. Many people shook their heads secretly, not understanding this. At this moment, everyone suddenly shut up. They saw a beautiful figure in a green dress walking up the stairs of the restaurant. She was beautiful and dignified, and she was obviously a lady from a noble family. Bai Kibuksu, the genius of the Bai family. Someone whispered. Mo Shuang, who was standing next to him, glanced at Bai Kibuksu and nodded secretly. This girl is not bad. She is not only talented, but also beautiful. No wonder the Yi family would marry her. Mo Shuang thought and drank a glass of wine alone. Then he looked away and looked out the window at the direction of the Bai family. The Bai family was kicked out of the imperial city in the past, but now it is about to rise again. Obviously, Bai Kingsong is also very good at taking advantage of opportunities. In a few days, it will definitely be very lively. At this time, Mo Shuang's expression condensed. Because of his special star soul, he has a strong perception of star power. At this time, he felt that a certain position of the Bai family had a strong star power falling from the sky. Thinking of this, Mo Shuang's eyes suddenly changed, as if he could see through everything. Suddenly, the trajectory of the stars seemed to appear in his eyes. Huh? Mo Shuang's heart trembled slightly. This star fluctuation may come from the stars beyond the third heaven. The Bai family, there is such a monster? But why did the Bai family hide and just push Bai Kibuksu out? Mo Shuang was puzzled, but he thought, it seems that I have to go there at night. Qin Wentian didn't know about Mo Shuang's existence. He just practiced madly, hammered and tempered, constantly breaking through and beating his body. Finally, after enduring inhuman pain, Qin Wentian's bones made a crackling sound, and his tendons and bones transformed. Qin Wentian showed a smile on his face. He knew that he had entered the 4th level of the body refining realm. The first 3 levels of the body refining realm are to temper the flesh, the middle 3 levels are to refine the tendons and bones, and the last 3 levels are to refine the meridians and internal organs. Finally, it was night again. Qin Wentian stopped practicing and walked towards the front yard. With his current situation, he believed that as long as he told Bai Kingsong now, the other party might change his mind. However, Qin Wentian would not let himself be so humble. One thing and seeing a person clearly are enough. Now, he just wants to know what Bai Kibuksu's attitude is when he has known her for 3 years and condensed the star soul with his help. It's Bai Kingsong's birthday in 3 days, I must ask her in person. Qin Wentian thought to himself, and then walked out of the courtyard gate, only to see the 2 guards still guarding there. Of course, there were only 2 of them. Everyone knew that Qin Wentian was a broken man, so Bai Kingsong didn't pay much attention to him. 2 ordinary guards were here to guard a waist, which was already a great respect for him. Seeing Qin Wentian coming, a guard blocked in front of him and said coldly, "Go back. Even dogs can bite people." Qin Wentian's expression was indifferent, which made the guard's expression condense, grinned, and revealed a cruel look. It seems that young Master Qin lives a carefree life and doesn't know what his current status is. In this case, I will let young Master Qin wake up. As he said, he saw his fist greeted Qin Wentian's head, and the punch was overbearing. Qin Wentian's perception was extremely sharp, and now that he had become a martial arts cultivator, the opponent's speed of attack seemed to be slowed down in his eyes. He saw his body move to the side, then lean forward, and hit the opponent's abdomen with his knee. In just a moment, the guard felt that his internal organs were shattered, and he was hit hard and flew out, fainting directly. Huh? The other guard's eyes condensed, and a cold light shot out of his eyes. This guy was so weak that he was attacked like this. He took a step forward, and saw that he threw a straight punch that blew up a gust of wind, and there was a faint sound of a tiger's roar. It was a basic boxing method, the tiger fist, and it was like a tiger's roar when it was blasted out. Qin Wentian did not dodge this time. His fist also blasted straight out, like a strong and powerful iron hammer. With a cracking sound, the guard's arm was directly shattered. Before he could scream, Qin Wentian's fist landed on his head. However, Qin Wentian restrained his strength in time and did not blow up the other party's head. He just hit him hard and knocked him unconscious. After doing this, Qin Wentian dragged their bodies into the room and closed the door. A moment later, Qin Wentian walked out of the courtyard wearing a guard's uniform and stepped into the darkness. Qin Wentian was too familiar with the Bai family. He shuttled on the small path and tried to avoid the night patrol guards. Half an hour later, he came to the side of the gate, then lowered his head and walked towards the gate. The footsteps made a clattering sound. At this time, Qin Wentian was a little nervous. If he was caught at this time, I am afraid that Bai Kingsong would not let him go easily. However, just as Qin Wentian walked out of the gate, he heard footsteps coming from the front and couldn't help but bury his head even lower. "What are you doing sneaking around? Look up." A familiar cold voice entered Qin Wentian's eardrum, causing his heart to tremble slightly, and a strange smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He didn't expect to meet it at this time. Bai Kibuxa saw Qin Wentian raising his head, and her body couldn't help but tremble slightly, and her body took a small step back. Silence. The two of them fell into silence. Qin Wentian watched Bai Kibuxa from the initial panic to calmness. He seemed to understand something, and a cold smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. "I have no choice." Bai Kibuxa spoke, and Qin Wentian just looked at her without saying anything. He had never thought that the two would face such a situation. "You have spent many years and have an extraordinary understanding of condensing star souls, but what's the use of this? You can only help others condense star souls, but you are destined to deceive yourself." Bai Kibuxa's long black hair danced in the dark night, like an elf in the dark night, but Qin Wentian still had no mood to appreciate it, and his heart was cold. Is this the reason why the Bai family repays kindness with enmity? Bai Kibuxa did not answer, and continued. "Yu Wook, at the age of 13, communicated with a martial star of the second heaven and condensed the first star soul. At the age of 15, he entered the Wheel Meridian realm, opened the second star gate, communicated with the stars from the third heaven, and condensed the second star soul. Now, Yu Wook is 18, and his cultivation level is the 8th level of the Wheel Meridian realm. He's expected to enter the Yuanfu realm before the age of 20. You and him, one is in heaven, the other is underground." Qin Wentian understood Bai Kibuxa's meaning. The target of this marriage must be Yu Wook. "Go ahead. After all, you have helped me. Considering our old friendship, I will not make things difficult for you. Even if you don't die, it will not affect the marriage between the Yi family and the Bai family. In the future, you and I are destined to be people from different worlds," Bai Kibuxa said, and walked past Qin Wentian. A light breeze blew past, and Qin Wentian suddenly felt that the other party was so strange that he said such ridiculous words. "Bai Kibuxa." Qin Wentian suddenly spoke, causing Bai Kibuxa to stop. 3 years ago, your father Bai Kingsong proposed to my adoptive father. My adoptive father didn't want to delay you, but Bai Kingsong insisted, so my adoptive father agreed. For 3 years, my adoptive father has provided your Bai family with cultivation resources and helped you reorganize your Bai family. He has never been arrogant, and I also regard you as my family. 5 days ago, I helped you communicate with the martial stars and condense the star soul, but your Bai family wanted to kill me. Now you say that you want to let me go, but it seems like a gift to me. How ironic." Qin Wentian spoke coldly and then walked out, "But you are right about one thing. You and I are destined to be people from different worlds." Chapter 6 Imperial Star Academy. The Qin Mansion is located in the north of Xianyang City, more than 100 miles away from the Bai family. After leaving the Bai family, Qin Wentian walked quickly, but it was already daytime when he arrived at the Qin Mansion. Stepping on the road of martial arts, Qin Wentian did not feel tired after walking all night. Outside the gate of the Qin Mansion, the statue of Qin Wu, the ancestor of the Qin family, holding a spear and riding a horse, still stood there. Qin Wu, the former marshal of the Chu state, commanded the troops of the Chu state, was powerful and had great military exploits. He once saved the previous emperor from danger and died for the country. However, after the current majesty succeeded to the throne, he moved the Qin mansion north to Xianyang City, away from the center of power, and gradually weakened the power of the Qin mansion army, making the Qin mansion weaker than the previous generation. Qin Wentian looked at the statue of the marshal and smiled bitterly. His experience in the past few days was somewhat similar to that of the Qin mansion. Stepping into the Qin mansion, Qin Wentian saw many people rushing in one direction. He could not help but call a maid and asked, "What happened?" "Master Wentian, the young ladies and young masters who practiced in various academies in the imperial city yesterday are back. The master of the family is testing the practice in the martial arts arena today," the maid responded. The Chu kingdom was founded 3,000 years ago. It is vast and endless, with more than 100 cities and a population of hundreds of millions. The Chu imperial city is the most prosperous. It is not only the center of power, but also a holy place for martial arts. There are many well-known martial arts academies and prominent families. People from all over the Chu kingdom will send talented young people to practice in the well-known martial arts academies in the Chu kingdom. The Qin mansion is no exception. Among Qin Wentian's generation, there are 3 people who practice in the martial arts academy in the Chu imperial city. They are the future of the Qin family. I don't know what realm they have reached after returning from the Chu capital, Qin Wentian said in his heart, and then he raised his feet and walked towards the Qin mansion martial arts arena. Qin Wentian came to the martial arts arena and saw that some people of status in the Qin mansion were there. On the battle stage, there was the sound of winds and thunder, and 2 young men were fighting. Qin Zhi. Qin Wentian looked at one of the young men in a yellow robe, who was about the same age as him. At this moment, Qin Zhi used a tiger roaring fist and roared, like a tiger descending from the mountain, and the mountains and forests trembled. Suddenly, the young man opposite was directly crushed. With a loud bang, he was blown away and fell heavily under the martial arts arena. This punch is like a tiger descending from the mountain, which is more terrifying than a real tiger. Qin Zhi is probably at the 7th level of the body refining realm. Qin Wentian felt the power of that punch and thought to himself, an ordinary martial artist, the 7th level of the body refining realm, has the strength of 49 cows, and his fist is harder than steel. Qin Zhi condensed the tiger star soul and was a martial life cultivator. His strength is even stronger. With the increase of the tiger roar fist, his strength is terrifying. A martial arts teenager can blast out such a huge force. Qin Zhi's strength and talent are still lower than Qin Shang and Sister Qin Yao. Sister Qin Yao has already entered the 8th level of the body refining realm last year, and now she is probably even stronger. Qin Wentian's eyes shone with light, and he thought to himself, moreover, this is only the body refining realm. If you enter the realm of wheel meridians, the acupoints all over your body will be stimulated, and infinite power will circulate, reaching the 9 meridians, and using magical powers that are stronger than moves. How powerful it will be. Wentian. At this moment, a voice came, and then many eyes fell on Qin Wentian, and the person who spoke was Qin Zhuan, the head of the Qin family. Wentian, why are you back? Qin Zhuan changed his majestic attitude and showed a gentle smile. Adoptive father. Qin Wentian didn't know where to start when he heard Qin Zhuan's words. Heibo took him to live in the Qin mansion since he was a child. The head of the family, Qin Zhuan, recognized him as his adopted son and treated him as his own son, even better than his own children. It seems that, as I expected, Bai Kipuksa communicated with a martial star in the 3rd heaven, awakened the star soul, and her talent shocked the capital of Chu. I think she must have been kicked out. A person beside Qin Zhuan said coldly. It was Qin Zhuan's cousin, Qin He, the 2nd son of the Qin family. How dare you? Qin Zhuan scolded. Brother, you don't believe what I said. Now the Bai family has close contacts with people in Chudu. I even heard that people from the Yi family in the imperial city have met them. In addition, Bai Kipuksa's talent has already shocked people from all sides. Do you think the Bai family will still abide by this marriage contract? Qin He said helplessly, making everyone look wonderful. However, at this moment, the sound of wind whistling came from the void, and then everyone looked up at the sky, and their expressions all condensed. They saw a giant eagle hovering in the sky above, and above the giant eagle, there was a figure in a yellow robe. Qin Chuan frowned slightly. This person was so rude, and the giant eagle he rode was actually hovering directly above them. Teacher. At this moment, a young girl beside Qin Chuan shouted to the sky. Qin Chuan's eyes suddenly fixed and said, Yao, is this your teacher? Yes. Qin Yao nodded and said, Teacher, how come you have time to come to the Qin mansion? Please take a seat. Yao, I heard that the Qin mansion and Bai Kibukso of the Bai family have an engagement. Is this true? The middle-aged man in a yellow robe in the sky asked. Qin Yao's expression flickered, but she still responded, Yes, it is true. As soon as she finished speaking, a giant eagle circled down and landed on the stands, revealing a smile. I came here today for this matter. I heard that Bai Kibukso is very talented and the Royal Academy wants to recruit her. Everyone was secretly shocked when they heard this. Bai Kibukso has now become a dragon among people. Even the Royal Academy of Chu has come to recruit people in person. You know, in their huge Qin mansion, only Qin Yao, who has the best talent, has entered the Royal Academy to practice. The Academy wants to recruit Bai Kibukso. Master should send someone an invitation letter and ask her to go to the Academy to register in the spring of next year, right? Qin Yao said. Qin Yao, this time is different. Bai Kibukso's first martial star comes from the third heaven. Many academies in the Imperial City have people coming. We decided to arrange a separate recruitment in Xianyang City, 2 days later, and the location is set outside the Bai family mansion. On the birthday of the Bai family master, outside the Bai mansion. Qin Yao's eyes froze. This was specially prepared for Bai Kibukso. That's right. In fact, recruiting is just a side job. It's mainly for Bai Kibukso. Even the Emperor Star Academy may come, so we dare not be careless. Haha, Tang Lin, since you know that the Emperor Star Academy is coming, why do you still need to do this? A hearty laugh came rolling in. Tang Lin's eyes froze and looked not far away. He saw a person walking towards him, which made his pupils shrink. Mo Xiang. Tang Lin sneered in his heart. He didn't expect that Mo Xiang also wanted to use the Qin family's marriage contract as a means of connection. However, Qin Yao was his disciple, so Mo Xiang had no hope of this relationship. Brother Qin, long time no see. I wonder if the old man is doing well. Mo Xiang stepped forward and looked at Qin Chuan. The old man he was referring to was naturally Qin Hao, the son of Marshal Qin Wu, and the father of Qin Chuan, the current head of the Qin mansion. Before Qin Wu died, Qin Hao followed his father to the battlefield and had a very high prestige in the army. When Qin Wu died and the late emperor passed away, the current emperor used a false title to send Qin Hao to Xianyang City. Thank you, Brother Mo Xiang, for your concern. My father is very good, but he doesn't like to go out, so I can't come out to receive you in person. Qin Chuan smiled at Mo Xiang, and he was secretly shocked. Mo Xiang was from the Emperor Star Academy, but he came for Bai Kibukso. It seemed that the Bai family's regret for the engagement was inevitable. Mo Xiang, Bai Kibukso, you must enter my Royal Academy. Tang Lin stared at Mo Xiang, with a hint of provocation in his tone. Is that so? Mo Xiang smiled, then sat down by himself. His eyes swept across the crowd, and when his eyes fell on Qin Wentian, he paused slightly. Last night, he sneaked into the Bai mansion to see which genius the Bai family had hidden, but he never expected to find something interesting. The man actually sneaked out of the Bai family. Curious, he followed him all the way, and the man actually came to the Qin mansion. I thought the Bai family had a strong man in the Yuanfu realm, but I didn't expect it to be a teenager of the same age as Bai Kibukso. So judging from the strength of the star power, this boy's talent is definitely not inferior to Bai Kibukso. Mo Xiang said in his heart, this trip was really worthwhile. At this time, everyone in the Qin family sighed in their hearts. The Royal Academy was the Royal Academy of the Chu Kingdom. It only accepted princes, nobles and talented people. It ranked among the top 3 martial arts academies in the Chu dynasty. Emperor Star Academy only accepts martial arts cultivators. Anyone who enters will come out as a super strong Yuanfu realm cultivator. It is the cradle of geniuses. Yuanfu realm is in existence beyond the 9 realms of the wheel meridians. It swallows the essence of heaven and earth, has extremely powerful magical powers, forms a Yuanfu in the body, possesses endless surging Yuanli, can fly in the air, and soar into the sky. The strong people in the Yuanfu realm are all big figures, capable of running rampant in Xianyang City. However, now, the Royal Academy and Emperor Star Academy came to the Qin mansion for Bai Kibukso. Chapter 7 Iron-Blooded Father and Son. Tang Lin thought that Mo Xiang came to the Qin mansion for the same purpose as him, and couldn't help but feel a little pressure. He said to Qin Yao, "Yao, which young talent in your Qin mansion is engaged to buy galaxies?" This. Qin Yao was embarrassed, and glanced at Qin Wentian with her beautiful eyes, and then said, "Teacher, there may be some changes in this matter." "What is the change?" Tang Lin was stunned and said. Qin Yao glanced at Qin Chuan. She didn't understand what was going on, and she didn't dare to deceive her teacher, so she couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. "Wentian, come here," Qin Chuan said to Qin Wentian, and Qin Wentian immediately came to Qin Chuan, only to hear Qin Chuan say, "Brother Tang, Brother Mo, this is my son Qin Wentian. It is he who is engaged to buy galaxies, but my son's situation is special. Although he has excellent talent, he can't practice. Can you two take a look and see if there is any solution?" "Brother, born with a broken meridian, what kind of good talent is it?" Qin he said. "Shut up, what do you mean by a naturally impaired pulse?" Wentian's pulse was intact before, so there must have been some accident. Moreover, Wentian's perception of the stars is extremely strong. Qin Chuan shouted. This scene made Mo Xiang and Tang Lin narrow their eyes slightly, as if they understood something, but their thoughts were different. "Let me see." Mo Xiang and Tang Lin spoke almost at the same time, and then one of them put a hand on Qin Wentian's wrist. A person with severed meridians. Tang Lin's heart trembled, and his face suddenly became not very good. He retracted his hand, smiled lightly and said, "Haha, it seems that I have wasted my time. The so-called dragon and phoenix are compatible, and now, the snake has also developed the idea of clinging to the phoenix." Qin Chuan's pupils contracted, and his expression became cold. He said, "Is your words a little inappropriate?" "Huh?" Tang Lin heard that Qin Chuan's address had changed, and his expression was unhappy. The Qin mansion was disliked by the current emperor, and it was declining day by day. Sooner or later, it would become history. If it were not for Bai Qixu and Qin Yao, he would never set foot in the Qin mansion, but he did not expect that Qin Chuan would be so rude to him because of Qin Wentian. "Qin Chuan, it seems that you really have wishful thinking. It's ridiculous that the dignified Qin mansion has come to this point," Tang Lin said sarcastically. "If you have nothing else to do, please go ahead." Qin Chuan stretched out his hand and ordered him to leave. This made Qin Yao very embarrassed. She said, "Teacher, my father has always been impatient. Please don't be offended." "Qin Yao, your father is so ignorant of the times," Tang Lin said coldly. "Yao, you are not allowed to take this man as your teacher in the future." Qin Chuan's voice was strong, making Qin Yao pale, but Tang Lin was furious and said angrily, "Good, very good." Qin Wentian watched all this and sighed in his heart. Looking at Qin Chuan's resolute face, he felt guilty. For him, Qin Chuan didn't know how many people he had offended. Now, he turned against the strong man of the Royal Academy, the teacher of whose biological daughter Qin Yao. But Mo Xiang had another idea at the moment. He stared at Qin Wentian, squinted his eyes, and smiled. "Brother Qin, when did his meridians become severed?" "It started when he was 6 years old," Qin Chuan said. "After that, it became more and more serious until all his meridians were broken." 6 years old. Mo Xiang took a breath of cold air and stared at Qin Wentian. Then he let go of his hand, his eyes flickering. If his guess was true, then what kind of perseverance would this boy have? Thinking of Tang Lin's performance just now, Mo Xiang secretly laughed in his heart. This idiot. Boom, boom, boom. The ground suddenly trembled, the sound of horse hooves trembled, and the eyes of the Qin family were fixed, with indifference. Who dared to ride a horse in the Qin mansion? Soon, they saw a group of knights holding spears and wearing armor roaring over. The leader was wearing a black robe outside the armor, dancing with the wind. His eyes were as sharp as a knife, revealing a cold breath. Lang Ying. Qin Chuan's pupils shrank on the stands. He didn't expect that his Qin mansion would be so lively today. Lang Ying was his father's former deputy general. He was vicious and cruel. His father never liked him. Later, he followed the Qin family's mortal enemy, the Yi family, to suppress his Qin mansion. "Young master, long time no see." Lang Ying's eyes were as sharp as a falcon, staring at Qin Chuan. "Lang Ying, you actually brought people to ride horses into the Qin mansion. You are getting more and more courageous." Qin Chuan's eyes were extremely unkind, cold and indifferent. Lang Ying didn't care about Qin Chuan's words at all. The Qin mansion has long been in decline. His Majesty personally condoned various forces to suppress the Qin Mansion. As long as Qin Chuan's father Qin Hao is still there, His Majesty will probably not be at ease. Therefore, no matter who steps on the Qin Mansion, His Majesty will only pretend not to know, which is exactly what he wants. I came to the Qin Mansion, first, to see if the old man is still alive, second, to tell the Qin Mansion that in 2 days, the forces of the Chu state will descend on the Bai Mansion, and Bai Kibuksu will definitely enter either the Emperor Star Academy or the Royal Academy. At that time, the two families will discuss the so-called marriage. The Qin Mansion must be present, and don't hide here. After saying that, Leng Ying reined in his warhorse, and the sound of horse hooves rolled, and he galloped away. He just turned back and smiled coldly at Qin Chuan. His eyes, who had been on the battlefield for a long time, were like a sharp sword that could penetrate people's hearts. The people of the Qin family stared at the figure that was going away. Qin Chuan's body even trembled with anger. If Bai Kibuksu broke off the engagement with the reputation of being accepted as a disciple by the Emperor Star Academy, then everyone would think it was natural. He, Qin Wentian of the Qin family, was not worthy of it. This was a humiliation to the Qin Mansion and Qin Wentian. The Bai family, it's too much? Qin Chuan definitely didn't expect that the Bai family would repay kindness with enmity. In 2 days, he would go and see. I see. Tang Lin sneered and said, Qin Chuan, wait for a slap in the face. Goodbye. After that, he also stepped on the giant eagle and flew away. The giant eagle circled in the void, and the whistle seemed to be ironic. The entire Qin family was silent. Since the current emperor suppressed the Qin family has been declining, but they still stand straight and have never been humiliated this time. Brother, Qin He suddenly said, you have seen the situation. The Bai family has obviously joined forces with the Yi family to deal with my Qin family. With the power of Bai Kibuksu's genius, if my Qin family goes there in 2 days, it will definitely lose face. Do you mean that my Qin family is really avoiding it, as Leng Ying said? Qin Chuan said coldly. Over the years, Qin Wentian has consumed so many resources of the Qin Mansion and used so many media rights. Although I have some opinions in my heart, I have never said a word. However, this matter concerns the reputation of the Qin Mansion. I suggest that Qin Wentian be expelled from the Qin Mansion. Over the years, we have done what we should do. Qin He's voice was low, making the space depressing. Over the years, many people in the Qin Mansion did have opinions about Qin Wentian. Qin Chuan doted on this adopted son too much. However, he was a useless person who could not practice and could not be helped up. Old third, what do you think? Qin Chuan asked another person, Qin Yi, the third child of the Qin family. Qin Wentian, he is more suitable for the life of ordinary people. Qin Yi said in a low voice. Qin Chuan was silent for a moment, then he swept his eyes around everyone and said slowly, in the past, our ancestor received the grace of the late emperor and fought on the battlefield for 80 years. He was seriously injured 18 times. During the 10-nation alliance, the late emperor was trapped. He rode alone for thousands of miles and was shot with 8 arrows, but he still rescued the late emperor. When he returned home, he was already dying. What a spirit. And tonight, my Qin family has fallen into decline. Just because of some humiliation, you want to expel the descendants of our ancestors' benefactor from the Qin family. This move makes me ashamed and brings shame to our ancestors. He will not be able to see our ancestors' spirit in his grave. The Qin family is here, Qin Wentian is here. In 2 days, summon the men and soldiers of the Qin family and send troops to the Bai family. If anyone again proposes to expel Qin Wentian from the Qin family, I will personally kill him. After that, Qin Chuan suddenly slapped the chair under him with his palm. In an instant, a cracking sound was heard, the chair shattered, and the space was silent. Qin Chuan's voice echoed in the void, and he stood straight. Everyone looked at Qin Chuan, as if they saw the figure of their ancestors in the past. What kind of favor did Qin Wentian's ancestors do to the Qin Mansion that made Qin Chuan like this? Everyone was secretly shocked. They only knew that Qin Chuan accepted Qin Wentian as his adopted son and treated him like this just to repay the favor of Qin Wentian's ancestors. For this favor, Qin Chuan could sacrifice everything. This kind of spirit made them sigh, but this iron-blooded righteousness made them stand in awe. Everyone stood straight. Wentian, you don't have to care about this matter. Stay at home and your adoptive father will seek justice for you. When Qin Chuan looked at Qin Wentian, his eyes softened a lot. Qin Wentian sighed in his heart. He broke his own meridians and made his adoptive father worried. He wanted to tell his adoptive father the reason after he became a martial cultivator, but he never thought that what the Bai family did would cause such a storm and affect the Qin Mansion. He didn't know his life experience, Heibo never told him, nor did he know what happened between their ancestors. He only knew that Qin Zhuan's kindness to him was hard to repay in this life. Qin Wentian retreated from the stands and came to the martial arts arena. He then knelt on his knees, looked at Qin Zhuan, and said, "This matter was caused by me. I will solve it myself without using any power from the Qin Mansion. It doesn't matter if the Bai family humiliates me, but if it affects the dignity of the Qin Mansion, I will not agree. I, Qin Wentian, will take full responsibility for this matter." "Father!" Qin Wentian shouted heavily, and then kowtowed, and there was a hint of echo. "Kneel down to thank the father for his kindness." Qin Zhuan walked forward and helped Qin Wentian up. The father and son looked at each other and smiled. This time, Qin Wentian did not call him foster father, but father. "I have always believed in you. One day, you can do what others can't." Qin Zhuan's eyes were full of determination. Next to him, Mo Shang narrowed his eyes slightly, with a strong smile. Compared with Bai Kixu, he liked the young man in front of him more. He was talented and mentally strong. Given time, he would become a great man. 2 days later, all the major forces gathered at the Bai family, and the Qin Mansion was ready to send troops. It seemed that there was going to be a good show. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 8 Sister and Brother. Qin Wentian did not tell Qin Zhuan that he had condensed the Star Soul. 2 days later, when he got back this humiliation, I believe his adoptive father would be even happier. "Brother Qin, I want to take a closer look at my nephew's situation. Can you trust me?" At this time, Mo Shang stepped forward and looked at Qin Wentian, with a strange light in his eyes. "If Brother Mo is willing, I will be more than happy." Qin Zhuan had no reason to refuse. The Emperor Star Academy was the academy that everyone in Chu dreamed of. The senior officials of the Emperor Star Academy could ignore the royal power. Many years ago, the royal family of Chu created the Royal Academy because they were afraid that the Emperor Star Academy was too powerful, just like supporting the Yi family to suppress his Qin family in the past. "Qin Wentian, come with me." Mo Shuang took Qin Wentian away from here, and Qin Zhuan said to Qin Yao beside him, "You go too." Qin Yao nodded and followed the two of them from a distance. Qin Wentian saw Mo Shuang staring at him. His eyes were as bright as the stars, which made him feel a chill in his heart. This was the power of the Star Soul. This Mo Shuang might have the Sky Eye Star Soul. A person with a broken meridian can actually practice. Mo Shuang said softly, which surprised Qin Wentian. It was indeed a Sky Eye Star Soul that could see through the fluctuations of the stars. I didn't expect that today I would really see someone who shattered his own meridians and condensed star veins. Mo Shuang was secretly happy at this moment. He just confirmed it again. Qin Wentian was a broken meridian, but he was indeed a martial life cultivator. This was the only possibility. He wanted to break it and then build it. He wanted to achieve the most perfect wheel meridian, the Star Wheel Meridian. Although this was only the prototype of the wheel meridian, it was already ahead of others in mobilizing the internal energy. This boy must be brought into the Emperor Star Academy. "Do you have any instructions, Senior?" Qin Wentian looked at Mo Shang and asked. "The strength of the star power in your body should be the 5th level of the body refining realm, right? What a powerful Shiamu. Although I am only the 4th level of the body refining realm, the star power comes from the 5th level, so it is more powerful. The other party may have made a wrong judgment because of this." Qin Wentian said secretly, but did not respond to the other party. 2 days later, various forces will gather. Famous colleges will recruit disciples, and there will be multiple tests. Although you are extremely talented, your strength still needs to be improved in a short period of time. I have something to give you. You must come in 2 days. As he said, Mo Shang grabbed Qin Wentian's hand and directly stuffed a book and a stone into Qin Wentian's hand. He stepped on his body and actually flew into the air. Qin Wentian's eyes condensed, and he saw Mo Shang as light as a swallow, flying in the air, and he couldn't help but be fascinated. This is the terrifying strong man in the Yuanfu realm. One day, I will also soar above the 9 heavens. After looking at the object in his hand, Qin Wentian's pupils shrank and his heart was chilled. This stone faintly had a strong fluctuation of star power. It was an extremely precious meteorite. As for the book, there were 3 big characters: Dragon Subduing Fist, Emperor Star Academy. Qin Wentian secretly took note and put the things away. Then he heard footsteps and a figure appeared beside Qin Wentian, with a faint fragrance blowing in his face. I told you a long time ago that Bai King Song is a man with deep scheming. I opposed this marriage at the beginning, but you are greedy for beauty. Qin Wentian's mouth curled up a smile, and when he turned his eyes, he saw an extremely beautiful profile, beautiful crescent-like eyebrows, smiling eyes, fair and soft face, and skin on the face that was so delicate that people couldn't help but want to kiss it. Qin Yao, like Bai Kilxu, was also one of the 4 beauties in Xianyang City and was born extremely beautiful. If I were greedy for beauty, I would rely on Sister Qin Yao every day. Qin Wentian said jokingly. Stop talking nonsense. Qin Yao rolled her eyes at Qin Wentian and said, you caused my father and my teacher to fall out. It will be difficult for you to survive in the academy in the future. How do you plan to compensate? Qin Wentian took out a star meteorite from his pocket, handed it to Qin Yao, and said with a smile, the star power contained in this star meteorite is very strong. It should be a star meteorite from the 2nd heaven. You can use it to practice. Qin Yao looked at Qin Wentian, glared at him and said, every time your father gave you the star meteorite, you gave it to me secretly. Now I am already a martial artist in the Wheel Meridian realm. Do you want me to keep it? Thinking of this, Qin Yao's eyes softened. Although her father and teacher Tanglin had a falling out today because of Qin Wentian, she would not blame Qin Wentian. From childhood to adulthood, this younger brother helped her practice. Every time her father gave her a star meteorite, Qin Wentian gave it to her secretly and asked her not to tell anyone. This is why she is where she is today. The Wheel Meridian realm. Qin Wentian was delighted, and then smiled and said, well, I won't give it to you this time. There were still 2 days left, and he really needed to use the energy of the meteorite to practice and quickly improve his strength. That's good, Wentian. I have met many outstanding girls in the Imperial City. When there is a chance in the future, I will introduce one to you. Since the Bai family is so snobbish, you should not care too much about those people. Qin Yao advised. Qin Wentian certainly knew that this was the purpose of Qin Yao following him, wanting to persuade him to be at ease, fearing that he would be hit by this matter. He stopped and squatted down, which made Qin Yao's expression stiff. She stared at Qin Wentian and said, what are you doing? Come up. Qin Wentian smiled. Go to hell. Qin Yao's pretty face was slightly red, and she rolled her eyes at Qin Wentian and turned her body slightly. Beauty, this is not the first time. When we were little, someone climbed on me every day. Now that we have grown up, they don't recognize me as their brother. Qin Wentian said jokingly, causing Qin Yao to stamp her feet. This guy brought up this embarrassing thing again. Qin Yao is slightly older than Qin Wentian. She is nearly 17 this year. She is tall and graceful. Qin Wentian asked her to act like she did when she was little, which naturally made her feel a little embarrassed. However, she still moved her feet, put her hands on Qin Wentian's shoulders, and looked to the left. Let's go. Qin Wentian held Qin Yao's thighs with both hands and let Qin Yao lie on him. Feeling a soft mass pressing on his back, he couldn't help but smile and said, Sister Qin Yao has really grown up. Qin Yao gritted her teeth in hatred, grabbed Qin Wentian's ears with both hands, but looked around, as if she was afraid of being seen. Although they are siblings, they are not biological children after all. Qin Yao still can't be as natural as when they were little. It seems that I worried about you for nothing. Qin Yao muttered. This guy doesn't look like someone who has been hit. The two chatted and laughed as they came to a courtyard. This was the residence of Qin Chuan's family. It was divided into 2 courtyards, the east and west. Qin Chuan and his wife and Qin Yao lived in the east courtyard, while Qin Wentian and Hebo lived in the west courtyard. At this moment, there was a woman in the courtyard. She looked less than 30 years old and had some similarities with Qin Yao. When she saw Qin Wentian carrying Qin Yaoan, she couldn't help but smile gently. Yaoer, you still like to stick to Wentian even though you are so old. Mother Qin knew that although Qin Yao was older than Qin Wentian, it was Qin Wentian who took care of Qin Yao most of the time, and he was more like Qin Yao's brother. Mother, no, this guy took advantage of me. Qin Yao got off Qin Wentian's back and complained to Qin's mother. What else have you not taken advantage of by Wentian? Qin's mother smiled warmly, which made Qin Wentian tremble and smile, as if he was a little embarrassed. Mother. Qin Yao stomped her feet speechlessly, which made Qin's mother laugh happily. Mother, I'm going to see Heibo first. Qin Wentian felt Qin Yao's malicious gaze and quickly ran away. He came to the west courtyard and saw an old figure cleaning the courtyard. This old figure was one-armed and one-legged, hunched over, as if he was in his twilight years. Heibo, let me do it. Qin Wentian walked forward, but the old man slowly turned around and looked at Qin Wentian, his expression condensed. Have you condensed the star soul? Qin Wentian did not feel strange that Heibo could see it, and nodded calmly. Which level? What kind of star soul? Heibo asked. Fifth heaven, Skyhammer star soul. Heibo's old body trembled slightly, but in just an instant he regained his composure, turned around, and walked towards the backyard without saying a word. Qin Wentian followed Heibo silently to the training ground in the backyard, only to see Heibo sitting on a stone pier, looking at Qin Wentian. For so many years, I let you break your meridians and endure inhuman pain, but I didn't allow you to absorb the vitality of heaven and earth, nor did I allow you to communicate with the martial stars. Do you blame me? Didn't Heibo tell me that if I absorbed the vitality of heaven and earth, how could I have the induction affinity for the power of the stars today? If it weren't for the meditation practice for so many years, how could I communicate with the martial stars of the fifth heaven? Qin Wentian smiled and responded, only by accumulating a lot can you release a little. Breaking your own meridians is a blessing in disguise. People in the world are greedy for the moment, absorbing the vitality of heaven and earth, practicing while wanting to become martial life cultivators, but they don't know that their innate talents have been covered with dust. Years of meditation have brought you today's results. From now on, I will no longer care about your practice, but you must always remember one thing, never absorb the vitality of heaven and earth. Only the purest martial life cultivators can continuously open up stargates and condense star souls. Qin Wentian nodded and said, Wentian remembers. Heibo told him that people in the world are greedy, and most of them absorb the vitality of heaven and earth and the power of stars at the same time to improve their practice speed, but this will make people's talents covered with dust. This world belongs to the world of martial life cultivators. Chapter 9, Dragon Fist. Heibo looked at Qin Wentian and said to him, Release your star soul and let me see it. Qin Wentian nodded, his mind moved slightly, and the stargate opened. In an instant, the shadow of a skyhammer appeared above his head, shining brightly. Moreover, at the edge of this gorgeous star soul, there was a red-gold halo, which seemed to symbolize the nobility of the star soul. The 9 heavens galaxy communicates with the star souls condensed from the first 3 heavens, with a light golden halo. The higher the martial star, the more terrifying the energy it contains, and the color will be different. The halo becomes brighter and brighter. When it reaches the middle 3 heavens, the color transforms and turns into red gold. Therefore, as soon as you release the star soul, others will know that you are communicating with at least the star soul of the 4th heaven. However, generally speaking, only the terrifying strong men in the Xiangang realm can open up 4 stargates and communicate with the star souls from the 4th heaven. You directly stepped into the 5th heaven when you were young. This kind of talent will bring you many benefits. However, it will also bring bad luck. Do you understand? Heibo said slowly to Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian nodded. He naturally understood this. Bai Qiuxu's first martial star was on the 3rd heaven, and she was already famous in the state of Chu. If the news of his communication with the martial star of the 5th heaven spread, many people would want to take him in. However, I'm afraid someone would want his life. The cultivation of martial arts is divided into the realm of body refining, the realm of chakra, and the realm of Yuanfu. Only when you enter the realm of Xiangang, you will be called a Xiangang Venerable. The terrifying existence of the Xiangang realm transcends the Yuanfu and penetrates the heaven and earth. It is said that among the millions of people in the entire Great Chu state, few have heard of a Xiangang realm expert. If one appears, one person can be the law of the whole country. The acupuncture method I taught you has a method that can suppress the color of your star soul. Do you remember it? Heibo asked again. Remember. Qin Wentian nodded. Okay, your first star soul comes from the 5th heaven, which is the Xianchu star. It will give you extremely strong attack and defense. Although I will not ask about your future practice, you still have to be cautious when condensing the 2nd star soul. If you can restrict the actions of others to assist your attack, It will be good. You can refer to it. I understand. Qin Wentian still responded respectfully. Go. Heibo closed his eyes. Qin Wentian stepped back and came to the edge of the training ground. There was a bookshelf with many books on it. These were all Heibo's hard work. Qin Wentian started reading them when he was a child and has read them many times now. The most of them are acupuncture methods. Qin Wentian guessed that Heibo's star soul might be related to acupuncture methods. These acupuncture methods cover a wide range of areas, including treatment methods, pulse smoothing methods, methods to stimulate potential, etc. Now that he has become a martial life cultivator, he can introduce the power of the stars into the acupuncture methods and will be able to use more power. Qin Wentian took out a book and reviewed it. Then he sat cross-legged and began to pierce the acupuncture points of his head with silver needles. After a while, he sensed that the color of the star soul power inside his stargate gradually faded a little. This only changed the color, but would not affect the power of the star soul. Qin Wentian didn't know that the acupuncture method he practiced was an extremely rare secret method that could not be found in the entire Chu state. After a long time, Qin Wentian took out the silver needle, opened his eyes, and whispered, "Now, unless I deliberately use the power of the stars to stimulate these sealed acupuncture points, the star soul will show its original color." Then, Qin Wentian took out a meteorite again and sensed the star power in it. It was very surging. It should be a meteorite from the second heaven. The meteorite is extremely precious. It is a meteorite that fell from the Wooming star in the Nine Heavens galaxy. The energy of the Wooming star in the sky is so surging and terrifying. The Wooming cultivator communicates with his mind and slowly absorbs the power from it. It is just a drop in the bucket. Therefore, even a small piece of meteorite contains terrible energy. Moreover, this meteorite can be used to increase the probability of communicating with the Wooming star. For example, Qin Wentian uses the meteorite in his hand to meditate and sense. He will be more likely to sense the mother Wooming star of this meteorite, communicate with it, and condense the star soul. Therefore, many people use meteorites to step into the path of Wooming cultivators. Therefore, it can be seen that the star meteorite is so precious that ordinary people cannot get one unless they are from a famous family. The huge energy contained in this star meteorite, coupled with the tyranny of the Skyhammer star, should help me break through quickly. Qin Wentian said secretly, and took out the secret book of the dragon subduing fist to look through it. He couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. This dragon subduing fist is a magical power. The realm of body refining is the foundation of martial arts. It is the realm of reaching the perfection of the physical body. In this realm, it is impossible to practice magical powers. Only the foundation and moves of magical powers can be practiced. Only when you reach the realm of the wheel meridian can you practice powerful magical powers. This dragon subduing fist is a powerful magical power. It contains the moves chapter, which includes the moves chapter, and the magical power chapter, which allows martial artists to practice from moves to magical powers. The dragon subduing fist is based on fierceness and tyranny. Its momentum is like a dragon. There are 3 moves, namely, Angry Dragon Out of the Sea, Dragon Soaring in the Wild, and Nine Heavens Dragon Roar. During the day, I practice the dragon subduing fist, and at night, I use the meteorite to comprehend the stars and improve my realm. I hope to become stronger in 2 days and save face for the Qin family. Qin Wentian thought to himself that the effect of practicing the power of the stars at night is better than that during the day. The first move of this dragon subduing fist is the Angry Dragon Out of the Sea. The move seems simple, but it must be unstoppable. The angry dragon rushes out of the sea, and the momentum is so domineering. Qin Wentian carefully read the key points of the moves in the secret book, and then tried to practice in the training field. He punched out one punch after another, imagining the power in his body as an angry dragon, hard and fierce, rushing out of the sea. No, my movements are clumsy, and there is no coordination of the body in the painting in the secret book. Qin Wentian reflected on himself during his practice and continued to improve. After a long time, Qin Wentian stopped and closed his eyes to think. In his mind, he seemed to see a dragon. Its shape was domineering and its momentum was mighty. Suddenly, Qin Wentian opened his eyes, and his brilliance shone. He stepped forward with his waist down, and he looked like a dragon. He roared, as if he had turned into an angry dragon. He punched forward, and with a loud bang, a stone pier in front of him exploded directly, and stones flew everywhere. Huh? Qin Wentian's long hair flew, and the young man was full of vigor. He glanced at his fist, and his handsome eyes were as bright as stars. The power of the move was so powerful. If he stepped into the realm of the Wheel Meridian in the future and used the magical power of the dragon subduing fist, how terrible it would be to subdue dragons and tigers. The angry dragon out of the sea was gradually cultivated, but Qin Wentian did not stop, and was still immersed in the practice. The feeling brought by this powerful force made him excited and his blood boiled. Until night fell, Qin Yao asked the maid to call him for dinner, but he sent her back directly. He just practiced in the closed backyard training ground. Overnight, with the help of meteorites and the method of thousands of hammers and tempers, he raised his strength to the peak of the 4th level of the body refining realm, and was about to break through the barrier. The huge star power contained in the meteorite was actually absorbed by him, which shows how terrible his sensitivity to star power is. During the day, Qin Wentian did not stop practicing the 1,000 hammers and 100 refining method until he broke through the realm constraints and entered the 5th level of the body refining realm. His body became more and more perfect. Within 7 days, he broke through the 5th level. If it were spread, it would be shocking. After breaking through the realm, Qin Wentian had no intention of resting at all. He directly started to practice the second move of the dragon subduing fist, dragon fighting in the wild. In 2 days, Qin Wentian forgot to eat and sleep and devoted himself to it. Another day, the stars above the sky gradually dissipated, and a touch of fish white appeared in the eastern sky. Qin Wentian opened his eyes and felt refreshed all over, but he seemed to be worried and stared at the sky in a daze. Today is Bai King Song's birthday, and it is also the day when all forces gather in Bai Mansion. Thinking of everything that happened in the past few days, Qin Wentian felt like he was in a dream. Bai King Song repaid kindness with enmity. Bai Kibuksu was ruthless, King Er was innocent, and his adoptive father was iron-blooded and loyal. Now, in the blink of an eye, he has become a martial arts cultivator and condensed a star soul. All of this should be resolved today. Chapter 10 Gathering at Bai Mansion. The red flames were in the sky, and the fire-colored light fell on the earth, covering the ancient capital of Xianyang City. There were many palaces in the city, and the magnificent buildings were more majestic under the refraction of the sun. The ancient bluestone streets extended to the same place, where there was a huge martial arts arena. Behind the martial arts arena, there was a magnificent stand. Behind it was a vast mansion, Xianyang City, the Bai family mansion. At this moment, Bai King Song, the current head of the Bai family, was sitting on the stands. Next to him was a 16-year-old girl with fair skin, long hair, and full breasts. She was a rare beauty. Congratulations to the head of the Bai family on his birthday. At this moment, under the red carpet stairs leading to the stands, people kept congratulating him. Bai King Song bowed to the people around him with a smile on his face. Head of the Bai family, your daughter is only 16 years old and has a bright future. Someone looked at the girl next to Bai King Song and said with a smile, "You're welcome." Bai King Song casually perfunctorily replied. More and more people gathered here, and it was very lively. Moreover, many people brought their young generation with them. Obviously, they were here for the college's enrollment. Boom. At this moment, on the bluestone street in the distance, the sound of iron hooves shook, and thousands of horses galloped. Even though they were far away, they still felt a strong vibration. The crowd's eyes involuntarily looked in that direction, and their pupils condensed in unison. Night Legion. The pupils of the crowd shrank. Silver helmets, silver armor, silver saddles, and pure white horses were riding away. When they roared towards this sight at the same time, the crowd seemed to see only a group of silver-white phantoms, and their hearts could not help but tremble fiercely. Xianyang City definitely doesn't have such a strong night core. Obviously, it came from the Imperial City. The crowd thought to themselves. In just a moment, this night core stopped in front of the martial arts arena. Everyone could only see the knight's dark eyes exposed outside. They were sharp and terrifying. One look was enough to make people's hearts tremble. Swish! An extremely uniform sound came out, and the knights got off their horses at the same time, except for the leader. He put his hands on the helmet and then slowly took it off, revealing a pair of sharp eyes. It was Leng Ying. He said to Bai King Song, "Chudu, Silver Feather Knights, congratulations to the head of the Bai King Song family." As soon as he finished speaking, someone came forward and presented a gift. Chu Capital, Silver Feather Knights. Everyone's pupils froze. Someone from Chudu. Bai King Song stood there with a smile on his face, looking at Leng Ying, and said with a smile, "Thank you, please take a seat." Leng Ying nodded slightly, then walked along the red carpet to the side of the stands and sat down. At this time, the shocking sound of iron hooves sounded again, making the hearts of the crowd tremble. Moreover, this time, it seemed that several bluestone streets sounded at the same time. Chudu, the Mo family came to congratulate the head of the Bai King Song family. Chudu, the Purple County Prince's mansion came to congratulate the head of the Bai King Song family on his birthday. The shocking voices came from far away and kept approaching this side. The Legion and the Golden Lion carriage appeared in the crowd's field of vision one after another. However, the most eye-catching thing was the figure slowly driving on the bluestone street in the middle. There were several carriages. Although there were only a few and the momentum was not huge, the pattern carved on the carriages was a tulip pattern, and the one pulling the carriage in front was a dragon horse with tentacles. The tulip badge means someone from the Yi family is coming. The faces of those with broad knowledge shuddered. The Yi family was in its heyday, and there were many geniuses in the family. The children of the Yi family had extremely high talents practicing martial arts in the Imperial City Academy Wufu. Some served in the army, and there were also women who were favored by the royal children and married into the royal family. It was a prosperous time, comparable to the Qin Mansion when Qin Wu was alive. It seems that the rumors that the Yi family intends to marry the Bai family are indeed true. Many people thought to themselves that these people coming from the imperial city must have a good relationship with the Yi family. An old man walked out of the tulip carriage in front, with a vigorous look and bright eyes. Bai King Song stood up and said very politely, "It is a great honor for Mr. Yi to come. Sir, please take a seat." "Yes." The old man of the Yi family nodded slightly and led the visitors forward. Although there were not many people, they were enough. He was a super strong man in the Yuanfu realm. "Kiksu, this is what you brought to me and the Bai family." Bai King Song clenched his hands tightly, holding back his surging emotions, and whispered to the girl beside him. He knew that the reason for the grand scene at this moment was only one reason: the person next to him, his daughter, Bai Kiksu. At this moment, in the distance, a line of figures came in parallel, causing the pupils of the crowd to shrink. The Chudu Wufu Academy had arrived. Many people who came today were here to recruit students for the Wufu Academy, which was held this time. Emperor Star Academy. There really is an Emperor Star Academy. As long as you step into the Emperor Star Academy, you will become a Yuanfu realm powerhouse. Yuanfu realm, in the entire Chu country, are big figures. Many people showed excitement, including some people from large families, who placed high hopes on the disciples of their clans. There is also the Royal Academy, which is an academy founded by the royal family and has the background of the Chu royal family. The Divine Wind Academy and the Seven-Star Martial Academy, the most famous martial academy in Chu, are all here. Everyone was excited. There were many martial academies in the Chu state, but the four major forces that came this time were the most powerful. Obviously, they all wanted to compete for Bai Kiksu. The other forces knew that they could not compete, so they simply did not come. The four major martial academies came to the front of the stands in the martial arts field and gathered in one position facing the crowd. At this moment, someone said calmly, "Today, those under the age of 16 who have the strength of 36 cows can participate in this assessment and have the opportunity to enter one of our four major martial academies. Now, those who meet the conditions and are willing can go on stage." As soon as he finished speaking, everyone was in an uproar, but many people sighed. Those under the age of 16 and the strength of 36 cows were only qualified to participate in the assessment. For martial artists, only those who have reached the 6th level of the body refining realm can have such a huge strength. Many people do not even have the qualification for the assessment. If there are special circumstances for gifted people, such as those who have communicated with the two heavens or higher martial stars to condense star souls, the conditions can be relaxed. Someone else added. Boom, boom. Suddenly, the earth trembled, from far to near, as if there was a galloping momentum. The crowd turned their eyes and looked behind them, and saw a group of cavalry galloping over, like a strong wind, and came to the front of the martial arts arena in an instant, causing the crowd to make way. The leader pulled the reins and looked directly at Bai King Song on the stands in front of him, with a sharp look. "Brother Qin Xuan is here, please sit up." Bai King Song was still sitting there, and said lightly, with a sneer on the corner of his mouth. Qin Xuan and others got off their horses, then stepped onto the martial arts arena, and sat down directly on a place on the stands. The crowd looked over there. Those sitting on the stands were all the famous families of Xianyang City. They all brought their outstanding young descendants over. Qin Yao is here too. She is gifted and entered the Imperial Academy more than a year ago. Now, 3 of the 4 beauties in Xianyang City are here. Bai Qingsong is interested in forming an alliance with the Yi family. It is rumored that 2 days ago, cavalrymen came to the Qin mansion in person and asked them to come today. I'm afraid that the Bai family will take Bai Qiuxia to enter the Emperor Star Academy today. If we cancel the marriage, the Qin mansion will be the only one to be embarrassed. Many people whispered, and Qin Zhuan's eyes swept to the crowd below, as if he was looking for something. Soon, his eyes fell on a figure. Wentian. Qin Zhuan's pupils shrank slightly. Qin Wentian really came. Qin Wentian had already arrived, blending in with the crowd. His eyes were calm, but in this calmness, there seemed to be a hint of determination. Okay, those who want to participate in this assessment, come up. Tang Lin said. He was one of the people who were assessed by the Royal Academy. In order to show the importance of the Royal Academy to Bai Qiuxia, not only Tang Lin came, but also several people beside him, one of whom was his senior brother. Below the martial arts arena, young people came on stage one after another, all of them had extraordinary temperament. At the same time, on the stands of the martial arts arena, some young people from major forces in Xianyang City also walked into the martial arts arena one after another. Ning Feng from the Ning family is only 15 years old. It is said that he has reached the 7th level of body refinement. He also awakened his star soul last year. He is an extraordinary person. Chen Yu is almost 16. Although he has not awakened his star soul to become a martial cultivator, he has the strength of the 8th level of body refinement and has the hope of entering the martial arts school of the academy. Lin Yu is less than 16 years old and is at the 7th level of body refinement. When he was 13 years old, he condensed his first star soul. He is one of the 4 beauties of Xianyang City. Most of the people's eyes fell on Lin Yu. Bai Qiuxia and Lin Yu were both the 4 beauties of Xianyang City, and they were of similar age. They were often compared, but now, Lin Yu was left behind. The cultivation of these people was naturally different from Qin Wentian. Even those who could condense star souls had already started practicing before condensing star souls. Bai Qiuxia was no exception. It was only later that Qin Wentian persuaded Bai Qiuxia to stop practicing and try not to swallow the heaven and earth essence and store it in her body. But Qin Wentian knew that Bai Qiuxia still hadn't stopped absorbing the energy of heaven and earth. Otherwise, with Bai Qiuxia's own talent and his help, she might have communicated with a martial star of the 3rd heaven earlier. At this moment, Bai Qiuxia stood up on the stands. In an instant, all the eyes that fell on Lin Yu were attracted to him. The genius of the Bai family, the first genius of Xianyang City, one of the 4 beauties, all the forces of the Chu state came for her. Unknowingly, this beautiful girl has too many halos on her, making people look up to her. Chapter 11 Assessment. Bai Qiuxia walked down step by step, her black hair dancing in the breeze, her beautiful face, every step she took seemed to be able to stir people's hearts. A peerless beauty. Many people secretly sighed in their hearts. Such a woman not only has an outstanding face, but also has unparalleled talent. I heard that before Bai Qiuxia condensed the star soul, she was already a genius of the 7th level of the body refining realm. Now she is even more glorious in Xianyang City. If I can marry her, I will die without regrets. Some people sighed and couldn't help but think of Yu Wook, who was rumored to be married to Bai Qiuxia. Perhaps only a person with such a dazzling status and talent as Yu Wook could be worthy of Bai Qiuxia. Qin Wentian of the Qin mansion was a little ignorant of the world and deserved to be humiliated. However, I don't know what the Qin mansion wanted to do by sending troops to the Bai family. Not long after, Bai Qiuxia strolled to the martial arts stage and stood casually, as if all the glory was gathered on her. At this moment, there were already more than 30 people on the martial arts stage. On the stands, the people from the 4 martial arts academies stared at Bai Qiuxia with sharp eyes. As for the others, they didn't care too much. After all, they came for Bai Qiuxia. Only Mo Shang's eyes flickered and he said, "Who else? Don't miss this rare opportunity." Almost. Tang Lin said lightly. He was determined to get Bai Qiuxia. But at this moment, a figure in the crowd walked towards the martial arts stage, walked up the steps, and walked onto the martial arts field. Seeing the slightly immature face of the young man, many people were stunned. Qin Wentian. Many people whispered. Qin Wentian, He was here, and walked onto the martial arts stage. Could it be that he didn't know the rules? Bai Qingsong obviously had not expected Qin Wentian to come here. He stared at Qin Wentian, then glanced at Qin Xuan, who was not far away. He thought to himself that the Qin mansion sent someone to rescue Qin Wentian late at night, and now that the Qin mansion and Qin Wentian had shown up, everything today would be easy to handle. Bai Qixu did not tell Bai Qingsong about her encounter with Qin Wentian at night. Mo Shuang's eyes lit up when he saw Qin Wentian, and his eyes narrowed into a slit, all full of smiles. Bai Qixu could give up when necessary, but Qin Wentian must be obtained today. Mo Shuang inadvertently glanced at Tang Lin beside him, and saw that the other party's face was full of contempt. Mo Shuang was immediately happy. He was thinking, when Qin Wentian shines later, how wonderful will Tang Lin's expression be? On the martial arts stage, Bai Qixu looked at Qin Wentian, her beautiful eyes flashed with a strange color, and she said, Qin Wentian, this is not the place for you to stand, go down. Qin Wentian looked at him, a sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth, but he did not reply. Seeing that Qin Wentian was just looking at her, Bai Qixu frowned, seeming very unhappy, and said, Qin Wentian, I know you are unwilling, but there is an insurmountable gap between you and me, and we are destined to have no way to be together. No matter how unwilling you are, don't make trouble. The martial arts arena is not the place for you to stay, leave. You really think highly of yourself. Qin Wentian responded coldly, and then stood aside, not looking at Bai Qixu again. At the age of 16, he was so scheming. He felt sad for his former self. He treated her sincerely and only regarded her as his relative and fiancée, while the other party was just using him all the time. Nephew Wentian. Bai Qingsong's voice came from the stands. Qin Wentian slowly turned his eyes and looked towards the stands. He saw Bai Qingsong smiling and saying, Nephew Wentian, my daughter Bai Qixu saw that you were unable to practice, so she has been teaching you diligently for several years, hoping to guide you on the path of practice. Although to no avail, she has done her best. I didn't expect that you would be such a beast. Bai Qixu teaches herself? Beast? Qin Wentian's expression froze. Seeing Bai Qingsong's frank image, he couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. Such a despicable person, whom he used to respect as a father. Although you and Qiuzu have a verbal engagement, after all, you have not yet married, but you want to do something shameful, and even plot against my little daughter Bai Qing. I am saddened by this, but considering our past relationship, I will not bother with you about everything. I hope that after today, you will not appear in front of me again. Bai Qingsong's voice was calm, but it made Qin Wentian see the true face of this person. This was not to bother with him, but it was extremely despicable. He wanted to cancel the engagement, but he used such a despicable method, just like when he currying favor with a Qin family. This person can disregard his face and use any means to achieve his goals. Hearing Bai Qingsong's frank words, I don't know how many people looked at Qin Wentian with contempt, and all kinds of ugly curses were heard. Quiet. Tang Lin shouted indifferently, and the surroundings suddenly became quiet again. Tang Lin stared at Qin Wentian and said coldly, it's fine if you can't practice, and you are such a villain. The Bai family master doesn't care about you, but it doesn't mean you can be so presumptuous here. Get out of here. Junior brother. Next to Tang Lin, a middle-aged man in gorgeous clothes looked at Tang Lin and said, Senior brother, this person was born with a blocked meridian and can't practice. He and Bai Qixu had an engagement. It's hard for Bai Qixu to endure such a person for 3 years. The middle-aged man heard this and immediately understood that Tang Lin was trying to win over Bai Qixu, so he let Tang Lin do it. Qin Wentian's expression also turned cold. This Royal Academy is famous in Chu State, but it is disappointing to do this for Bai Qixu. The 4 major academies are recruiting students. I came here on stage. It seems that I didn't do anything excessive. Senior is from the Royal Academy. Even if you value Bai Qixu, you shouldn't flatter me like this. You haven't even confirmed whether I am qualified to participate in this assessment, but you just humiliate and suppress me. If everyone from the Royal Academy is like this, it's really pathetic. How dare you? Tang Lin shouted angrily, I have personally confirmed it. Is there anything wrong? If the senior acts like this according to his own preferences, Qin Wentian has nothing to say. Qin Wentian stood straight and upright. Little brother, what you said makes sense, Tang Lin, don't you think you are losing your manners by being so arbitrary? Mo Shuang saw Qin Wentian and Tang Lin falling out, and he suddenly felt happier. Tang Lin looked at Mo Shuang coldly, then responded, "I didn't expect that Brother Moshong would deliberately protect this person. In this case, I will wait for a while. If I find that someone is not qualified during the assessment, don't blame me for being rude. Let's start the assessment. You can start." The four major forces spoke one after another, and soon, two vertical stone mirrors appeared on the battle stage. There were 9 dim halos from top to bottom of these vertical stone mirrors. They looked similar, but they were different. The stone mirror on the left had a faint heaven and earth elemental energy emanating from it, while the stone mirror on the right had a faint star elemental energy emanating from it. The first round of assessment will test your affinity for the Yuanli of heaven and earth and the Yuanli of stars. Let's start one by one. One person spoke. This kind of stone mirror is called the Yuan mirror and the star mirror. Some major forces have them to test the talents of disciples. People in the 9 heavens continent have 1 star talent for the affinity of the Yuanli of heaven and earth and the Yuanli of stars, which can stimulate the halo at the bottom of the stone mirror. As long as you have 1 star affinity for the Yuanli of heaven and earth, it is enough to absorb the Yuan Qi of heaven and earth to practice martial arts. However, if you want to become a martial life cultivator and communicate with the stars in the sky, you need to have a 3-star affinity for the star Yuanli and make the 3 halos light up. Therefore, people on the mainland can all practice martial arts, but it is difficult to become a martial life cultivator. As for the reason, many people speculate that people have lived in this world since birth, and the Yuanli of heaven and earth is everywhere, so it is naturally easier to practice and absorb, but the star Yuanli is different. It is above the 9 heavens galaxy. Of course, whether it is the affinity for the elemental force of heaven and earth or the elemental force of stars, it can be cultivated after birth. This is meditation and nourishing the spirit. The stronger the affinity is, the better the talent is. Many people on the mainland who have a strong affinity for the elemental force of stars actually condense the star soul later, because they hope to further improve this affinity through meditation and communicate with higher martial stars. At this moment, someone has walked to the stone mirror on the left and placed his palm in the special groove in it. Suddenly, the light lit up, and 3 halos lit up from bottom to top. Affinity for the elemental force of heaven and earth, 3-star talent. This person walked to the star-gazing mirror again and made the same action, but this time, only 2 halos lit up, causing the people on the stage from the 4 major martial arts academies to shake their heads and say no. You, go down. On the stands, a person who was selected by the 4 major martial arts academies said lightly, and the young man immediately showed disappointment and walked down the martial arts stage unwillingly. The first round of assessment failed. The second person, the affinity of heaven and earth elemental force, 4-star talent, the affinity of star elemental force, 2-star talent. This means that he has the potential to become a martial cultivator, but it is almost impossible to become a martial cultivator, and he was eliminated. Soon, 4 people were eliminated, making the whole space permeated with a tense atmosphere. The pass rate of the first round of assessment was so low, worthy of being the famous Wufu Academy in Shu. Chapter 12 The Gap. Let me try. At this moment, a young figure came forward. It was Ningfeng of the Ning family. Ningfeng, he should be able to pass. Everyone's eyes flickered. Ningfeng first came to the Guanyuan mirror on the left and put his palm on the groove. Suddenly, the 2 halos at the bottom lit up at the same time, followed by the 3rd, 4th, and soon, the 6th halo, the affinity of the heaven and earth Yuan force, 6-star talent. Then, he walked to the right star-gazing mirror and tested again. 4 halos lit up, 4-star talent, which made many people amazed. Ningfeng of the Ning family was one of the 4 people who had the most hope of entering the Wufu Academy today. On the stands, the people of the 4 major forces nodded, all passed, and could proceed to the next round of assessment. Ningfeng smiled triumphantly, as if he was a little arrogant, and walked to the other side of the crowd alone. Soon, the crowd came forward to test one after another. Some people were able to satisfy several of the 4 major Wufu academies, and some could only satisfy one of them, but as long as they were not all rejected, they would be eligible to participate in the next round of assessment. Chen Yu's affinity for the heaven and earth elemental force is actually 7 stars, higher than Ningfeng's. Although his affinity for the stars is only 3 stars, it has also made the 3 major forces except the Emperor Star Academy nod their heads. It seems that it is really difficult to enter the Emperor Star Academy. Only martial arts cultivators are accepted. The crowd whispered. It is too difficult to step into the Emperor Star Academy. It is the cradle of geniuses. Lin Yu is amazing. Not only is she one of the 4 beauties, but she is also so talented. Her affinity for the stars is actually 6 stars. She is worthy of being a beautiful genius who condensed the star soul at the age of 13. So what? Next, it's up to Bai Kok-su. Everyone looked at the last 2 people on the martial arts stage who had not been tested, Bai Kok-su and Qin Wentian, but Qin Wentian was directly ignored. Qin Wentian, you see clearly. Bai Kok-su turned her eyes and glanced at Qin Wentian indifferently. Then she raised her footsteps and came to the Guardian mirror on the left. She placed her slender jade hand in the groove. 3 halos shone directly. In an instant, 7 halos lit up, 7-star talent. If it weren't for meditation and improving my affinity with the power of the stars, I would not be what I am now. Bai Kok-su said indifferently. She didn't even look at Qin Wentian. Then she walked to the right and made the same move. In an instant, halos shone one by one, as dazzling as stars. So dazzling. The crowd felt a sting in their eyes. Soon, 8 halos shone there, swallowing and spitting out the light of the stars, causing many people on the stands to stand up directly because of excitement. Affinity of the power of heaven and earth, 7-star talent. Affinity of the power of stars, 8-star talent, evildoer. Quiet. The space at this moment seemed extremely quiet, and many people gasped. Bai Kok-su, the Royal Academy welcomes you to join. Tang Lin said with a smile. He had just extended an olive branch in the first round of assessment. 7-star Martial Academy welcomes you to join. Xingfeng Academy sincerely invites you to become one of its members. The person next to Mo Xiang also wanted to speak, but saw Mo Xiang whispered, "Wait." This made the man look stunned, glanced at Mo Xiang, and whispered, "What do you mean?" "No hurry." Mo Xiang smiled and did not reply. Bai Kok-su also walked to the other side, then turned around and looked at Qin Wentian. Her arrogant eyes revealed contempt, like a proud princess looking down on an ignorant suitor. Qin Wentian calmly came to the Guardian mirror on the left and placed his palm on the Guardian mirror. 5 halos shone, making many people look stunned. Qin Wentian actually had a 5-star talent. Then, Qin Wentian came to the right, and his palm was gently pressed on the stargazing mirror again. In an instant, a halo flashed and lit up, and 7 consecutive lights were shining, shocking people's hearts. 7-star talent. Everyone's pupils shrank, but at this moment, the 8th halo also lit up. The light of the stars swept across the martial arts stage, and everyone's pupils shrank. How could this be possible? Qin Wentian looked at Bai Kok-su and said calmly, 8-star talent, is it very strong? As soon as the voice fell, the last halo on the stargazing mirror shone. Buzz! The bright starlight seemed to fall from the sky, competing with the sun. The 9 halos on the stargazing mirror were all lit. Catcha! A crisp sound came out, and cracks appeared on the stone mirror. Suddenly, the starlight beam shot up into the sky. With a crisp sound, the stargazing mirror was directly shattered. Qin Wentian still stood there, with his palm in the air, looking at Bai Kok-su. 8-star talent, is it amazing? Huh? Mo Xiang took a deep breath. The stargazing mirror could not bear it. This was a super 9-star talent. His eyes were as bright as stars. What's going on? Beside Tang Lin, his senior brother Xingfeng's expression sank. He was less than 16 years old and had a super 9-star talent. If he became a martial arts cultivator, it would be a smooth road. When Tang Lin heard Xingfeng's question, his expression froze. He whispered, "Senior brother, this person was born with a broken meridian. He was a person who could not practice. He was driven out by the Bai family, and today the Bai family is going to cancel the engagement. Such a person, even if he has a super 9-star talent, is still useless. It's better not to have it." Xingfeng nodded secretly. "I think Xianyang City and the Bai family would not make a mistake. It's a pity that such a talent is wasted." Bai Kok-su also looked at Qin Wentian, her beautiful eyes flickering. No wonder he could teach her. His talent is really strong. But what's the use of this? Yi Wook is a real genius, one of the 10 beauties in the capital. Qin Wentian, you can't practice, so you can meditate and concentrate, but you didn't expect that you would have such affinity. For you, this is sad. Bai Kok-su said calmly, her face was calm again. Next, in the second round of assessment, I will let you see how big the gap between you and me is. Tang Lin just laughed and said, you passed the first round, but the second round of assessment is to measure strength. Qin Wentian, if you don't meet the assessment conditions, you are fooling my 4 major martial arts academies. I will let you know the consequences of deception. Drum the strength drum. As soon as he finished speaking, someone immediately lifted a huge drum onto the martial arts stage. The drum was upright, and the drum head was facing the person who passed the first round of assessment. The demon bull leather strength drum can measure strength. Qin Wentian looked at Tang Lin calmly. Super 9-star talent, he passed? Ridiculous. He glanced around. After the first round, only 9 people were left on the martial arts stage. In this round of assessment, most of them would probably be eliminated. 36 bull strength was the bottom line for the assessment, but not everyone with 36 bull strength would be accepted by the 4 major academies. 1 drum sound is equivalent to the strength of 10 bulls. Try your best to make the drum sound as many times as possible. Each person has 3 chances. A voice came, and a man walked in front of the power drum. He bent his body like a bow ready to be fired. Suddenly, he shouted, and rushed out. His fist carried a strong wind and blasted towards the power drum. Boom! The drum sound shook and resounded between heaven and earth. 1 sound was equivalent to the strength of 10 bulls. Boom, boom. The second and third sounds came out, and the lingering sound lingered. Then, the drum sound gradually subsided. It seemed that he had not reached the level of 4 sounds. The people from the 4 major academies shook their heads. This person's strength was not enough to make the drum sound 4 times, and he did not have the talent to become a martial arts cultivator, so he was eliminated. Let me try. Lin Yu stepped forward. Now she was suppressed by Bai Kibuksu and was very depressed. She moved her mind slightly, and suddenly there was a star rabbit in the sky above her head. It was his star soul. The rabbit star soul could make her body agile, flexible, fast and sensitive. When Lin Yu rushed out, she was like a whirlwind. With a bang, her straight punch hit the drum in an instant. Dong, dong, dong. 6 drums sounded continuously, and the sound of drums lasted for a long time, lingering in the air. Lin Yu, who had the strength of more than 60 cows, looked small, but could easily kill a beast. The first chance, he used all his strength. Welcome to join my 7-star martial academy. The man from the 7-star martial academy threw out an olive branch. Lin Yu's talent was really good and worth cultivating. Shenfeng Academy, welcome you to join. Shenfeng Academy spoke at the same time, making Lin Yu smile, but her eyes looked at the Royal Academy and the Emperor Star Academy, but these 2 academies never spoke. Lin Yu was a little disappointed, and then said, I will join Shenfeng Academy. In the next assessment, only Chen Yu and Ningfeng were invited to join the 7-star Martial Academy and Shenfeng Academy respectively. However, the Royal Academy and the Emperor Star Academy never wanted to throw out an olive branch to them. It seemed that they came only for Bai Kibuksu. Even with the talents of Lin Yu and the other 3, they could not move them. After that, only Bai Kibuksu and Qin Wentian were left. Qin Wentian, open your eyes and see clearly. Bai Kibuksu said to Qin Wentian calmly, and then she walked to the power drum and punched out with a simple punch. The drum sounded 5 times in a row, shaking the world. Bai Kibuksu is at the 7th level of the body refining realm. A random punch has the strength of 50 cows. This is the 7th level of the body refining realm. It's terrible. It is said that she spent a lot of time meditating and delayed her practice. Only then did she awaken the star soul of the 3rd heaven. Otherwise, her realm would be higher. For martial artists who cultivate the elemental power of heaven and earth, the corresponding strength of the 9th level of the body refining realm is the strength of 1 cow, the strength of 4 cows, the strength of 9 cows, the strength of 16 cows, the strength of 25 cows. The 7th level is the strength of 49 cows. For martial artists, the strength is stronger. The star soul has a great increase in strength. The star souls of different types and heights have different increases. Therefore, there is no standard definition of strength, but it must be much stronger than ordinary martial artists. Bai Kibuksu looked at Qin Wentian calmly. She retreated and her dazzling star soul blossomed. The golden crane star soul, the pale golden halo around the edge of the star soul actually showed signs of solidification, indicating that her star soul came from the 3rd heaven. Crane sings in the wild. Bai Kibuksu shouted coldly, and the whole person was like a demon crane pouncing on its food. In an instant, she struck out with a claw, like lightning and thunder, rumbling loudly, and the sky seemed to have a muffled thunder, shaking the eardrums of the crowd, as if they were going to be deafened. Boom, boom, Boom. In an instant, 5 drums sounded, but it was far from over. Boom. The drums shook the world, and it was already 6 times. On the stands, the crowd stood up and stood solemnly. Genius, absolutely genius. The lingering sound was accompanied by a boom. When the 7th drum sounded, the whole world seemed to be swept by a hurricane, sweeping the world. 7th sound, 70 cows super strength. This is the terrible increase brought by the star soul and skilled moves, and the cowhide power drum made of the demon cow's skin and flesh seemed to be shaky. Moreover, Bai Kibuksu had only reached the 7th level of body refinement because she had been cultivating the energy of heaven and earth. If she had reached this level by cultivating the energy of stars after condensing the star soul, her power would be even stronger with her star soul from the 3rd level. The crowd looked at the peerless beauty on the martial arts stage and could not help but be distracted. Qin Wentian beside her seemed so insignificant. Just as she said, in the 2nd round of assessment, she would let Qin Wentian see how big the gap between them was. Chapter 13, Showing Off His Brilliance. On the stands, everyone looked up at the void. The drums still echoed. It seemed as if there was a terrifying air current surging between heaven and earth. The power was too terrifying. Monster, no wonder Yu Wook of the Yi family gave up the opportunity to marry into the royal family and chose Bai Kibuksu. This woman is a phoenix among women. Her future achievements will not be much worse than Yi Wook's. Xing Feng of the Royal Academy thought to himself. This woman must be allowed to join the Royal Academy. Bai Kibuksu, if you enter the Royal Academy, I can immediately give you the Yuanfu level skills and 3 powerful magical arts. The moves and magical arts are all exquisite. How about it? Xing Feng said, officially throwing an olive branch to Bai Kibuksu. My Shenfeng Academy is the same. I am willing to provide the Yuanfu level skills and 3 powerful magical arts. I will also invite the veteran level masters of the Shenfeng Academy to teach you personally. Shenfeng Academy proposed more tempting conditions. The 7 Stars Martial Arts Academy can provide you with 3 Yuanfu level exercises to choose from, 3 powerful magical arts, and you have the special privilege of bringing 5 people from your family to the Martial Arts Academy to practice. The 7 Stars Martial Arts Academy is not only willing to train Bai Kibuksu, but also give her a special privilege to develop her family. The Emperor Star Academy welcomes you to join. The person next to Mo Shang couldn't help but speak, which made Bai Kibuksu's indifferent face finally smile. The 4 major academies and martial arts academies invited her at the same time. Looking at the figure standing up on the stands, Bai Kibuksu did not agree immediately, but turned around and looked at Qin Wentian, saying calmly, you should understand now, right? Understand what? Qin Wentian asked back. The so-called marriage is just a joke in the face of the absolute gap. From now on, live your ordinary life well. Bai Kibuksu said calmly, my life is destined to be 2 parallel lines with yours, and there will never be an intersection. As she said that, Bai Kibuksu turned around and walked towards the stands. Everyone looked at her, wanting to see who Bai Kibuksu would choose. Wait. At this moment, Qin Wentian uttered a faint voice. Bai Kibuksu turned around and looked at Qin Wentian. She saw a smile in his eyes, which made her stunned. Your assessment is over, but mine has not started yet. Qin Wentian said calmly, which made Bai Kibuksu's expression stagnate. He actually wanted to try it? Qin Wentian walked to the drum and took a deep breath. Now, his cultivation is the 5th level of physical training. Even if the Skyhammer Star gave him a great increase, his strength is still far behind Bai Kibuksu, but now, he can only try his best and fight desperately. The difference between the 2 realms is huge. Ordinary people in the 5th level of physical training only have the strength of 25 cows. However, Qin Wentian is the purest martial life cultivator. Moreover, he has communicated with a martial life star on the 5th level of the sky and condensed the domineering Skyhammer Star Soul. The surging star power and the increase of the star soul can make him exert more than twice the strength, reaching the strength of 50 cows. In addition, he has been practicing the dragon subduing fist these days, and has mastered the moves, which is enough to increase his strength and narrow the gap with Bai Kibuksu. Therefore, this time, he needs to do his best. Humph. Tang Lin snorted coldly. If Qin Wentian can't knock 3 times, he will definitely make Qin Wentian look bad. Mo Shang narrowed his eyes slightly, and smiled deeply. He seemed to smell the breath of a lion rising. And Qin Chuan on the stands, his expression fluctuated. Could it be that Wentian really broke through the restraints of the absolute meridian and embarked on the road of cultivation? Qin Wentian looked at the power drum in front of him. At this moment, he entered a state of emptiness and forgot everything. It seemed that he wanted to vent all the humiliation he had suffered in the past few days on the power drum in front of him. Suddenly, Qin Wentian moved, and his fist was like the wind, directly hitting the power drum. Dong, dong, dong. The three sounds of the power drum were normal, but it still froze many people's faces. Qin Wentian, who was born with an absolute meridian, knocked 3 times, which meant that Qin Wentian had the strength of 30 cows. Wentian. Qin Chuan's body trembled fiercely. To him, the 3 drum sounds were like heavenly music, shaking his soul. Beside Qin Chuan, Qin Yao clenched his fists tightly. Qin Wentian struck the drum 3 times. Tang Lin, Bai King Song, Bai Kibuksu and others were stunned and very surprised. However, after this surprise, their expressions returned to normal. What's the big deal about 3 strikes? It was only 30 bulls of strength. Maybe Qin Wentian practiced the power of heaven and earth. Qin Wentian's bones and muscles made a crackling sound. He seemed to be filled with infinite power. The star veins turned into vortex channels. The star power gathered crazily and flowed along the star vein channels to Qin Wentian's arms, making Qin Wentian's clenched fists make a crisp sound. Angry dragon out of the sea. At this time, Qin Wentian, like an angry dragon, broke out of the sea, gathered endless power on the fist light, and hit the power drum fiercely. Boom. The drum sounded so loud that the eardrums of the crowd were slightly painful. Dong, dong, dong. The drumbeats continued, reaching 4 times in an instant, and the momentum was still there. Qin Wentian was immersed in it, as if he was one with the force drum. The terrible reverberation force hit his body, and the drum beats shook his heart. His bones kept making crackling sounds, and his body was changing. His muscles and bones seemed to be cleansed, and he felt like he was reborn. This was a breakthrough. However, the sound of the bones was completely covered by the huge drum beats. With the 5th drum beat, the people on the stands were shocked. Qin Wentian, he beat 5 drum beats, and the aftermath was still there. Qin Wentian's eyes outlined a smile, without any disappointment. He didn't expect to break through the 5th level of the body refining realm at this time and step into the 6th level of the body refining realm. It seems that the power of the meteorite was not wasted. Good. Qin Chuan couldn't help but let out a surprised sound. 5 beats, the power of 50 cows, and it almost converged into the 6th beat. The sleeping genius finally woke up. There are 5 strikes. Bai King Song and the others looked frozen. They obviously did not expect Qin Wentian to strike 5 strikes. You actually kept it a secret from me that you have cultivated the heaven and earth yuanli to this point, but you don't let me absorb the heaven and earth yuanli. It's ridiculous. Bai Kibuksu stared at Qin Wentian. With a force of 15 Yu, Qin Wentian might have reached the 7th level of the body refining realm or even a stronger level. However, he did not condense the star soul, which meant that Qin Wentian had been cultivating the heaven and earth yuanli all along. She would never have thought that it only took Qin Wentian 7 days to cultivate to this level. She would never have thought that the purest martial life cultivator, whose body was forged by the star yuanli from the 5th level of the sky, would be so perfect and his power would be so increased. Pathetic. Qin Wentian looked at Bai Kibuksu and said lightly. Suddenly, the light of the stars shone brilliantly. Above Qin Wentian's head, the star soul condensed. It was a giant hammer, surrounded by a rich light golden halo. It was even brighter and more dazzling than her star soul. The star power contained in it seemed to be even more massive. Boom. Suddenly, the whole space shook. Star soul, my god, Qin Wentian, he not only sent out 50 cows of power, he also condensed the star soul. He was a martial life cultivator. You know, the talent Qin Wentian showed in the affinity of star elemental force just now with super 9 stars. This star soul is definitely condensed from the martial life star in the 3 heavens, and it is brighter than Bai Kibuksu's. The crowd trembled violently. The affinity talent of super 9 stars, the star soul of the 3 heavens, at this moment, the halo shrouding Qin Wentian seemed to overwhelm Bai Kibuksu. Good, good. Qin Chuan couldn't help but shout out, feeling that all the depressed air in his chest had been spit out. It was so cool. A martial life cultivator with super 9 star talent and a star soul in the 3rd heaven. Who said that my son Qin Wentian doesn't deserve Bai Kibuksu? Is she worthy of my son Qin Wentian? Qin Chuan said coldly, his eyes swept towards Bai King Song. At this time, Bai King Song's eyes were particularly wonderful, as if he couldn't believe what he saw. How could this be possible? The people from the martial arts schools of the 4 major colleges who had already sat down all stood up again, staring at the star soul above Qin Wentian's head. The light was so dazzling and so bright. Huh? The real demon has been born. Mo Shuang took a deep breath, his eyes burning. He was the first to know Qin Wentian. This sleeping dragon finally woke up. Emperor Star Academy, welcome to join us. Mo Shuang said with a smile, and was the first to send out an invitation. However, Qin Wentian seemed not to have heard it at this moment. He only looked at Bai Qiuxu, with a sneer on his lips, and said, I would like to ask the Bai family how I have plotted against you, Bai Qiuxu, and what qualifications do you, Bai Qiuxu, have to teach me. After the voice fell, Qin Wentian took a deep breath, and the star energy in his body turned into a terrifying vortex, all gathered in his arms, as if to burst his arms. His fist turned into a sky hammer, and it seemed to turn into a soaring dragon. The dragon soared in the wild, with a surging momentum and infinite power. The incarnation of the sky hammer and the dragon fell down and hit the power drum. This was his strongest attack, which was going to drain all his strength. Boom, 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 boom. The sky and the earth trembled, the drum shook the sky, and there were 5 consecutive sounds. The wind and clouds changed color, and there was no intention of stopping. Boom. The 6th drum sounded like a galloping horse, shaking people's hearts. Boom. The 7th drum sounded, and the people's bodies and hearts trembled at the same time. This drum sound tied Bai Qiuxu's record. What's more terrifying is that the lingering sound is still there, and the drum sound has not stopped. Boom. As the 8th drum sounded, the people's ears seemed to be deaf to the sound, and they only felt the strong wind blowing across their cheeks and hiding their faces, but their hearts seemed to be numb. This hurricane also blew on Bai Qiuxu's face. The 8th drum sound seemed to be a slap in her face, so shocking and so loud. Next, in the 2nd round of assessment, I will let you see how big the gap between you and me is. My life is destined to be 2 parallel lines with yours, and there will never be an intersection. Bai Qiuxu's words are still there, but at this moment, they are so pale. Roar. A roar was heard, so neatly, the Qin Mansion's army roared in unison, like a dragon's roar. This world, it seems that only Qin Wentian's aura is there. Bai Qiuxu's brilliance, accompanied by the sound of the 8th drum, was completely crushed. Talent, strength, she is not comparable to Qin Wentian. Mo Shuang's eyes became more scorching, he took a deep breath, a hint of determination flashed in his eyes, and he said, Emperor Star Academy has decided to take back what it said just now and refused to invite Bai Qiuxu. Qin Wentian, on behalf of Emperor Star Academy, I invite you again and welcome you to join. The person next to him glanced at Mo Shuang, his edge flashed, and then nodded secretly in his heart. Of the 2 geniuses, Qin Wentian was obviously more dazzling. Now, he abandoned Bai Qiuxu and chose Qin Wentian. Emperor Star Academy, because of Qin Wentian, reject Bai Qiuxu. This voice made the hearts of the crowd tremble again, shocking their hearts. Everything that happened today was so dramatic and wonderful. P.S. Today is Monday, and there is no trace of the ancient God-King on the list. We really need your support. Rewards, recommendations, and collections are all very important. Whether you read genuine or pirated copies, or read books on Tigba, you can come to Jiutian and Chuangxi to cast a few free recommendation votes. Wuhan will be very grateful. Chapter 14 Choice. Qin Wentian stood there, looking at Bai Qiuxu, with a hint of sharpness in his eyes, the sharpness of a young man. If he had not broken through to the 6th level of physical training, Qin Wentian would have found it difficult to do the 8 drum beats. The ordinary 6th level of physical training has the strength of 36 cows. Qin Wentian has the domineering Skyhammer Star Soul, plus the violent gathering of star energy. He can punch out twice the power of the ordinary 6th level of physical training, plus the increase of the Dragon Fist. Only then can the power reach the terrifying strength of 80 cows. The power of one punch is equivalent to the impact of 80 cows. How terrifying. Qin Wentian just looked at Bai Qiuxu without saying a word. The Skyhammer Star Soul floating above his head was more convincing than any words, and the 8 drum beats just now were more powerful than any words. Qin Wentian, told Bai Qiuxu with his actions, who is not worthy of whom? Bai Qiuxu was a little numb at this time. When the 8 drums sounded and the Skyhammer Star Soul bloomed, she couldn't believe it was true. Qin Wentian was more talented and more evil than her. Today, the major forces in the Imperial City and the martial arts schools of the 4 major colleges in Chu City gathered together. The Bai family wanted to take this opportunity to announce Bai Kixu's talent to the people of Xianyang City, and to tell everyone that she, Bai Kixu, was not worthy of Qin Wentian, and that Qin Wentian just wanted to climb up the dragon and attach himself to the phoenix. If Qin Wentian was still a useless person who could not practice today, then everything the Bai family hoped to see would come to fruition. Everyone would think that Qin Wentian was not even qualified to carry Bai Kixu's shoes, let alone become a husband and wife with Bai Kixu, which would be an insult to Bai Kixu. The Qin family and Qin Wentian wanted to climb up the Bai family's Bai Kixu, which was a foolish dream and unrealistic. Unfortunately, the facts were much more exciting than imagined. Now, who dared to say that Qin Wentian was not worthy of Bai Kixu? With Super 9-star talent, communicating with the stars in the 3 heavens, and 8 drum sounds, who could compete with him? Qin Wentian, you are really scheming by hiding your cultivation. Bai Qingsong stared at Qin Wentian with a cold expression. At this moment, things were irreversible and regret was useless. He could only hold on to the big tree of the Yi family. Even if Qin Wentian was gifted, so what? He believed that Bai Kixu would not lose much to Qin Wentian. Besides, the Yi family was such a huge force. Qin Wentian looked up and looked at Bai Qingsong, somewhat speechless. Bai Qingsong himself was so dark inside, but he imagined him as a scheming person. It was ridiculous. 7 days ago, I helped guide Bai Kixu to communicate with the stars in the 9th heaven, allowing Bai Kixu to communicate with the wombing star of the 3rd heaven and condense the star soul. Overnight, Bai Kixu became a genius that shocked the state of Chu. I am very happy that I could help her. However, I never dreamed that from that day on, your attitude towards me would completely change. You had me put under house arrest, but I was still thinking about communicating with the wombing star to condense the star soul to make you happy on your birthday, which is today. I never dreamed that Uncle Bai, who is so kind to me on weekdays, would bring people to kill me. And the purpose of killing me is just to please the Yi family. Because of the relationship between the Qin mansion and the Yi family, Uncle Bai, you want to show your attitude by killing me. Of course, it is also to pave the way for Bai Kixu to marry Yi Wook. I never dared to imagine that Uncle Bai, who I have been with for 3 years, would be so mean and dark. I condensed the star soul in advance, practiced day and night, escaped from the Bai family, and came here today. Bai Kixu said that I concealed my practice of heaven and earth only from you, and you also thought that I was scheming and practiced secretly. How ridiculous. Qin Wentian said slowly, presenting the truth of the facts in front of everyone. They looked at Qin Wentian and felt that the image of the young man seemed to be much taller and visibly, and the aura of the star soul seemed to be brighter. Compared with Qin Wentian, the brilliance of Bai Kixu became dimmer and dimmer. The Bai family is too mean. Wentian, how my Qin mansion treated the Bai family in the past 3 years is witnessed by the people of Xianyang City. However, with what they are doing now, do we still need to doubt their meanness? Even if you are open and honest, they will still use their dark hearts to guess you. On the stands, Qin Chuan took over Qin Wentian's words, and saw him slowly walk down the stands and come to the martial arts field, and continued, such a family, such despicable people, it's ridiculous that I, Qin Chuan, actually agreed to let my son marry them. This is my fault. Bai Kixu, what can she do to match my son Qin Wentian? As soon as the voice fell, Qin Chuan's body was seen to have a powerful momentum blooming. In an instant, violent yuanli circulated around his body, crisscrossing the void. Qin Chuan waved his palm, and the violent yuanli gathered into a big sword, slashing towards the martial arts field. The big sword swept and slashed on the martial arts field, making the crowd tremble violently. 3 years ago, I agreed to the Bai family to make this marriage, and it almost turned out to be a big mistake. Today, I, Qin Chuan, announced to Xianyang City that this marriage will be cancelled from now on. Bai Kixu, you are not allowed to step into my Qin mansion. The void was silent. Who would cancel the marriage today? The winner is the king and the loser is the bandit. Talent proves everything. The Qin mansion cancelled the marriage, openly and honestly. Who would have gossiped? If Qin Wentian still couldn't practice, with Bai Kixu's amazing talent, who would dare to question the Bai family's cancellation of the marriage? Bai Kixu's face seemed to be slightly distorted because of anger. Today, she should have brought the power of genius to let everyone know that Qin Wentian was not worthy of her. However, Qin Wentian's talent made everything go the opposite way. What a shame Qin Chuan's words were to her. And just now, Mo Shuang rejected Bai Kibuksu because of Qin Wentian. Today was the day when Bai Kibuksu shone brightly, but it was also the day when she suffered great shame and humiliation. It was all because there was someone, the one she wanted to humiliate, who surpassed her. Qin Wentian. Bai Kibuksu uttered a voice, staring at Qin Wentian with cold eyes, so cold. I will return the shame you gave me today double. Bai Kibuksu's voice was bone-chillingly cold, and her eyes were firm. She never thought that the most glorious day would become the most shameful day. The humiliation I gave you. Qin Wentian smiled and said, your Bai family treated me like this, and you still have the nerve to say such words. All the humiliation you suffered was just what you wanted to impose on me. Now, you have to bear it yourself. If it weren't for your Bai family's actions, everything that happened today should have made your Bai family more dazzling. Everyone was silent for a while. Qin Wentian's words were not wrong. The humiliation Bai Kibuksu suffered was what the Bai family wanted to do to Qin Wentian. It was only because of Qin Wentian's brilliance that the Bai family suffered the consequences. Qin Wentian still stared at Bai Kibuksu, closed his eyes, and said, from now on, there will be no friendship between you and me, and the Bai family. If you humiliate and anger me again, I will definitely return it double. Get out. Qin Wentian shouted angrily, and the sound waves rolled and hit Bai Kibuksu's face fiercely, making Bai Kibuksu feel hot. The word get out was like a slap in the face, more powerful than the word get out she had just spit out to Qin Wentian. Staring at Qin Wentian, Bai Kibuksu was silent for a moment, then said, I, Bai Kibuksu, agree to the conditions of the Royal Academy and am willing to join the Royal Academy of Chu. Xingfeng was not as excited as he had imagined when he heard Bai Kibuksu's words. He only glanced at Tang Lin beside him coldly, which made Tang Lin look ugly. They got Bai Kibuksu as they wished, and they should be excited. After all, they came for Bai Kibuksu. However, because they witnessed a more evil existence with their own eyes, and it was hostile to Bai Kibuksu, this excitement was weakened to the minimum. Tang Lin, you did a good thing. Xingfeng whispered, which made Tang Lin's heart tremble. Xingfeng knew that Tang Lin must have offended Qin Wentian. If he competed with the Emperor Star Academy for people at this moment, there was no hope at all. He could only choose Bai Kibuksu as a second choice, otherwise he would not get a genius. Bai Kibuksu saw that Xingfeng and Tang Lin did not show a welcome, but whispered there, and couldn't help but feel more ashamed and angry. Bai Kibuksu, welcome to join us. In the spring of next year, the Royal Academy will officially accept disciples from all directions. You can just bring this to sign up. Xingfeng's hand trembled, and a golden token flew towards Bai Kibuksu. Bai Kibuksu grabbed it and saw the word royal engraved on it, with dragons and phoenixes dancing, extremely domineering. Qin Wentian, the road ahead is still long. Bai Kibuksu held the Royal Academy's order tightly, thinking to herself that she must wash away today's shame. Qin Wentian, my Divine Wind Academy promises you twice the conditions of Bai Kibuksu. My 7-star Martial Arts Academy, the same goes. At this time, only the people from the Divine Wind Academy and the 7-star Martial Arts Academy spoke up. They valued Qin Wentian twice as much as Bai Kibuksu. Today, Qin Wentian's name will surely spread throughout Xianyang City. Qin Wentian, my Emperor Star Academy never makes any promises. The 4 words Emperor Star Academy are the best promise. Mo Shuang said calmly. This is his confidence. The 4 words Emperor Star Academy represent everything. When the crowd heard Mo Shuang's solemn words, they couldn't help but feel a chill in their hearts. Emperor Star Academy is extraordinary. However, Qin Wentian's eyes turned to the Divine Wind Academy and the 7-star Martial Arts Academy, which made Mo Shuang's expression tense and depressed. His words were so beautiful. It should work every time to deal with a young man like Qin Wentian. No, how can we let the genius slip away? Mo Shuang sighed in his heart, and then said solemnly, of course, if you have any requirements, just tell me. What I can provide will definitely not be worse than other martial arts academies. Oh. The crowd was stunned when they heard this, and even Qin Wentian was stunned for a moment, and then laughed. This Mo Shuang was really interesting, but Qin Wentian still bowed in the direction of Xianfeng Academy and Kaixing Martial Academy. Qin Wentian, if you have any conditions, just tell me, I will agree to them. Mo Shuang's disguised look completely collapsed, and he looked at Qin Wentian pitifully. Even if he lost some face, he couldn't let him run away. Seeing Mo Shuang's expression, the crowd was ashamed. Is this still the Mo Shuang who solemnly said that Kaixing Academy was the best promise? What a pitfall. Qin Wentian thanks Shenfeng Academy and Kaixing Martial Academy for their kindness. Qin Wentian's words made Mo Shuang's heart rise to his throat. It's just that I'm not destined to be with you, so I'm still willing to choose Emperor Star Academy. Qin Wentian said again, then raised his head with a smile on his face. Both the Divine Wind Academy and the Seven Stars Martial Arts Academy felt very disappointed, but they all understood Qin Wentian's choice, thinking to themselves, this person is not only extremely talented, but also humble and upright. He is definitely not comparable to Bai Kixu. He will become a great man in the future. Well, I hope you can become a powerful man of the generation. People from both the major forces wished Qin Wentian well. Thank you. Qin Wentian thanked him, then looked at Mo Shuang, only to see Mo Shuang roll his eyes at him and cursed in a low voice, "Stinky boy, I'll have you in trouble when we get to the academy." Haha, I hope Brother Mo can give this kid some advice. Qin Chuan knew that Mo Shuang had no ill intentions, so he laughed, and Mo Shuang also laughed. Today was so refreshing. Although there were some minor setbacks just now, it seemed quite interesting. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 15 Edict. On Bai Qingsong's birthday, people from the Chu capital Imperial City and the 4 major academies and martial arts schools gathered here. However, in the end, the most dazzling person was not the Bai family or Bai Kixu, but Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian was admitted to the Emperor Star Academy, and Bai Kixu would enter the Imperial Academy. However, this was not a happy ending for everyone, because, except for Mo Shuang and the people from the Qin Mansion, this ending was against the wishes of a certain powerful person on the stands, the Imperial City, the Tulip family. The old man of the Yi family was very unhappy at this moment. If he was unhappy, those people from the Imperial City would naturally be unhappy too. After all, they came to celebrate Bai Qingsong's birthday for the sake of the Yi family, because today, after Bai Kixu broke off relations with the Qin Mansion with the power of a genius, it would be the time for the Yi and Bai families to get married. However, the direction of things at this moment was in the opposite direction. At this time, the old man of the Yi family looked at the excited Qin Chuan and others in the martial arts arena, with a hint of coldness in his eyes. Then he glanced at Bai Qingsong beside him and said, "Are you shaken?" Bai Qingsong's face trembled, looking at the old man of the Yi family. Qin Wentian brought such power. Although he hated Qin Wentian, his heart was indeed a little shaken. If it hadn't happened a few days ago, perhaps it was really as Qin Wentian said. The talent that Qin Wentian showed today would make his Bai family more dazzling, and Qin Wentian and Bai Kixu's marriage would also be a good story. Father. At this time, Bai Kixu also came here, looking at her father. Her eyes were slightly lonely. The Yi family will temporarily postpone the announcement of Wook and Bai Kixu's affairs. The old man of the Yi family looked straight ahead and said in a low voice, which froze Bai Qingsong and Bai Kixu's expressions. Qin Chuan's words today made Bai Kixu lose face. If the Yi family took over the marriage contract at this moment, it would undoubtedly be criticized. People would say that the Yi family took over the people abandoned by the Qin family. But Bai Qingsong looked ugly. They were now completely at odds with the Qin family. If they lost the big tree of the Yi family, it would be difficult to gain a foothold in Xianyang City. What's more, Qin Wentian had just humiliated Bai Kixu deeply. Now that the Yi family did this, coupled with the performance of the martial arts schools of the major colleges just now, it was undoubtedly a double blow to Bai Kixu. No buts, I will arrange everything properly, and the Qin family will become history. The old man of the Yi family said in a light voice, with the cold light flashing in his eyes, which made Bai Qingsong and his daughter sigh in their hearts. The Yi family was not so easy to serve, and it was absolutely impossible for them to be treated like the Qin family. Kixu, you must work hard on your cultivation. Bai Qingsong said secretly in his heart. Bai Kixu seemed to understand the look in her father's eyes. She clenched her fists. Today the Yi family postponed the announcement of the engagement. In the future, she would make the Yi family regret today's behavior, and she would definitely make the Qin family and Qin Wentian regret it. Turning their eyes, Bai Kixu and others looked at the martial arts arena again. The old man of the Yi family saw the smug look of the Qin family in others, and couldn't help but said coldly, showing some talent, "You are so proud." No wonder the Qin family has been declining generation after generation since Qin Wu, so that it still doesn't repent to the current situation. It's sad. Qin Chuan's expression suddenly condensed, and his sharp eyes looked at the stands. The decline of the Qin family was well known to all the powerful people in Chudu. His Majesty wanted to let the Qin family go down, so how could they not go down, and the Yi family rose at this time. His Majesty deliberately supported the Yi family, suppressed the Qin family, and stepped on the Qin family to rise step by step, but on the surface, His Majesty did not show up. The star affinity exceeds the 9-star talent, and the first star soul comes from the stars that communicate with the third heaven. Yi Wook of the Yi family is just like this. At this moment, you say such words, isn't it a joke? Qin Chuan stared at the old man on the stands and responded indifferently. Ridiculous. The old man of the Yi family still had such calm eyes, without any ripples, and said casually, when Yi Wook was 15 years old, he had already opened the second star gate and condensed the second star soul, and the second star soul came from the martial star of the third heaven. When he was 15 years old, Qin Wentian was probably still meditating hard to enhance the affinity of the star's Yuan force in order to communicate with the martial star of the third heaven. How can he compare with Yi Wook? The calm voice of the old man of the Yi family revealed a hint of undoubted meaning, which made the crowd shudder. Meditation can enhance the affinity of the stars, so many people postpone the time of communicating and condensing the star soul in order to communicate with higher-level martial stars. Bai Kibuksu and Qin Wentian are probably the same. They seem to be indeed not as good as Yi Wook. Yi Wook of the Yi family is too dazzling and unattainable. Many people secretly said in their hearts that he was a monster who was expected to enter the Yuanfu realm before the age of 20. Qin Chuan really couldn't refute what the other party said. After all, Qin Wentian's practice has just started. No one knew that Qin Wentian's first star soul came from the Wu Ming star on the fifth heaven, and that it had only been a few days since he condensed his star soul and reached his current level of cultivation. But, at this moment, the old man of the Yi family continued to speak, looking at Qin Wentian, and said, Qin Wentian has extraordinary talent, and he has awakened his star soul, so he is worth cultivating. I think the most suitable place for him is not the Emperor Star Academy, but the Divine General Martial Mansion of Chu. No. Qin Chuan flatly refused after hearing this, saying, Qin Wentian chooses which academy to join, and it is not the turn of the Yi family to make decisions. Some people with broad horizons had their pupils contracted. The Divine General Martial Mansion, a martial arts mansion that specializes in training military elites for the Chu state, is a powerful weapon for the Chu state. Many generals of all sizes in the army have come out of the Divine General Martial Mansion. It is a pure military martial arts mansion that is not open to the public. Only young people with outstanding talents among the military can enter. At that time, Qin Wu dominated the Chu state and intimidated the princes. In addition to his overwhelming military power, another important reason was that Qin Wu was the controller of the Divine General Martial Mansion. The Divine General Martial Mansion was also the first target of reshuffle when the current emperor took action against the Qin Mansion. Now the Divine General Martial Mansion has been firmly controlled by His Majesty. How could Qin Wentian enter it? Humph, the ancestor of the Qin family, Qin Wu, was loyal to the emperor and the country, and promoted the Divine General Martial Mansion. Now the descendants of the Qin family have forgotten their ancestors and are unwilling to join the army and step into the Divine General Martial Mansion. It is simply a disgrace to their ancestors. The old man of the Yi family snorted coldly, and Mo Shuang was also very unhappy at this time. He didn't expect that the Yi family would have such a shady trick. Qin Wentian has agreed to enter my Emperor Star Academy, but Yi Mo, you are asking him to join the Divine General Martial Mansion now. What do you mean? Mo Shuang's voice was a bit cold. Qin Wentian has not officially entered the Imperial Star Academy, so he is still a free man and is not considered a member of the Imperial Star Academy. Yi Mo looked directly at Mo Shuang and said calmly, therefore, it has not been determined where he will go. Besides, it is not my intention to let him go to the Divine General Wu Mansion. As he said this, Yi Mo's mouth curled up a sneer, and he glanced at Lang Ying beside him. Lang Ying understood what he meant, stood up, and then walked forward a few steps, took out a page of Imperial Edict from his arms, sneered at Qin Chuan, and said, this is the Imperial Edict of His Majesty. Do you want me to read it or do you personally review it? Qin Chuan's expression was condensed. Did the current emperor finally stand up and deal a fatal blow to his Qin mansion? It turned out that Yumo, Leng Ying and others came to Xianyang City in person this time, not for Bai Kilxu, but for his Qin Mansion. Qin Wentian's talent was just embarrassing for the Yi family, but it would not hinder his purpose of this trip. You read it. Qin Chuan felt cold in his heart. Leng Ying smiled coldly and said, Your Majesty's edict. In the past, Qin Wu had outstanding achievements, was feared by all, and had great military exploits. The late emperor remembered Qin Wu's merits and posthumously conferred the title of King Wu on Qin Wu, but it was still not enough to commend his contribution to the country. Now the Qin Mansion is gradually declining, and I feel deeply ashamed of King Wu. Today, I decree that all those with outstanding talents in the Qin Mansion will be directly accepted by Leng Ying to practice in the godly General Wu Mansion. For any outstanding private army of the Qin Mansion, Leng Ying can also take them to the Silver Feather Knights for training on his own, and the Yi family and Leng Ying will select and execute them together. The people around the Qin Mansion were so angry that they trembled slightly when they heard the contents of the edict. It was a great honor for Qin Wu's past merits, but it was clearly to cut off the firewood and take away the talented young people in his Qin Mansion. It also ordered Leng Ying to bring the Qin Mansion's private army into the Silver Feather Knights at will. In this way, his Qin Mansion would be completely hopeless. If the ancestors have spirits, they will also thank your Majesty for his kindness. Qin Chuan was very angry, but he calmed down instead and said something very ironic. The Chu state has a population of hundreds of millions, and there are countless family forces. The country is the most powerful force, but it will not interfere in the affairs of families within the Chu state at will. However, the Qin Mansion is different. The Qin Mansion is a general family and a member of the country. Therefore, the Chu Palace can directly issue an edict to the Qin Mansion. It is their duty to obey the edict. Qin Wentian, who is next to Qin Chuan, also felt a sense of sadness. This time, the Yi family and Leng Ying were obviously well prepared. They met Qin Wentian, who showed his talent by accident. How could the Yi family let him go? At first, His Majesty used the title of Martial King to banish the people of the Qin Mansion to Xianyang City. Now, he is preparing to deprive the Qin Mansion of hope with a similar granting. Qin Wentian thought to himself, if the Qin Mansion disobeys, it means they are not following His Majesty's edict, and the people brought by Leng Ying will come into play. What should the Qin Mansion choose? Continue to obey His Majesty's edict, or rebel? Chapter 16, The Mind of a Young Man. The reactions of the people in the Qin Mansion were clearly seen by Yumo and Leng Ying. However, Yumo looked indifferent and said, "Your Majesty is so kind that he even gave grace to one person. Qin Yao, Qin Shuang, and Qin Zhi can all leave their original academy and practice in the God General Martial Mansion." What? Qin Shuang's face was pale, and Qin Yao's beautiful eyes were also unpredictable. Is this going to catch them all in one fell swoop? In the Qin Mansion, only Qin Yao, Qin Shuang, and Qin Zhi are practicing in Shudu. Xingfeng can testify to this. Yumo said indifferently, and everyone's eyes fell on Xingfeng of the Royal Academy. Even Tang Lin was looking at him, because he didn't know the news in advance. Indeed, His Majesty has asked someone to inform the Academy. Xingfeng said calmly. The people in the Qin Mansion were heartbroken. His Majesty was so cruel that he was going to give the Qin Mansion a fatal blow. It just so happens that everyone from the Qin Mansion has arrived today. I believe Qin Yao and the others are here too, plus Qin Wentian. I will take them all to the Divine General Martial Mansion. Since His Majesty has personally issued an edict, the Divine General Martial Mansion will definitely train them well. Leng Ying's eyes were still as sharp as a knife. This time he came to Xianyang City, it really had nothing to do with Bai Kilxu, it was purely for the Qin Mansion. Although His Majesty has been kind to our Qin Mansion has not been concerned about state affairs for many years, and has no intention of joining the army. I can only thank His Majesty for your kindness. Qin Chuan stared at Yumo on the stands, his voice heavy. You dare to disobey His Majesty's edict? Leng Ying pointed the spear in his hand at Qin Chuan, revealing a sharp spirit, and rushed straight to Qin Chuan. Leng Ying! Yumo shouted, and Leng Ying immediately put down his spear. Then Yumo stood with his hands behind his back and said calmly, Qin Chuan, His Majesty has given this task to Leng Ying and me. I will do my best to complete it. You have violated His Majesty's edict. His Majesty is generous and may not do anything to you, but it will be difficult for me to do it, so you'd better agree to it. What if I say no? Qin Chuan responded. Yimo suddenly became quiet after hearing this, just staring at him. After a moment, a strange smile appeared in his eyes, and he said, "You can try." "Qin's son." Qin Chuan shouted, and suddenly, the space was filled with a murderous atmosphere. The people of the Qin mansion left their seats one after another, and then stepped on their war horses. Their sharp eyes swept over Yimo on the stands, and shouted angrily, "Here!" The cold breath seemed to lower the temperature of the space. Many people couldn't help but shiver. Their eyes swept over those faces, and they had an idea. If it weren't for Yimo's disruption, even if Qin Wentian didn't show his talent today, if the Bai family dared to humiliate Qin Wentian, it would probably not be easy. "Go back to the mansion." Qin Chuan shouted coldly, without saying a word, and then pulled Qin Wentian to turn around and walk down the martial arts field, stepped on the war horse, and in an instant, the sound of horse hooves trembled, and the galloping horse galloped on the road. The Qin family has endured humiliation for too long. Now, His Majesty has repeatedly pressed them to send their sons to die. Even if the Qin family rebels, they will never obey. Yimo watched the Qin family leave and sneered, "Leng Ying, the people of the Qin family ignored His Majesty's edict. You led the Silver Feather Knights to surround the Qin family." "Okay." Leng Ying nodded. "In addition, hold the edict and notify the commander of Xianyang City to mobilize the Chu Dragon Guards to block Xianyang City and assist you in keeping an eye on the Qin family. No one from the Qin family is allowed to step out of Xianyang City." Yimo continued, making everyone around him feel awe-inspiring. There are more than 100 cities in the Chu state, all of which are garrisoned with the Chu Dragon Guards. This is the fundamental power of the Chu royal family to control the country. On weekdays, they do not ask about the affairs of each city. Only the royal edict can mobilize them. Obviously, the king of Chu sent Yimo to Xianyang City this time to make the Qin family unable to recover from this. Bai King Song, who was on the stands, saw Yimo's iron-blooded style of action, and felt a chill in his heart. The Yi family was indeed the most terrifying family power in Chu state today, and their iron-blooded tactics were much more ruthless than those of the Qin mansion. However, Bai King Song was relieved about this. At least his Bai family did not have to worry about the revenge of the Qin mansion. As for the marriage of Yu Wook and Bai Kixu, although he was bothered, he did not care too much. As long as the Qin mansion was destroyed, even without Yu Wook, with his daughter Bai Kixu's talent, she could become a phoenix among men without relying on men. The people from the martial arts schools of the 4 major colleges did not leave, each with their own thoughts. Xing Feng and Tang Lin had a hint of determination in their expressions. Some time ago, the prince found that the army was not united during the training, and finally led to Qin Hao's influence in the army that could not be ignored. This matter finally became the fuse, and His Majesty wanted to take action against the Qin mansion. Qin Wentian came from the Qin mansion, and I am afraid Yimo would not let him go, and the Royal Academy had Bai Kixu, which was enough. Mo Shuang looked indifferent. The relationship between Emperor Star Academy and the Chu royal family was very complicated. Now Yimo attacked the Qin mansion because Qin Wentian had not officially entered Emperor Star Academy. He had nothing to say. Of course, the most fundamental reason was that he was in Xianyang City. His power was not here, and he could not compete with Yimo and others. And when he went to Emperor Star Academy to transfer people, he didn't know if it would be too late. What happened outside the Bai family mansion in Xianyang City that day was shocking. Bai Kixu brought the power of the first genius in Xianyang City to make the 4 major colleges in Chu City come for her, and at the same time prepared to humiliate the Qin mansion with her powerful talent to cancel the marriage. However, no one expected that the young man who could not practice, Bai Kixu's fiancé Qin Wentian, would stand in the martial arts arena with a stronger attitude. The 4 major colleges and martial arts fought each other, and Emperor Star Academy rejected Bai Kixu for him. From then on, the title of the first genius in Xianyang City belonged to Qin Wentian, but now Yimo wanted to attack the Qin mansion. I don't know what the fate of Qin Wentian, the first genius, will be. Of course, this shocking news was only fermented in Xianyang City. The intervention of Chu Longwei blocked the news here and prevented it from being spread. Only those big forces from the imperial city quietly returned and prepared to bring the news back to Chu capital. As for the people in Qin Mansion, they have returned to Qin Mansion safely, but at this moment, Qin Mansion is filled with a repressive atmosphere. The important figures in Qin Mansion gathered together with frowns. Now the entire Qin Mansion has been surrounded by the Silver Feather Knights who follow them, and the Qin Mansion army is now confronting them. I didn't expect His Majesty to be so cruel. King Wu shed blood and sacrificed his life for the state of Chu, but in the end, we ended up like this. As long as our Qin Mansion is still there, I'm afraid His Majesty will not be able to let it go. It's a pity that our ancestors worked so hard for the Chu family. The Qin Mansion was filled with an atmosphere of anger. Qin Chuan had been silent. He knew more than others. Hearing that His Majesty's health was getting worse, for the safe handover of the state of Chu, he would not tolerate the existence of any forces that might affect his decision. The terrifying influence of his father Qin Hao in the army many years ago was considered a hidden danger. At this point, anger is useless. Fortunately, there is a genius in our Qin Mansion. Qin Chuan looked at Qin Wentian beside him, patted his shoulder, and said, "Wentian, you have really let out a lot of anger today. Stinky boy, no wonder you were so confident a few days ago. You had already condensed the star soul at that time, but you didn't tell me and secretly practiced for 2 days without eating or drinking." Qin Yao rolled her eyes at Qin Wentian, with a strange light in her beautiful eyes. Qin Wentian had a smile in his eyes, but his heart was a little heavy. For so many years, he had already regarded himself as a member of the Qin Mansion. The eyes of everyone in the Qin Mansion were all focused on Qin Wentian. The talent that Qin Wentian showed today was undoubtedly the biggest surprise of the Qin Mansion, but it also made many people feel a little embarrassed. Qin He, the second son of the Qin family, looked at Qin Wentian and said, "Wentian, I wanted to expel you from the Qin Mansion, but fortunately it didn't happen, otherwise I would be a sinner in the Qin Mansion. I'm sorry." As he said that, Qin He actually bowed slightly to Qin Wentian to show his sincerity. "And I, Qin Yi, Wentian, if you don't like me, let your elder brother punish me as you like. If I say no, I'm not worthy of being a son of the Qin family." Qin Yi's voice was rough, but it was full of masculinity. "Second uncle, third uncle, you are all considering the Qin Mansion. How can I blame you? After all, I was the one who consumed a lot of resources in the Qin Mansion before." Qin Wentian smiled and didn't mind at all. "You still said that, didn't you secretly give me the meteorite that your father gave you before?" Qin Yao couldn't help but defend Qin Wentian, which made Qin Chuan and others stunned. So, Qin Wentian didn't use the meteorite to practice. "Father, second uncle, third uncle, you don't know that Wentian has a unique insight into condensing star souls. He helped me condense star souls, and he also gave me the meteorites that father gave me for cultivation." Qin Yao told the truth, and more people's eyes fell on Qin Wentian, but Qin Wentian just smiled awkwardly. "I can't use it, so I gave it to my sister." Qin Wentian scratched his head. Qin Li and Qin Yi stared at Qin Wentian in a daze, sighing in their hearts that the young man in front of them had such a magnanimity, but it was ridiculous that they always wanted to expel the other party. The young man's mentality made them feel ashamed. Both of them swore in their hearts that from now on, they would do their best to protect the young man here. P.S. During the new book period, 2 chapters will be updated steadily every day. There are many friends who have rewarded and voted these days. Thank you all for supporting Wuhan on this new platform. I am very grateful. Chapter 17 Starman. Qin Chuan couldn't help but feel happy to see that the Qin Mansion was more cohesive in times of crisis. The men in the Qin Mansion were all strong-willed. Second and third brothers, follow me to see the old man. Wentian and Yaoer, go back first. At this time, Qin Chuan said to several people, and he took Qin He and the others to a side courtyard in the Qin Mansion. The late emperor was kind to our ancestor Qin Wu. Our ancestor Qin Wu and the old man have always remembered this kindness, so they served the Chu state. But now the royal family actually wants our Qin Mansion to disappear. I'm afraid the old man can't bear it anymore. Qin Yao whispered. Qin Wentian knew that it was serious and nodded slightly. Grandpa Qin knows what to do. And you, this guy, condensed the star soul and hid it from me. 8 drums of strength, the strength of 80 cows. What realm are you in now? Walking on the road, Qin Yao stared at Qin Wentian with beautiful eyes and asked curiously. If the increase in star soul and moves is not counted, ordinary martial artists can only have the strength of 81 cows, even if they are in the 9th level of body refining. Guess. Qin Wentian shrugged. It seemed a little unusual for a person in the 6th level of the body refining realm to possess such a huge strength. How could I guess? Qin Yao curled her lips, then looked at him and smiled. Are you feeling disappointed about the cancellation of your engagement with the beautiful Bai Kilxu? Why should I feel disappointed? I have a beautiful woman by my side. Qin Wentian looked at Qin Yao, his eyes scanning her from top to bottom. Qin Yao's 1.7-meter tall figure, soft curves and towering breasts were definitely a rare beauty, especially after her experience in Chudu. She had a more mature charm. You even dare to tease your sister. Qin Yao blushed slightly when she saw Qin Wentian's unscrupulous gaze, and then stretched out her hand and twisted Qin Wentian's waist fiercely, causing Qin Wentian to gasp. Sister, I was wrong. Qin Wentian smiled bitterly, and Qin Yao let him go. Then he put his hand into his arms and took out 2 meteorites, which made Qin Wentian's expression freeze. This is the meteorite you gave me. You knew you would need to use the Star Soul one day, so I left 2 for you. Qin Yao grabbed Qin Wentian's hand and handed the meteorite to Qin Wentian. Looking at the beautiful face in front of him, Qin Wentian felt warm in his heart. The importance of meteorites to martial cultivators is self-evident. They can quickly improve their cultivation. Qin Yao didn't use them, but preferred to practice slowly and left 2 extremely precious meteorites for him. Sister. Qin Wentian looked at Qin Yao, making Qin Yao look at him and smiled. What, are you going to pledge your love to me? Oh. Qin Wentian's eyes flashed, staring at the other party, making Qin Yao's beautiful face blush again. She turned around and said, practice well and show off your strength to everyone. Qin Yao trotted into the courtyard. The Yi family, the Bai family, the royal family. Qin Wentian murmured, and then returned to the training ground in the west courtyard, sitting cross-legged. Things happened so fast in the past few days that he didn't have time to carefully feel his own training status. Qin Wentian calmed down and was completely in a state of concentration. His consciousness felt the existence of the Stargate, where the Skyhammer Star Soul was guarding there, containing surging power. The Skyhammer Star Soul was condensed and born from my communication with the martial stars on the 5th heaven. Now I am not even enough to exert the power it contains. Even if one day I step into the Xiangang realm, it can still support me in training and fighting. Qin Wentian thought to himself that the higher the level of the Star Soul, the more terrifying the energy contained. Therefore, although Qin Wentian was only at the 6th level of the body refining realm, he could exert terrible power. This was the increase given to him by the Skyhammer Star. Moreover, the Skyhammer Star Soul should be able to give me casting talent, which I have not yet been able to tap. Qin Wentian thought, and his consciousness drifted towards the little star man again, with a little shock in his heart. This little star man contained memories and even gave him the method of hammering and tempering, which was extremely mysterious. Moreover, this little star man was made of a stone left to him by his dead father, whom he had never seen before. It was probably a very high-level meteorite. The stone should have been triggered by absorbing the power of the stars. Thinking of this, Qin Wentian's consciousness drifted towards the little star man, but at this moment the little star man was dim and seemed to be closed, and his consciousness could not communicate with it at all. Qin Wentian's mind moved, and suddenly the star veins turned into vortex, and the star power contained in the body flowed madly towards the little star man, like a river flowing into the sea, and it was out of control. In an instant, a ray of starlight directly sank into the body of the little star man and completely disappeared, as if it had disappeared. Sure enough, Qin Wentian's heart trembled, and he kept mobilizing the power of the stars to pour into it. The little star man seemed to be a bottomless pit, constantly devouring, but there was no reaction at all. Finally, Qin Wentian stopped and opened his eyes. A touch of shock flashed in his eyes. To trigger the little star man, he might need a very huge amount of star power, and the star power stored in his body was not enough. Qin Wentian's eyes showed a thoughtful look. This little star man could give him the method of thousands of hammers and hundreds of tempers, and it was the only relic left to him by his dead father. It might contain a big secret. He had a strong desire to explore it. With a ruthless heart, Qin Wentian placed a meteorite in his palm and closed his eyes again. The star power in his body flowed out from his limbs and bones, madly surging towards the little star man. At the same time, Qin Wentian's palm kept absorbing the star power in the meteorite and swallowed it into his body. He sat there for a long time. The little star man seemed to be a bottomless pit, absorbing the star power crazily, as if he could never be satisfied. Qin Wentian was depressed. If he absorbed the energy of the meteorite into his body, and then used it to temper his body and spread it to his limbs, he would have a chance to climb to the next realm faster. But now, the star power absorbed into his body did not have the opportunity to refine his body, but was given to the little star man. However, Qin Wentian was already in a dilemma at this moment, and he had to find out the truth. As time passed, the star power in his body was constantly consumed, making the star meteorite replenish very quickly. The star power contained in the meteorite in Qin Wentian's palm actually had a tendency to be consumed, and the little star finally had a little light. There is a reaction. Qin Wentian's heart trembled, and his consciousness drifted towards the little star man. He felt that the little star man seemed to be a consciousness, and his own consciousness was trapped in the endless consciousness contained in the little star man. Qin Wentian felt that his consciousness was very small, as if he was in the 9-day galaxy. Qin Wentian's consciousness wanted to communicate with the endless consciousness, but he couldn't catch anything. Those consciousness bodies seemed to be dusty. I still need star power. Qin Wentian continued to frantically mobilize the star power to rush into the little star man until the star power of the meteorite was exhausted. He picked up the second meteorite and continued. It had come to this point, and he must find out the truth. Finally, Qin Wentian could feel that the dusty consciousness seemed to gradually have a luster. I don't know how long it took, but suddenly the light of the stars shone brightly. Qin Wentian felt that a huge consciousness enveloped his consciousness. Suddenly, he felt a beam of light rushing directly into his consciousness, causing his consciousness to be greatly shaken, as if it was about to collapse. His mind was trembling, his head was stabbing, and his body seemed to fall down. Huh? Qin Wentian took a deep breath. The moment just now was very similar to his experience of accepting the 1,000 hammers and 100 refining method. The moment seemed like a long time. At this moment, he was sweating all over. Memory, another memory. Qin Wentian's heart was surging violently. At this moment, the star man was dim again, driving his consciousness out, but there were some more memories in his mind. The star man was like a memory treasure house composed of endless memory fragments. Every time it was activated, it could give him some extraordinary memories, and they were all what he needed. Last time it was the 1,000 hammers and 100 refining method. This time, it was some fragmented memories, which were also what he needed, memories about refining. Damn father, what kind of stone did you leave for me? Qin Wentian looked into the void. He seemed to see an outline, a soft face, his dead father, as if he was looking at him from the sky. After a moment of silence, Qin Wentian opened his palm, glanced at the second consumed meteorite, and whispered, "To activate the star man, a huge amount of star power is needed. Moreover, this star power can only maintain the output of a small part of the memory fragments. If I want to activate it again, I need to use the expensive meteorite again." After whispering, Qin Wentian continued to absorb the power from the meteorite, but this time it was not to activate the little star man, but to replenish the consumption of his limbs and bones. At the same time, Qin Wentian also began to organize the absorbed memories. Weapons are divided into ordinary weapons and magic weapons. Ordinary weapons have no power increase, while magic weapons can bring strength to warriors. Therefore, the weapons referred to by martial artists are all magic weapons. Magic weapons are divided into levels 1 to 10, and each level is divided into 3 grades, upper, middle and lower. Martial artists who can refine magic weapons are highly respected and are called foundry masters or weapon masters. People who have forged star souls are more likely to become foundry masters. Qin Wentian's Skyhammer Star Soul is a type of forged star soul. Heibo once listed many martial stars in the first 5 heavens for him, which shows how broad Heibo's knowledge is. According to this memory, besides mastering the main refining techniques, the most important thing for a weapon refiner is to be able to engrave divine patterns. The advantage of a person with the ability to cast star souls in weapon refining is that they can directly cast divine patterns in their bodies, and then directly use star souls to inject divine patterns into divine weapons. Qin Wentian slowly digested the memory he had obtained. This memory even involved formations. Divine patterns were actually a special formation, which were used exclusively for formation patterns in weapon refining and casting, and were extremely complex. In the memory, there were many basic divine patterns and mixed divine patterns, which needed to be slowly comprehended. The status of a weapon refiner in the mainland is extraordinary. I have the Star Soul. Even if I become the most basic first-level weapon refiner, I can refine divine weapons in exchange for meteorites. If I become a second-level weapon refiner, I will join the Galaxy Guild at that time, and my status will be even more extraordinary. Even in the Imperial City, the royal family or the Yi family will have to be cautious if they want to deal with me. Qin Wentian thought to himself that the Star Soul from the 5th heaven was his talent, so how could he not make good use of it? Since he was involved in this storm, he must make plans for himself and the future of the Qin Mansion, and become a weapon refiner while practicing to improve his strength. For 5 days, Qin Wentian was immersed in the comprehension of divine patterns during the day, and meditated and practiced 1,000 hammers and 100 refining methods at night. He didn't care about anything in the outside world. Now he couldn't change anything. Since Qin Hao told him not to care, he didn't care, but just focused on improving himself. At this moment, there were many iron sheets on the training ground where Qin Wentian was, with many complex patterns on them. They were all carved by him in the past few days while practicing and comprehending the divine patterns. Those divine patterns seemed to have life, floating on the iron sheets and interweaving into divine pattern pictures. Now, my accuracy is getting higher and higher. Qin Wentian stood there, and in the star veins in his body, the divine patterns shone like symbols. Those strange divine patterns were arranged and combined into an extremely sharp sword with strong penetrating power. In Qin Wentian's hand, there was a huge hammerhead, like a hammerhead of a star soul. Qin Wentian's footsteps trembled slightly, and suddenly the divine pattern sword in his body surged along the star veins, rushed towards his arm, and then flowed onto the sky hammer. At the same time, Qin Wentian raised his arm and then fell fiercely towards the iron sheet below. Clang! With a crisp sound, the sky hammer fell on the iron sheet. Suddenly, a sharp sword divine pattern shone with starlight on the iron sheet, emitting a sharp breath. The specific divine pattern trajectory could not be seen at all, which made Qin Wentian reveal a hint of joy. The most important divine pattern for refining weapons is not a problem. Refining weapons will be easy. You are indeed a natural refiner. Qin Wentian laughed softly. Although he was quite satisfied with his engraved divine pattern, Qin Wentian still did not know how terrifying his advantage was compared to other refiners. Chapter 18, Galaxy Guild. In the meeting hall of the Qin Mansion, all the people of the Qin Mansion gathered together, but their expressions were not so good. How is Xianyang City now? Qin Chuan looked around and asked. Master, it is the end of the year now, and many people who practiced outside have returned, but Xianyang City is still only allowed to enter but not leave. Although the old man's military guards have put a lot of pressure on them and checked the Silver Feather Knights and the Jiutian guards, the people of my Qin family who go out are often bullied. People in Xianyang City are saying that our Qin Mansion may not survive this crisis. Is there any news from the Imperial City? Is there any news from the Emperor Star Academy? Qin Chuan asked again. The Qin Mansion naturally has its own intelligence network in the Imperial City. In the Imperial City, the people below said with a flickering look, there are very few people in the Imperial City who know what happened in Xianyang City. The news has been blocked. Yi Wook of the Yi family entered the 9th level of the Wheel Vein realm a few days ago and accelerated his pace of impacting the Yuanfu realm. He was valued by the people above. The Emperor Star Academy felt the pressure. In addition to the pressure from the royal family, they were not so active in the affairs of the young master. Crack! Qin Chuan clenched his fists, making a crisp sound, and a sharp light flashed in his eyes. Wentian has shown such a talent but still has not received enough attention. Yi Wook's talent and the heavy pressure from the royal family suppressed his brilliance. Qin Chuan whispered in his heart, Wentian, I hope you can grow up quickly and prove it to those people. Notify everyone in the Qin Mansion to reduce going out. In addition, send the few meteorites stored in the Qin Mansion to Wentian. Qin Chuan's expression flickered, causing the crowd to tremble. It seems that Qin Chuan is going to cultivate Qin Wentian at all costs. Even if something unexpected happens to the Qin Mansion, there must be hope. Qin Wentian quickly got a meteorite sent by Qin Chuan. This time, there were 3 of them. This made Qin Wentian feel uncomfortable. The Qin Mansion has been spending more than it earns in recent years, and its resources have been constantly consumed. It can be said that it is very poor. However, this also made Qin Wentian more determined to move forward. On this day, Qin Wentian walked out of the Qin Mansion and went out from the side door. The Silver Feather Knights had already stationed troops at the main gate of the Qin Mansion and confronted the people of the Qin Mansion, but they did not dare to issue a killing order for a while. Although the surface was calm, Qin Wentian knew that there must be a turbulent undercurrent in the dark. This was a game. However, he ignored these and came to the Galaxy Guild in the central area of Xianyang City alone. The Galaxy Guild is spread across hundreds of cities in Chu State, with its headquarters in Chudu. The Galaxy Guild in Xianyang City is only a branch. Although the Galaxy Guild never interferes in the affairs of the outside world, it still has a strong voice and its energy is immeasurable. Qin Wentian even heard that the Galaxy Guild in Chudu is not the headquarters. It is precisely because of the special status of the Galaxy Guild that Qin Wentian came here, first to learn refining, and second to gain a certain status in the Galaxy Guild, so that he would not be easily attacked in the future when he arrived in the Imperial City. The Galaxy Guild has a refining branch, an alchemy branch, a martial arts branch, and a Xian branch. My godfather said that the Galaxy Guild is the most mysterious force and unfathomable. Qin Wentian looked at the magnificent hall in front of him and thought to himself, Qin Wentian. At this moment, a voice came. Qin Wentian turned around and saw a graceful figure appear in front of him. It was Lin Yu, one of the 4 beauties in Xianyang City. She was recruited as a disciple by the Divine Wind Academy in the assessment a few days ago. Lin Yu was going to the Imperial City after the annual sacrifice, so she wanted to make more preparations for this trip. She came to the Galaxy Guild to find Master Fengping to refine a magic weapon for her. Master Fengping was able to refine a first-class upper-grade magic weapon. The Qin family is about to be destroyed, and you still have the mind to refine the magic weapon and prepare to go to Chudu. Lin Yu saw that Qin Wentian felt a little strange, and couldn't help but smile. Qin Wentian frowned slightly and said coldly, even if your Lin family is destroyed, the Qin family will still exist. Lin Yu threatened that the Qin family would be destroyed, which made Qin Wentian disgusted. How presumptuous. Lin Yu's expression changed slightly, and she glanced at Qin Wentian. She was spoiled on weekdays, and she had never been talked back by anyone. She couldn't help but scold him naturally, but then she pursed her lips and smiled lightly, saying, I almost forgot that you, Qin Wentian, are now a genius, not the Qin Wentian of the past. No wonder you are so mean. Mean. Qin Wentian was speechless. This woman must be used to the attitude of a young lady. She looked at Lin Yu with disgust, and Qin Wentian turned away. You. Lin Yu felt the disgust and contempt in Qin Wentian's eyes, and couldn't help but follow him with a gloomy face. Lin Yu is one of the 4 beauties in Xianyang City, and she is also a genius. She is extremely dazzling in Xianyang City. Every time she goes out, her friends flatter her. However, after Bai Kixu awakened her star soul, everyone felt that she was not as good as Bai Kixu. The people from Chudu came personally for Bai Kixu, which made her very uncomfortable. On that day's assessment, she hoped to pass the assessment of the Emperor Star Academy or the Royal Academy with her talent, but she didn't. However, Bai Kixu and Qin Wentian got it easily. Everyone's eyes were focused on the 2 people, and no one paid attention to her. She hated this feeling and hated Qin Wentian's contemptuous eyes just now. It can be said that she was jealous of Qin Wentian in her heart. Qin Wentian was in the main hall of the Galaxy Guild. There were many people in the spacious hall. As soon as he entered the hall, he could see the reception desk in front. Qin Wentian walked up and saw that the receptionist was a beautiful woman. The woman was wearing the unique clothes of the Galaxy Guild, the Galaxy Robe, which outlined her graceful figure very temptingly and with bumps and curves. Need to refine weapons or make pills? The woman looked at Qin Wentian with a smile. Most of the people who came to the Xing Guild came for refining weapons and making pills. I want to be an apprentice in refining weapons. Qin Wentian said. Is that so? You are lucky today. Master Fengping will be here today. I can recommend you. Of course, I can't guarantee that Master Fengping will accept an apprentice. You should go over there and wait first. The woman was not surprised. There were many people who came to learn from the master and wanted to become an apprentice of the master of refining weapons or the master of refining pills. Be an apprentice? Wishful thinking. Lin Yu, who followed Qin Wentian in, uttered a sarcastic voice. It is extremely difficult to become a powerful refiner, and some refiners will not teach the divine patterns they master to their apprentices. Miss Lin Yu is here. Master Fengping knows that you are here today. He will come here in person later. The receptionist smiled when she saw Lin Yu coming forward and said, making many people in the hall look at Lin Yu. Is this the genius girl who will join the Divine Wind Academy? She is really beautiful. Thank you, Master Fengping. Lin Yu felt very proud when she felt the gazes of the crowd, and smiled. Master Fengping and Master Lin are good friends, so they will naturally take special care of me. That's right, Lin Yu, your father and I are old acquaintances, so don't call me Master Fengping. Just call me Uncle Feng. A hearty voice came, and Fengping, also wearing a galaxy robe, walked over with a smile on his face and said to Lin Yu, "Uncle Feng, I'm going to trouble you this time." Lin Yu's eyes were slightly proud, and her eyes inadvertently glanced at Qin Wentian. "No trouble, Lin Yu, you have become a member of the Divine Wind Academy. What kind of magic weapon do you need? Any special requirements? Just tell me, I will tailor a magic weapon for you." "Uncle Feng, my star soul is a rabbit, light and agile. I want to refine a sword, a 3-foot sword, to go the route of lightness and agility." "Okay, I will carve the winged divine pattern on the sword to reduce the weight and increase agility," Feng Ping said with a smile. Lin Yu smiled with satisfaction, and at this time the receptionist came over and said to Feng Ping, "Master Feng Ping, everyone over there wants to refine divine weapons, and there is one person who wants to be an apprentice. Those who want to refine divine weapons should have recorded their requirements and the remuneration they are willing to pay. Show them to me later, and I will select them. Let them wait here in 3 days. As for who wants to be an apprentice," Feng Ping said, making the crowd sigh. "This is the master." He wrote down the requirements and remuneration first, and he chose whether to refine. In the state of Chu, the status of weapon refiners is very high. "It's him." Lin Yu pointed at Qin Wentian and said, "A foul-mouthed guy." Qin Wentian frowned slightly, as if it was always Lin Yu who had a foul mouth. "This woman really has princess syndrome. Did he offend you, Lin Yu?" "Yes." Lin Yu nodded. "Leave it to me." Feng Ping smiled and said, "Lin Yu, you will also come to get your magic weapon in 3 days. As for the guys who want to be apprentices, follow me." Qin Wentian hesitated, then stood up and followed Feng Ping. Feng Ping greeted Lin Yu, took the record paper handed to him by the receptionist, and took Qin Wentian to the left door of the hall. There was a different world inside, which was the refining branch of the Xing Guild. As a first-level refiner of the Xing branch, Feng Ping had his own exclusive refining hall. When Qin Wentian followed Feng Ping into the refining hall, a hot air rushed to his face. The temperature of the space reflected by the flames was very high. In just a moment, sweat appeared on Qin Wentian's forehead. "Come in." Feng Ping stepped into it. Qin Wentian saw that there were several rooms in the weapon refining hall. In the room he entered, there was a huge furnace that sunk into the ground. There was a terrible flame burning continuously under the furnace. "Look around first," Feng Ping said casually. Qin Wentian nodded slightly. He could feel Feng Ping's arrogance as a weapon refiner. He was only a first-level weapon refiner, but he had his own weapon refining hall, and many people asked him for help. From this, we can see the status of weapon refiners. Here are the materials for refining. Qin Wentian walked to a side hall, where there were many utensils with words engraved on them, containing the metal materials needed for refining. Then Qin Wentian walked to another side hall, where there were many weapon models, including knives, guns, swords, halberds, shields, gloves, etc. Empty. Qin Wentian's expression froze for a moment. He found that these weapon models were empty. That is a special weapon embryo, made into the shape of a magic weapon to be refined, and even engraved with various stripes. As long as the refining materials are placed in the furnace to melt into liquid, the liquid is then injected into the weapon embryo, and the liquid is allowed to solidify and cool. It will become the prototype of a magic weapon. You put those weapon embryos next to the furnace. I need to start refining. Feng Ping's voice came. Qin Wentian nodded secretly, and brought the weapon embryos to the furnace, while Feng Ping was reading a note on the side, probably selecting who needed to help refine the magic weapon. A sword, a shield, a spear, and 2 knives. Inject the liquid in the furnace into the weapon embryos I mentioned. Inject all of them into the liquid in the furnace. Qin Wentian's expression froze. Even though he had never been in contact with refining weapons, Qin Wentian understood that the refining materials needed to refine different magic weapons were in different proportions. For example, the sword needed to be refined to be sharp, and the shield needed to be refined to be heavy, so the requirements for refining materials must be different. What do you know? This furnace is made of the golden ratio of refining materials. It is enough to refine any weapon. As long as different divine patterns are engraved on it after it is formed, it will have different effects. The most important thing in refining is the divine pattern. Do you understand? Feng Ping saw that Qin Wentian had doubts, and he couldn't help but said indifferently, "I understand." Qin Wentian said calmly, but he sneered in his heart. This Feng Ping was just too lazy to spend time refining. All weapons are refined with the same refining materials, and then engraved with divine patterns and forged into divine weapons to get rewards. The weapon refiner must be very rich. Chapter 19, Natural Weapon Refiner. Refiners need to practice and comprehend the divine patterns to refine divine weapons. Most of them will also take on refining tasks to gain wealth. Just like Feng Ping, he naturally cannot refine all the divine weapons with all his heart and soul. The so-called golden ratio liquid prepared by the furnace is enough for him to refine many divine weapons. Qin Wentian injected the refining liquid into the embryo according to Feng Ping's requirements, and then put it into the refining tank to wait for them to solidify. At this moment, Feng Ping set up a small refining furnace next to the large furnace and ordered Qin Wentian, "Go to the material hall to help me get a pound of bronze, half a pound of silver sand, half a pound of blood rock, a small amount of star steel and light aluminum. This is to refine a sword, and it is a light sword." The refining memory that Qin Wentian obtained naturally contained information about the refining materials. Bronze is the main material, silver sand can make the sword shine, and the other materials can make the refined sword light and sharp, especially blood rock and star steel, which are quite precious metals. "Master, are you going to refine a soft sword for Lin Yu?" Qin Wentian asked tentatively. Feng Ping glanced at him and said coldly, "You are quite knowledgeable. You know that I want to refine a soft sword. Lin Yu's father and I have some friendship. She herself is a cultivation genius. Naturally, I have to do my best to refine a weapon for her. You offended her to attract her attention, but I advise you not to think about it. If you can be my apprentice for 3 years, I will grant you some simple divine runes for you to comprehend." 3 years, and just simple divine runes? Qin Wentian whispered. The divine runes are really important to the weapon refiner. Why, do you think it's too long? Do you know what price I pay to obtain the divine runes of the Xing Guild? Feng Ping snorted coldly and said, "Go get the materials." Qin Wentian nodded slightly, went to the materials hall to get the materials that Feng Ping needed, and then saw Feng Ping put them into the refining furnace. The flames here are all provided by the Galaxy Guild. Without the help of the Galaxy Guild, many weapon refiners can't even melt materials. It's really hard to become a weapon refiner. Qin Wentian sighed in his heart. Star steel is an extremely hard material that cannot be melted by ordinary flames. In particular, the higher the level of the divine weapon you want to refine, the more difficult it is to melt the required materials. Of course, for weapon refiners, the most difficult and most important thing is still the divine pattern and the ability to comprehend and depict the divine pattern. After putting all the refining materials into a separate refining furnace, Feng Ping waited until the embryo of the weapon appeared cracks, and then asked Qin Wentian to put a sword embryo on the forging stone. With a finger, the embryo cracked, revealing the sword burned red by the flame. At this time, the weapon has not yet completely solidified and cooled, and it is the best time to carve the divine pattern. Feng Ping said lightly, and then the power of the stars fluctuated. Feng Ping stretched out a finger, and there was a dazzling star power at the tip of his finger, which turned into a star carving knife. This is a star soul. Feng Ping's star soul is a carving knife. It is not a forged star soul, but it is not bad for carving divine patterns. Qin Wentian thought to himself. Then he saw Feng Ping carving divine patterns on the red sword with a carving star soul. He did not avoid Qin Wentian at all. The divine patterns were extremely complicated, with lines interlaced and difficult to distinguish with the naked eye, as if they were the veins of the human body. The sword is equivalent to the human body. However, Feng Ping probably did not expect that Qin Wentian could see his movements clearly. This is a sword-shaped divine pattern among the basic divine patterns. It can enhance the sharpness of the sword and increase a certain amount of attack power. However, this Feng Ping's carving is a bit rough. Qin Wentian's heart is as clear as a mirror, but he naturally won't say it out loud. This Feng Ping did not forge a star soul to carve divine patterns with his hands, but his talent for refining equipment is average, which makes him embarrassed. In fact, Feng Ping knew that his carving star soul had no advantage in cultivation, so he spent a lot of effort on the road of refining equipment, and he also achieved some success, but he did not expect to be despised by Qin Wentian and his heart. If you can learn these divine patterns, you will have no worries in your life. Feng Ping didn't know Qin Wentian's thoughts, and he was contented. He glanced at Qin Wentian with a faint smile, and engraved divine patterns on all the weapons, and then waited for them to cool down completely, and then polished and sharpened them. Finally, he matched them with scabbards and other decorative tools. As for the divine patterns engraved on them, They disappeared completely after the refining was completed, as if they were embedded in the divine weapons, becoming the veins of the divine weapons and a part of them. Try it. Feng Ping handed a refined divine weapon to Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian held the sword, and then the power of the stars surged and invaded the sword. Suddenly, there was a sense of blood connection, as if the divine pattern veins were also part of the body veins, and the power of the stars could flow into them to stimulate the power of the sword. How wonderful! Qin Wentian had never practiced before, and naturally had never come into contact with divine weapons. He didn't expect that the divine pattern would have such a wonderful effect. You have seen the grinding and forging today. If you really want to be a long-term apprentice, I will focus on engraving the divine patterns in the future, and you can do the rest. How about that? Feng Ping said to Qin Wentian. Master Feng Ping, I won't come here often, but if I have time, I will help with these things, and I don't need to be paid. Qin Wentian responded. He also understood the refining process today. In fact, he already had the method of refining weapons in his memory, but after all, he had to experience it in person to understand it more clearly. The most important thing for refining weapons is to engrave the divine patterns. The rest only requires mastering the combination of different refining materials for refining different divine weapons. Of course, grinding and sharpening also requires skills. As for flames, there is no need to consider them in the Xing Guild. It is precisely because everything in the Xing Guild is ready-made that Feng Ping can refine low-grade first-level divine weapons in batches, but even low-grade first-level divine weapons are extremely precious treasures for many people in the body refining realm outside. You don't know what's good for you. Feng Ping snorted coldly and said, I'm going to take a rest first. Please help me pick up some discarded items and throw them away. Qin Wentian saw Feng Ping leaving and thought to himself that this guy was quite insidious. He could obviously refine some ordinary quality magic weapons in batches within 1 day, but he asked others to come and get them in 3 days, which made it seem that he needed time to refine magic weapons. Of course, if Feng Ping wanted to refine a magic weapon carefully, it would indeed take 3 days, just like when he helped Lin Yu refine a magic weapon, because engraving the magic pattern is not an easy task, especially once there is an error in engraving the magic pattern. It means that the refining has failed. After Feng Ping left, Qin Wentian went to get another sword-shaped tool embryo, and then injected the liquid melted with a golden ratio into it. He was ready to try it himself. According to my memories, divine runes and divine weapons are divided into the same level, from 1 to 10 levels. A first-level divine weapon requires a first-level divine rune to refine, and a second-level divine weapon requires at least a second-level divine rune to refine. These divine runes for refining weapons are derived from the combination of those basic divine runes. The higher the level of the divine runes, the harder it is to comprehend. I can't even understand some of the third-level divine runes in my memory. Qin Wentian thought to himself. When the cooled embryo showed cracks, he also placed the embryo on the forging stone, and then his palm trembled and smashed the embryo. Looking at the red-hot sword, the star power in Qin Wentian's body intertwined crazily, gathering little by little, weaving into a gorgeous pattern, a sword-shaped divine rune, which is a first-level divine rune flying sword. On his palm, a starry sky hammer emerged and kept changing into a shape that matched the sword. The intertwined starry divine runes in his body also went towards the sky hammer and were imprinted on the bottom of the sky hammer. Qin Wentian raised his hand, and then suddenly smashed it down towards the sword, hitting it completely. The divine pattern imprinted on the sky hammer was directly imprinted into the sword, turning into the veins of the sword. Huh? Qin Wentian took a deep breath, not knowing how effective it would be. After putting away the sky hammer, Qin Wentian began to use tools to polish it, but when he was about to sharpen the sword, Feng Ping hurried over. After seeing Qin Wentian's actions, his expression froze and he frowned, saying, "What are you doing?" "Master Feng Ping, let me try to polish it myself." Qin Wentian said. "What do you think this place is? The embryo and refining liquid you consumed are enough for me to refine a divine weapon. Can you afford it?" Feng Ping was furious. He walked to Qin Wentian's side and flicked his sleeves. Qin Wentian's unsharpened sword fell to the ground. "Master Mu Qing is coming to see you today. You're lucky. Get out of here immediately." Feng Ping obviously didn't expect an apprentice to be so presumptuous, and said coldly. Qin Wentian's expression froze. Feng Ping was a weapon refiner, and he was really arrogant. With a cold snort, Qin Wentian simply turned away. "You ungrateful thing, I actually wanted to take you in for pity." Feng Ping said angrily. At this time, Qin Wentian had already walked out. He saw several figures coming towards this side. They were all wearing galaxy robes. The leader had an extraordinary aura, and he was accompanied by a beautiful girl and an old man on the other side. Mu Qing was the previous master of the refining hall of the Galaxy Guild in Xianyang City, but now he has been transferred to the Imperial City. This time he came back to see if the refiners here have made any progress in refining. Qin Wentian passed by this group of people. The girl just glanced at Qin Wentian lightly. That look made Qin Wentian feel the arrogance of the refiners even more. They were all arrogant and proud people. Feng Ping, why are you so angry? Mu Qing and others walked into Feng Ping's refining room. Master Mu Qing, President. Feng Ping bowed to the people who came. At this moment, he was smiling, and there was no anger at all. Yes. Mu Qing nodded, then stepped into the weapon refining hall, and said, let's see how good your weapon refining skills are now. As he spoke, he happened to see the sword next to the casting stone, and couldn't help but pick it up. Looking at a person's failed products, sometimes you can better see his level. Feng Ping was about to speak, but he saw Mu Qing's face suddenly became particularly wonderful. He turned around and looked at Feng Ping, and said in surprise, Feng Ping, your weapon refining skills have improved so much? Feng Ping was stunned for a moment, and Mu Qing handed the sword back to him. Feng Ping's mind moved, and the power of the stars and the elemental power of heaven and earth flowed into it together, and his face immediately became particularly wonderful. How is it possible? Feng Ping was a little unconvinced. The sword is poor in material selection. You should have used this well-matched furnace liquid to refine it, but the exquisiteness of the divine pattern makes me ashamed. It can be called perfect. Although it is only a first-level divine pattern, it has reached the pinnacle. I am afraid that you are not far from being a second-level weapon refiner. Mu Qing looked at Feng Ping with a smile and said, after the new year, I plan to take an assistant to the Imperial City. Now the candidate can be decided. Feng Ping, is this sword definitely made by you? Feng Ping hesitated, then gritted his teeth. This opportunity cannot be missed. Of course. Okay, I'll give you 3 days. Do your best to refine a divine weapon. Let me see your peak level. Mu Qing smiled and turned away. Feng Ping's heart skipped a beat and his face turned slightly pale. Just now, he was greedy and didn't want to miss the opportunity to admit it, but now, how can he carve out the divine pattern? Greed hurts people. That kid. Yes, I must find him. Feng Ping's heart trembled. If he couldn't find Qin Wentian, he would be finished. Chapter 20 Oppression. Qin Wentian was quite depressed when he left the Xing Guild. He wanted to see if the mysterious patterns he had carved could be used to refine mysterious weapons, but he was blasted out in advance. However, at least he understood the process of refining weapons, which was of great help to him. In the future, if there were suitable conditions like a refining hall, he could refine weapons himself. It was dusk when he rode back to the Qin mansion. This time he came to the main gate to see what the situation was like outside the Qin mansion. Qin Wentian stopped at a distance from the Qin mansion, and saw a group of knights in armor in front of him had half surrounded the Qin mansion. Do you really dare to attack the Qin mansion? Qin Wentian's face was not very good. Seeing that Qin Chuan and others were all there, he also rode forward. Those who surrounded the Qin mansion did not stop Qin Wentian after seeing him, and let him join Qin Chuan and others. Wentian, you go into the mansion first. Qin Chuan saw Qin Wentian coming and spoke to him. You can't escape. The first batch of candidates have been selected, and Qin Wentian is one of them. Commander Wu is almost here. Lang Ying, the leader of the Silver Feather Knights, sneered. The person he was waiting for was about to arrive, so he was not in a hurry. Qin Wentian walked in front of Qin Yao with an inquiring look. Do you still remember what the old man from the Yi family said after the last college martial arts examination? The people from the God General Martial Arts Academy are about to arrive. You, me, Qin Shuang, and Qin Zhi, they will be the first batch to be forcibly taken away. Qin Yao's expression was not very good. Qin Wentian immediately remembered that at the end of the last examination, Yimo said that His Majesty had granted the talented people in their Qin mansion to practice in the God General Martial Arts Academy, but in fact, they were strictly controlled. Now, this is to enforce it. Commander Wu has a name called Wu Ziluo, and his methods are extremely cruel and his strength is strong. Qin Yao added that Wu Ziluo of the God General Martial Arts Academy is famous in all the major martial arts academies in the Imperial City. If the Yi family knew the Qin Mansion well enough, they would know that the Qin Mansion would never hand over anyone. If Wu Ziluo came, it might not be just for the four of us. Qin Wentian said in a low voice, which made everyone feel very heavy. The reason why these people did not take action was that they were afraid of the last hidden power of the Qin Mansion, the king of martial arts and the guards. On the avenue in the distance, the setting sun pulled up the shadows of a line of figures. A cavalry swept through a gust of wind and slowly entered the field of vision of everyone. There were two people in the front. One was middle-aged, very dark, but his eyes gave people a gloomy and cruel feeling, and next to him was a young man of 16 or 17 years old. His sharp eyes were like a beast, making people feel dangerous. Wu Ziluo, and his disciple, Yi Lang of the Yi family. Qin Yao looked at the two people in front of her and said, Yi Lang was the name he changed after awakening the demon wolf star soul. He is Yi Wu's cousin and is practicing in the divine general martial mansion. Although he is young, he is ruthless. He has reached the peak of the body refining realm and has great explosive power. He has killed people who have just entered the Wheel Meridian realm. Qin Chuan. Wu Ziluo's cold voice sounded, and he looked at everyone in the Qin Mansion and said, Your Majesty has granted the Qin Mansion, Qin Yao, Qin Wentian, Qin Shuang, and Qin Zhi, to follow me to practice in the divine general martial mansion. Qin Chuan thanks His Majesty for his grace, but my Qin Mansion has its own arrangements for the practice of future generations, so there is no need for Commander Wu to worry about it. Qin Chuan responded calmly. Wu Ziluo's mouth was full of sarcasm, but he saw the young man beside him stepping forward, pointing at Qin Chuan, and said, Old man, don't be shameless. My master is being polite to you. Don't really think you are a big shot. You Qin Mansion scum have the opportunity to enter the God General Wu Mansion. You should kneel down and thank us for our kindness. How dare you? The people in the Qin Mansion were angry. This young man dared to point at Qin Chuan and scold him. It was too presumptuous. Is there no one to discipline the descendants of the Yi family? Qin Chuan glanced at Yi Lang. Discipline. Yi Lang looked at the people in the Qin Mansion with an indifferent attitude. Even though he was less than 16 years old, his eyes were full of bloodthirsty beasts. He pointed at the people behind Qin Chuan and said, I can crush these scums disciplined by your Qin Mansion with one hand. Do you believe it? What an arrogant guy. I want to see how you crush us to death. A Qin family descendant couldn't stand Yi Lang's humiliation, shouted angrily, and rushed towards Yi Lang. Qin Mu, come back. Qin Chuan shouted, but only saw a cruel smile on Yi Lang's lips. His body turned into a bow shape, like a beast. The breath on his body was extremely cold. The warhorse he sat on was constantly trembling, crawling directly on the ground, foaming at the mouth. Buzz! Yi Lang's body turned into a gray shadow and disappeared directly. What a fast speed. Ah! A painful howl came, accompanied by the sound of bones breaking and cracking. Qin Mu's body flew out and fell hard to the ground. All the bones in his body were shattered by the huge force. Crack! Yi Lang's feet stepped heavily on the ground, and a huge crack appeared on the ground directly, which showed how powerful he was. Like a beast, he stared at Qin Mu's body in front of him. Yi Lang rushed out again with a roar. His palm turned into a claw, and directly grabbed Qin Mu's head on the ground. This terrible claw would definitely explode Qin Mu's head. The faces of the people in the Qin Mansion changed drastically, and many people even closed their eyes. Qin Mu was considered very strong among the young generation of the Qin Mansion. He was a 9th-level cultivator in the body refining realm, but he was vulnerable. What was even more hateful was that Yi Lang dared to kill people. How dare you? Suddenly, Qin Chuan's palm grabbed Yi Lang's arm that was about to fall on Qin Mu's head, as steady as a mountain. Qin Mu on the ground had cold sweat on his forehead. Looking at Yi Lang's eyes, he felt a sense of fear. Yi Lang raised his head and looked at Qin Chuan in front of him. His beast-like eyes showed contempt. If the younger one can't do it, can the older one do it? As he said that, Yi Lang pulled his arm back, walked a few steps in front of the people in the Qin Mansion, and said, Do you want me to discipline these scum for you? If one of them can't do it, we can do it together. Although Qin Chuan was angry, he sighed in his heart. Although he had lived in Xianyang City for a long time, he was also very clear about the dynamics of the Imperial City. Not to mention Yi Wuk, there were several young people in the Yi family. Few people in the younger generation of his Qin family could compete with him. This was not only because of talent, but also because the gap in cultivation resources between the declining Qin Mansion and the glorious Yi family was too big. Arrogant, too arrogant. The people in the Qin Mansion looked livid. Qin Yao couldn't help but say, "Yi Lang, you are too arrogant." Yi Lang's eyes fell on Qin Yao. His eyes scanned Qin Yao's body, and even stared at Qin Yao's chest fiercely for a few times, revealing a few foamy salivating intentions, which made Qin Yao's face suddenly ugly. "Qin Yao, although you have average talent, you are beautiful and attractive. How about being my concubine?" Yi Lang stared at Qin Yao and said, which made the young men in the Qin Mansion extremely angry. Qin Yao was the jewel in the Qin Mansion's crown, one of the 4 beauties in Xianyang City, with outstanding appearance and excellent talent. Yi Lang actually said that he would take her as a concubine. Qin Yao took a step forward, but was stopped by Qin Wentian beside her. Qin Wentian stared at Yi Lang. After entering the practice, he had not really released his power. He wanted to try it. "Sister, I will do it." Qin Wentian showed a gentle smile to Qin Yao. "Wentian, Yi Lang's strength is terrible, very terrible." Qin Yao shook her head. Although Qin Wentian had outstanding talent, he had just entered the practice not long after all, and was definitely not a match for the ruthless Yi Lang. "I'm afraid I'll get my hands dirty dealing with this kind of scum." Qin Wentian was still smiling and pinched Qin Yao's cheek, causing Qin Yao to be stunned for a moment and glared at Qin Wentian. This guy still had the mind to mess around at this time, but she also knew Qin Wentian. This guy always looked careless, as if he didn't care about anything, but being with him was very heartwarming. "Be careful," Qin Yao said. "Don't worry." Qin Wentian scratched his head and walked out with a smile, looking at Yi Lang's fierce eyes. Yi Lang was about the same age as him, but he was definitely a ruthless character, and was extremely arrogant and looked down on everything. Qin Wentian. Yi Lang looked at Qin Wentian with a bit of teasing and a bit of indifference in his eyes, and said, "I will cripple your hand that touches Qin Yao. I heard that you are at the peak of the body refining realm. Although I am only at the 6th level of the body refining realm, I also want to see how you are going to cripple my hand." Qin Wentian said lightly, "I will suppress my power to the 6th level of the body refining realm, so that you will know how unbearable the genius is in the eyes of the people in the Qin Mansion." Yi Lang's eyes flickered, and then his body rushed out, like a wolf running in the wilderness, and the wind whistled wildly. Yi Lang's claws directly hit Qin Wentian's head, and his tendons and bones made a sound of tempering. The heavenly wolf claws were shining with a dark light. He did suppress his own power, but it was still terrifying enough. Qin Wentian saw Yi Lang suppressing his cultivation, and his eyes were filled with indifference, which was completely different from his temperament just now. He was full of arrogant and domineering, full of dangerous breath. The star power gathered in his body spun wildly and surged towards his arms. Boom! Qin Wentian took a step forward, and his arms whistled wildly, like a soaring dragon, looking down on everything. The cold heavenly wolf claws and the dragon's subduing fist collided with each other, making a terrible sound. Yi Lang let out a low roar, and felt that his claws were about to break. An extremely dangerous breath flashed in his eyes. "You dare to lie to me?" Yi Lang's body was shaken violently, his blood and qi were churning, and he roared. This kind of power was not the power of the 6th level of the body refining realm at all. Yi Lang's momentum completely burst out, and his whole body made crackling sounds. He first retreated a few steps along Qin Wentian's power, but at this moment he was more dangerous and was accumulating power. The wind swept, and when Yi Lang pounced again, the terrible cold momentum made the void depressed. Qin Wentian only felt that the whole world was occupied by coldness, as if there were demon wolves swallowing him. What a strong momentum! Qin Wentian sighed in his heart. This power was enough to crush him, but at this time, the star power in his body gathered more terrifyingly, like a storm gathering in the star veins, and all the star power stored in his body was squeezed out, flowing into his arms along the star veins. At this moment, Qin Wentian felt that he was full of endless power. Chapter 21 Cruel. Everyone in the Qin Mansion was extremely nervous when they saw Yi Lang pounce on Qin Wentian. As Yi Lang's palms trembled, he seemed to turn into a demon wolf. A demon wolf phantom tore towards Qin Wentian, roaring, wanting to tear Qin Wentian apart. Demon wolf star soul, no wonder Yi Lang has a beastly aura. Everyone's expression was slightly condensed, and they saw Qin Yao's body had already pounced towards Qin Wentian. Her star soul was directly released, and it was an ancient tree. Her first star soul was the star soul of an ancient tree. "Yi Lang, get out of here!" Qin Yao shouted in a delicate voice, and the sharp ancient trees all turned into swords and went to kill Yi Lang. The violent Yuan Li was integrated into the magical power, and the Tonglen Mei burst out, exerting the terrifying power of the magical power. This is the symbol of the Lun Mei realm. Break! Yi Lang was like crazy at this time, revealing a terrible wild aura, like a beast, tearing open the ancient wood sword, with overwhelming power, and continued to tear towards Qin Wentian. Roar! At this moment, Qin Wentian's arm turned into a huge hammer, filled with brilliant starlight, and then the hammer turned into a blue dragon, and the dragon roared like a giant dragon pressing towards Yi Lang. The cold wolf king and the domineering blue dragon collided, and the hurricane raged past. Qin Wentian and Yi Lang's bodies retreated at the same time, and their footsteps crossed the ground, leaving deep marks on the ground. Wentian! Qin Yao's expression changed drastically, and the ancient wood directly bound Qin Wentian's body. Qin Wentian bumped into Qin Yao's body and finally stopped retreating. He felt weak all over, and there were blood marks on his fists, and blood kept seeping out. Huh? So strong, the realm gap is too big? Qin Wentian said in his heart. At this time, the star power stored in his limbs and bones seemed to be exhausted in that blow, and he was very weak. It is indeed the star soul condensed from the stars in the fifth heaven. With the star veins condensed, it can gather the star power in my body into one attack in a short moment, allowing me to withstand Yi Lang's full strength attack, but it also drained the star power in my body. Yi Lang was even more shocked at this time. He was actually repelled, and the sharp claws hanging in the air were all bloody. Qin Wentian could actually hurt him. "I want you to die." Yi Lang roared and stared at Qin Wentian. As soon as he finished speaking, he stepped forward step by step. The beast aura on his body became stronger and stronger. With every step he took, the ground collapsed, and the pressure was terrible. "Don't blame me for being rude if you continue to be presumptuous." Qin Chuan saw that Yi Lang still did not give up, and said coldly. At the same time, Wu Ziluo's eyes were full of cruel light. This Qin Wentian was a big shot and he had to get rid of him. "Go and bring Qin Wentian, Qin Yao and the other four. Anyone who blocks it will be regarded as disobeying the emperor's order." Wu Ziluo said coldly. "Capture the man." Yi Mo and Leng Ying spoke at the same time. In an instant, an oppressive atmosphere enveloped the space. Soldiers holding spears pressed towards the Qin mansion, suffocating people. At the moment when they issued the order, a group of archers suddenly rushed out of the Qin mansion, forming several rows in an instant. The ox-horn giant bows were pulled into the shape of a full moon, full of the beauty of power. "It seems that the Qin mansion is going to rebel," Yi Mo said coldly. His body soared into the sky and rushed towards the archers. Puff, puff, puff. The arrow string trembled, and the arrow broke through the air and shot towards the direction of the knights, turning into a rain of arrows. When the arrow broke through the air, it made a terrible and sharp whistling sound. There were also many arrows aimed directly at Yi Mo in the air. Two star souls bloomed above Yi Mo's head at the same time. The first star soul was the goshawk star soul, which gave him agile speed and fierce attack. The second star soul was like a mountain. It was a powerful star soul condensed by him communicating with a mountain martial star, the stone mountain star soul, which made his skin rocky, allowing him to attack and defend at the same time. Yi Mo's eyes were as sharp as a falcon, and his palms like stones blasted out. The overwhelming power destroyed everything, and all the whistling arrows exploded into pieces in the void. Yi Mo's cultivation was in the Yuanfu realm, and he had awakened two star souls and even opened up the third star gate, but he was unable to condense the third star soul. His strength was extremely strong. At this time, two old men appeared behind the group of archers. One of them glanced at Yi Mo, who was walking in the air, and his body also rushed straight into the sky. Wu Wei. Wu Ziluo was still on the war horse, his eyes flashing coldly. These figures that appeared were probably the Wu Wei who followed Qin Wu to dominate the world in the past, but the Wu Wei now had lost their former elegance. Retreat to Qin Mansion. Qin Chuan saw the iron cavalry sweeping in, and roared, and the people of Qin Mansion kept retreating to the rear. In the direction where Qin Wentian was, Yi Lang rushed towards him like a beast. There were strong guards on both sides, allowing him to attack with all his strength. When he was blocked by the people of Qin Mansion, he was immediately hit and seriously injured. Qin Yao led Qin Wentian to retreat continuously. She looked at Yi Lang in front of her with an extremely ugly look. This beast-like young man wanted to kill Qin Wentian. "I'll stop him." A figure appeared in front of Qin Yao and Qin Wentian, and a leg swept out. Bang! Yi Lang blocked the 10,000 Jin leg with his arm, and then grabbed the leg with his other hand, with a cruel look in his eyes. Qin Zhao, retreat. Qin Yao's face was stiff, but it was too late. Yi Lang's hand knife chopped down directly and cut Qin Zhao's thigh. In an instant, Qin Zhao let out a piercing cry and fell down in an instant. His face was pale, and one leg was cut off by the hand knife, and blood was dripping. Qin Yao and others had retreated to the front of the Qin mansion. More martial guards poured out, forming a powerful barrier. Yi Lang raised his head and glanced at Qin Wentian, then looked at Qin Zhao below. His fist hit Qin Zhao's head directly, and the enchanting blood bloomed and sprinkled on Yi Lang's face, which made him even more ferocious. Qin Yao, I will make you my plaything. Yi Lang's voice was cold, and he licked the blood at the corner of his mouth. Qin Yao's delicate body trembled slightly, and she was furious. Go back! Qin Chuan shouted, and Wu Ziluo led people to come again. Now even if they, the Qin mansion, sent out martial guards, it would be difficult to resist the opponent's power. The young generation must be preserved and must not be damaged. Qin Yao's eyes were burning with anger, as if she didn't hear what Qin Chuan said, but at this moment, Qin Wentian grabbed Qin Yao's hand and said, Sister, let's go into the mansion. Wentian, Qin Zhao. Qin Yao's eyes were red. Although Qin Zhao was not her biological brother, he was also a member of the Qin mansion. His ancestors followed Qin Wu to fight, and followed their Qin family with the surname Qin. Although they were a side branch, the Qin mansion never treated side branches as outsiders. They were all brothers and sisters. I will definitely avenge him, definitely. Qin Wentian's calm voice contained a terrible indifference. At this moment, his calm eyes were filled with a beastly rage, and he stared at Yi Lang fiercely. Remember me, I will kill you. Qin Wentian swore that he would definitely kill Yi Lang to death. He is definitely not the first one. Yi Lang stepped on Qin Zhao's body, his eyes like a demon. Qin Wentian pulled Qin Yao into the Qin mansion. At the same time, the rain of arrows from the military guards also pushed back the people outside. With the military guards, it would not be easy for them to attack the Qin mansion. After Qin Wentian and his men entered the Qin mansion was in chaos. They did not expect that the Yi family and those legions would actually launch a siege against the Qin mansion. Yaoer, take Wentian to rest, and Qin Shang and Qin Zhi, you all go back. You don't need to worry about anything here, just practice with peace of mind. Qin Chuan looked around Qin Yao and others with a solemn expression. Father, we have to stay to help. Qin Yao said unwillingly. Go back. Qin Chuan shouted, remember, this will be an unprecedented crisis for my Qin mansion. If the Qin mansion loses this battle, we will protect you safely at all costs. You will be the future of the Qin mansion. The Qin mansion will not lose. Qin Yao had tears in her eyes. I just said that if, since they are unjust, your grandfather will know how to choose. As long as we hold on for a few days, there will be hope for the Qin mansion. Qin Chuan said, which made Qin Yao and others feel relieved. It seems that the old man still has a backup plan. The Qin mansion must not be destroyed like this. Father, I'm going to practice. Qin Wentian said to Qin Chuan, and then he turned and left, which made Qin Yao and others stunned. No one saw that Qin Wentian's tightly clasped hands had blood flowing out. It was his nails piercing into the flesh. Qin Chuan looked at Qin Wentian's back, his eyes flashing, and whispered, Yaoer, if something unexpected happens, if I ask you to protect Wentian, what will you do? Qin Yao's body trembled violently, and she stared at her father in a daze, tears streaming down her cheeks, but a smile flashed in her eyes. Father, Wentian is here, I am here. Child. Qin Chuan looked at Qin Yao with a doting look in his eyes, and said, Wentian's mental toughness is unimaginable, and now he has shown amazing talent. I hope that there will be someone in the Qin mansion who can subvert this indifferent imperial power in the future. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 22 Fen Ping's Visit. Qin Wentian felt very uncomfortable. He witnessed Qin Zhao being brutally killed by Yi Lang after his head was smashed in front of him. Yi Lang's grim smile seemed to be imprinted in his mind. Yi Lang. Qin Wentian clenched his fists and sat in the training ground. He took a deep breath to keep himself calm. The blood debt must be paid with blood. The sky had darkened. Qin Wentian seemed to have entered his own world at this moment. All the noise from the outside world could no longer affect him. Above his head, a brilliant light bloomed, and the Skyhammer star soul appeared. In an instant, in the distant fifth heaven, his martial star Skyhammer star had a brilliant light falling down, which reflected the star soul and turned into an illusory and gorgeous light in the night sky. He placed 2 meteorites on the star soul on his head, and they were pulled by the star power and suspended in the bright starlight. The star power contained in the meteorites also sank into Qin Wentian's star soul along with the starlight, and then accepted the tempering of the star soul, turning into the star power of the Skyhammer and flowing into Qin Wentian's limbs. The martial life cultivator communicated with a martial life star to condense the star soul and absorb the unique star power from the martial life star. Yi Lang's star soul was a demon wolf, and the star power he absorbed was full of wild characteristics. Qin Wentian's star soul was the Skyhammer star, so the star power was endowed with domineering attack and casting attributes. The last time Qin Wentian directly absorbed the star power from the meteorite, it was not comparable to his star elemental power from the Skyhammer star, so he first absorbed the star power contained in the meteorite into the star soul, and then used the star soul to temper the impure star power, although he knew that doing so would cause a lot of star power to be lost. Before long, Qin Wentian felt that his limbs were full of star power. Then he used the method of tempering his luck. The rumbling sound in his body shook wildly, and his blood and qi rolled like a roaring river. The muscles on Qin Wentian's face twisted. How could he not feel pain when he beat his body with violent star power? But his flesh and blood body was also becoming stronger and perfect. The next day, the news that Qin Mansion was surrounded and suppressed spread throughout Xianyang City. Many people who came to the outside of Qin Mansion sighed when they saw the scene at this time. The once prosperous Qin Mansion was afraid that it would become history. Outside Qin Mansion, Chulongwei of Xianyang City, Silver Feather Knights of Langying, and Knights of Wuzilu, 3 powerful military forces surrounded Qin Mansion tightly. From time to time, they rushed forward to release skilled arrows at Qin Mansion and made tentative attacks. The people in Qin Mansion resisted stubbornly, and the warlike Qin Mansion martial artists and martial guards guarded the major checkpoints. When people outside saw this scene, they thought that the Qin Mansion could not hold out for a few more days and could be destroyed at any time. There are still 2 days until the annual Memorial Day. I wonder if the Qin Mansion can hold out until next year. Many people thought to themselves. The annual Memorial Day is the last day of each year and also the day to worship ancestors. The Qin Mansion was shrouded in a suffocating pressure. Important figures such as Qin Xuan gathered together to discuss countermeasures. The 3 major knight groups, as long as the other party gives an order, we must fight head-on. With the strength of our Qin Mansion, there is no hope for this battle. Qin Xuan looked at the crowd present and said, "How strong is the Wu Wei?" Someone asked Qin Xuan. Not to mention the legions outside, the people in the Qin Mansion did not know much about the strength of the Wu Wei. The Wu Wei are all elite. In terms of the number of strong men, they can barely resist, but overall, the gap is quite large. What about those who were loyal to King Wu in the past? Won't they lead people to come? The old man should have made arrangements, but distant water cannot quench immediate thirst. The people outside don't seem to be in a hurry to launch a general attack. They are very confident. This is what I am worried about. Qin Xuan sighed. There was only his voice in the huge hall, and there was no countermeasure. After a silence, Qin Wentian said, "Once the other party launches a general attack, I will dispatch a force, which will be under the command of Qin He and Qin Yi. Take Qin Yao, Wentian, Qin Shang and other young people away. They are not allowed to fight, but only to escape." "Brother, I am not a coward," Qin Yi roared. "Our martial arts achievements are limited. The younger generation is the future of the Qin Mansion. I entrust the future of the Qin Mansion to you, not to let you be cowards, understand?" Qin Xuan pounded the table and shouted angrily, making Qin Yi's expression solidify. "There is no need to discuss this matter. Those who disobey are not worthy of being a man of my Qin Mansion." Qin Xuan's voice made everyone speechless. Qin Yao and other young people were there, including Qin Wentian. They all had a burst of anger in their chests and wanted to rush out to kill the enemy. "Master." At this time, someone came in from outside and said to Qin Xuan, Master Fenping of Xing Guild wants to see you." "Xing Guild? Qin Wentian showed a look of surprise and said, "Please ask him to come in." After a while, Feng Ping walked into the hall. Seeing him appear, Qin Wentian couldn't help but show a strange look. Feng Ping greets Lord Qin Wentian. "I wonder what Master Feng Ping is here for in the Qin mansion." Qin Wentian was quite polite. The status of a weapon refiner was extraordinary. "I'm here to find Master Wentian." Feng Ping smiled bitterly and glanced at Qin Wentian next to him. That day, Mu Qing said he would take him to the Imperial City. He admitted that he had refined the magic weapon because of his greed, but he didn't expect Mu Qing to ask him to refine it again. This made him very depressed. He had to ask Lin Yu overnight and learn that the apprentice was Qin Wentian from the Qin mansion, and the Qin mansion was surrounded by people, but he had to bite the bullet and come. Fortunately, he was a member of the Xing Guild, and the people outside gave him some face. He made up a reason to come in. The crowd showed strange looks. "Feng Ping, what do you want to find Qin Wentian for? Is there something?" Qin Wentian asked lightly. "I want to cooperate with Brother Wentian to refine a magic weapon. I wonder if it's okay." Feng Ping felt Qin Wentian's coldness and just smiled tremblingly. Qin Wentian's heart moved slightly. This Feng Ping actually asked him to refine a magic weapon. Could it be that the magic weapon he casually refined has surpassed his level? Otherwise, Feng Ping would not need to find him at all. It seems that the divine patterns in those memories are extraordinary. Qin Wentian thought secretly. This was the only possibility. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but sneer. "My Qin mansion is in danger, but I don't have time to accompany the master to refine the weapon. I can't afford to compensate for damaging the master's embryo. Please do as you please." Feng Ping looked at Qin Wentian with a wry smile, and said humbly, "If Master Wentian has any requests, just ask. First, why do you want me to refine the weapon?" Qin Wentian stared at Feng Ping. The divine weapon at that moment was a first-level divine weapon, and at most it could be refined into a first-level superior divine weapon, and Feng Ping should be able to do it. Even if he was not as good as himself in divine patterns, it seemed that there was no need to ask him. Feng Ping showed an embarrassment. If the master doesn't want to talk, there is nothing to talk about. Feng Ping glanced at Qin Wentian, and Qin Wentian understood and waved to the crowd. Suddenly many people left, leaving only a few people. "Master, you can tell now," Qin Wentian said, causing Feng Ping's expression to freeze, and he sighed in his heart. It seemed that he had no choice, so he told what happened. After hearing the reason, Qin Wentian and others were very surprised. Qin Wentian could actually carve divine patterns. "Wentian, I can send you to the Xing Guild. Mu Qing will definitely keep you safe." Qin Wentian's eyes flashed with a sharpness. Qin Wentian also had some ideas in his mind. Mu Qing used to be the master of the weapon refining hall of the Xing Guild in Xianyang City. Now his weapon refining ability is stronger and he obviously has a high status. If he is willing to help, I wonder if he can help the Qin family. Feng Ping next to him showed anxiety. He was now in a dilemma. "Master Feng Ping." Qin Wentian looked at Feng Ping and said, "It is impossible for me to refine divine weapons with you. However, you want to follow Mu Qing just to improve your weapon refining ability. I am proficient in many divine patterns and can give you some. You can also explain to Master Mu Qing." Feng Ping's expression froze. It seemed that it was impossible to ask Qin Wentian for help. However, if he was willing to give him the divine pattern, it would not be bad. At worst, he would go back to admit his mistake and hand it over. "In that case, thank you, Master Wentian," Feng Ping said politely. "Wait a moment." Qin Wentian walked out of the hall, making Qin Wentian and others look strange. "Brother, have you taught Wentian to carve divine patterns?" Qin he asked curiously. "Divine patterns are extremely complex. I am not proficient in them at all. How can I teach Wentian?" Qin Wentian shook his head and whispered, "Strange, Yaoer, Wentian has always been close to you, do you know that? There are many things I don't know about that bastard." Qin Yao pouted, but she also hoped that Qin Wentian could get in touch with the Xing Guild, so that the Xing Guild could protect him from the disaster of the Qin mansion. After some time, Qin Wentian came back with a lot of iron sheets, which made Feng Ping and others look even weirder. However, when Feng Ping took the pieces of iron sheets handed to him by Qin Wentian and looked at them carefully, his heart couldn't help but tremble slightly. It was a divine pattern, a very exquisite divine pattern. Moreover, how could Qin Wentian carve it so perfectly on the iron sheets? Forging star souls. Feng Ping trembled in his heart and stared at Qin Wentian. "Yes, My star soul is the forging star soul, communicating with the martial star of the third heaven, and condensing. These iron sheets are given to you. In addition, if Master Fen Ping can bring me a batch of magic weapons, I am willing to exchange them for the magic patterns. Qin Wentian's words made Fen Ping's heart surge. Qin Wentian's magic patterns are extremely exquisite. As long as he can comprehend one, it will be easy to refine the top-level first-level magic weapons. Okay, then I'll take my leave. Feng Ping nodded heavily. He decided to go back and tell the truth. He believed that with these magic patterns, Master Mu Qing would not blame him too much. Qin Wentian watched Feng Ping leave, his face flickering. He deliberately revealed his talent for refining weapons, hoping to use Feng Ping to let Mu Qing know. He didn't know whether Mu Qing's energy could help the Qin Mansion. Father, I'll go first. Qin Wentian said goodbye, and he was ready to comprehend the more profound second-level magic patterns. Chapter 23 Crisis. Qin Wentian felt that time passed very quickly. In 2 days, he practiced madly and comprehended the second-level divine pattern at the same time. He consumed 2 meteorites and finally entered the 7th level of the body refining realm. The star energy reached his internal organs, and his breath became stronger. It seemed that he contained surging spirit and energy in every breath. A random punch could blast out the infinite power of 50 cows. He wished he had more time to improve his cultivation and increase his strength. But for the people in the Qin Mansion, it was like a year. The attacks of the 3 knights outside were getting more and more wild. People were dying all the time. The flames of repression and hatred had reached the extreme. A voice appeared in the Qin Mansion, killing them at all costs, and even dying would drag them down with you. Qin Chuan did not agree, but gathered all the clansmen together and worshipped the portrait of the ancestor Qin Wu in the ancestral hall. Today was the day of the annual sacrifice, and Qin Hao, the old master of the Qin family, also came out. After worshipping the ancestors, the people of the Qin Mansion left the ancestral hall. Walking in the Qin Mansion, a clan member passed by carrying a corpse, which made someone couldn't help but shout, "Old man, kill it, if this goes on, we will be trapped to death." No need, the person they want is me. I have contacted several old friends in the past. Once I am taken to the imperial city as a prisoner, they will send troops from the border. Qin Hao's voice was calm. As long as I am in their hands, those people will feel at ease. Father, no, the Qin Mansion must not let you take risks. Qin Chuan shook his head. The old man wanted to throw himself into the trap and sacrifice himself. The country that your grandfather built has fallen in my hands. I can't watch it destroy. Qin Hao smiled, then walked to Qin Wentian and others, touched Qin Wentian's head, and said kindly, "Protect Wentian and others, and don't let them get hurt." Qin Chuan's eyes were red, and he nodded heavily. Grandpa Qin. Qin Wentian felt a sense of sadness. Could it be that the Qin Mansion really couldn't survive this disaster? Grandpa, Patriarch, the people from the Xing Guild have arrived. Someone came to report at this time, which startled Qin Wentian and gave him a glimmer of hope that there might be a turnaround. Please come in. Qin Chuan said, and a moment later they saw several figures coming over, and the people behind them were carrying a lot of large packages. Grandpa Qin, I'm Mu Qing, and I'm here to look for Master Wentian. The leader was Mu Qing, whom Qin Wentian had met once in the Xing Guild that day. The arrogant girl beside him was also there, as well as Fen Ping. Qin Hao nodded slightly, and then Qin Wentian walked up and said, "Meet Master Mu Qing." Qin Wentian, I've seen the divine patterns you carved, they are very exquisite. Would you like to join my Xing Guild and become my disciple? Mu Qing said to Qin Wentian. Master, please take a look. Qin Wentian did not answer, but handed the prepared piece of iron sheet to Mu Qing. Mu Qing took a look, and his eyes flashed with dazzling light. This young man could actually carve a second-level divine pattern, and it was an exquisite divine pattern that he had never seen before. If I agree to join the Xing Guild and worship you as my master, can you protect the Qin Mansion from worry? Qin Wentian looked at Mu Qing and said. Mu Qing was stunned for a moment, then shook his head slightly. The affairs of the Qin Mansion are extremely complicated, and there are too many involved. Although I am in the Xing Guild, it is not convenient for me to ask too much, but as long as you agree, I can take you away safely now. Wentian, promise him. Qin Hao and Qin Chuan both said, but Qin Wentian was very disappointed. If he couldn't protect the Qin Mansion from worry, what would it mean for him to leave alone? Abandon the Qin Mansion and escape alone? Thinking of this, Qin Wentian shook his head. Master Mu Qing, I can't agree. Think about it again. As long as you nod, with your talent, you will have everything you want in the future, and even have the opportunity to avenge the Qin Mansion. Mu Qing advised. Wentian. Qin Chuan and the others also looked at Qin Wentian. This kid. But Qin Wentian still shook his head. If I can keep the Qin family safe, I will definitely agree. Mu Qing looked at Qin Wentian, smiled bitterly and shook his head, saying, I don't have that much power, but I still don't want to lose such a genius. You can become a guest of the Galaxy Guild first, and then consider whether to join the Galaxy Guild later. In this way, although I can't intervene in this matter, as long as you come to the Galaxy Guild, I believe no one dares to take action in the Galaxy Guild. Qin Wentian's eyes lit up, and then he bowed to Mu Qing and said, Thank you Master Mu Qing, I am willing to become a guest of the Galaxy Guild. Okay, I hope you can come to the Galaxy Guild safely, I'll wait for you. Mu Qing patted Qin Wentian's shoulder, then turned and left, and Feng Ping behind him waved his hand. The people behind him unwrapped some packages, and suddenly many magic weapons appeared on the ground. Here are all my belongings, 8 first-class high-quality magic weapons and 37 middle-quality magic weapons. Feng Ping brought all the weapons he had been refining frantically for the past 2 days here. Thank you very much. Qin Wentian gave Feng Ping a piece of iron sheet with second-class divine patterns. Feng Ping left in ecstasy after receiving it. These magic weapons can increase the strength of our Qin Mansion. Wentian, you pick a few first, and Qin Chuan will divide the rest. Qin Hao said, and Qin Wentian nodded. He only picked one magic weapon, a long spear, which was like a dragon, fierce and domineering, suitable for him. Ah! A scream broke the brief silence of the Qin Mansion, and then shouts were heard everywhere. The crowd looked up and saw flaming arrows falling from the sky and falling into the Qin Mansion. In just a moment, the Qin Mansion was full of flames. Obviously, the people outside finally launched a general attack. Qin Hao's figure flashed and rushed out of the Qin Mansion. Further, Qin Chuan and others raised their feet to follow. At this moment, the Qin Mansion was in chaos. Only the fighters were marching outside the Qin Mansion. As for the Wu Wei, they still adhered to their respective positions in the Qin Mansion. Soon, Qin Hao walked out of the gate of the Qin Mansion. Wu Ziluo waved his hand and everyone stopped. However, the fire in the Qin Mansion had already soared into the sky. At the same time, a strong man broke through the wall of the Qin Mansion and rushed in, attacking the Wu Wei head-on. Many people outside the Qin Mansion saw this scene. They seemed to witness the demise of the Qin Mansion. Wu Ziluo, I will go with you. Let the people in the Qin Mansion go. Qin Hao slowly walked towards Wu Ziluo and others. The old man is so straightforward, I will naturally let the people in the Qin Mansion go. Wu Ziluo smiled, but the premise is that I have to ensure that the old man can leave with me smoothly. As soon as he finished speaking, 2 knights came to Qin Hao with spears in their hands. Qin Chuan and others clenched their hands, sweating and very nervous. Suddenly, the 2 knights thrust their spears at the same time with great force. With a puff sound, the spears penetrated Qin Hao's legs. The spear tip went straight through, and blood was dripping. 2 huge bloody holes appeared on Qin Hao's legs. Father! Old man! Qin Chuan and others roared and rushed forward, but heard a loud shout from Qin Hao's mouth, Stop! Qin Hao was seen lying on the ground, unable to stand up. Qin Chuan and others stopped, their faces livid and filled with flames of hatred, and Wu Ziluo's warhorse came to Qin Hao's side, overlooking Qin Hao, his dark face showing ruthlessness. The old man is indeed a man of temperament, but I haven't finished speaking. I will let the Qin family go on the premise that they don't resist, and I will still take the core people away. After the words fell, Wu Ziluo said coldly, Take old man Qin away. Many knights pointed spears at Qin Hao and slowly stepped forward. They seemed to be still a little afraid, but Qin Hao was unable to resist and was taken away by them. With his back to the Qin family, Qin Hao shouted, Qin Chuan, remember my words. Brother, kill them all. Qin Yi's eyes were wild and burning with flames. Qin Yi, listen to my order, take Qin Yao, Qin Wentian and the others back. Qin Chuan looked at his father's back, his eyes were cold, but calm to a terrifying degree. Qin Yi wanted to say something, but when he saw Qin Chuan turned his head and glanced at him, his heart suddenly trembled, and he said, Brother, I will definitely take them away, let's go. As he said that, he pushed Qin Wentian and the others to retreat to the Qin Mansion. Qin Wentian looked back at Qin Hao's back, and at Wu Ziluo's cold eyes. A flame burned in his heart. Others, follow me to kill. Qin Chuan gave an order, and in an instant, many people released their star souls at the same time, strolling forward, and the clanging sound shook the ground, filled with iron blood and tragic grandeur. The horses galloped, and the three knights swept through the hurricane and killed the people in the Qin mansion, and a bloody battle broke out in an instant. Evacuate from the west gate, and my brother has arranged a group of martial guards waiting there. Qin He led everyone to run wildly, and in the chaos, Qin Wentian and Qin Yao rushed towards where they lived. Uncle, I'm going to see my mother. You guys go to the west gate first. Qin Yao had tears falling from her eyes. She saw her father fighting, but she had to escape. Soon, Qin Wentian and Qin Yao returned to their residence. Qin Yao went to see her mother, and Qin Wentian found Heibo. Heibo was sitting calmly in the training ground, very calm. He handed a star-shaped object to Qin Wentian and said, Wentian, when your life is in danger, use the power of the stars to invade it and open it. Heibo, come with me. Qin Wentian wanted to carry Heibo away, but he saw Heibo stuffed the star-shaped object into him and said, Don't worry, even if the Qin mansion is really breached and the descendants of loyal ministers are massacred, the royal family can't afford to lose face. They only want the core members. No one will care about me, an idle person. No. Qin Wentian knew that Heibo was afraid of dragging him down, so he shouted angrily. Trust my judgment. Over the years, have you ever seen Heibo miss it? The fire can't burn into this place. Heibo smiled and said, Remember, you can only use it when you are about to die. Go quickly and don't drag down the people in the Qin mansion. Qin Wentian took a few steps back, then knelt in front of Heibo, counted out 3 times, and turned away. Heibo had raised him for so many years and always kept his word. He couldn't persuade Heibo. Of course, Qin Wentian had another idea. As Heibo said, even if the Qin mansion was captured, those people outside represented the face of the royal family and would not massacre the meritorious families. Heibo was not an important person in the Qin mansion, but he was the person the other party specifically wanted. Maybe it would be more dangerous for Heibo to follow him. Chapter 24 A Cold Heart. The Qin mansion has 4 gates, east, west, south and north. Qin Hao was captured and the Qin mansion was buried in flames. People from the Qin mansion kept pouring out and fleeing from the 4 gates. In addition to the east gate where Qin Chuan was facing the enemy, a cavalry rushed out from the south gate and the north gate to escort the Qin mansion people to break through. However, the core figures of the Qin mansion gathered at the west gate at this moment. Hurry up. Qin He saw Qin Wentian, Qin Yao and others running over and urged them. Qin Wentian and others stepped on the ground and stepped in the air at the same time, and then landed on a war horse. Go. Qin He led the cavalry to rush out. The people in the front were a group of martial guards, carrying giant ox horn bows on their backs, holding guns in their right hands, and hanging swords on the left side of the saddle, able to fight with different weapons at the same time. The rumbling of horse hooves shook the space. Qin Wentian looked back at the place where he had lived for more than 10 years. A tear appeared on his resolute face. This would be the last time he would cry. Today was the annual sacrifice day. After today, he would be 16 years old. From then on, there would be only blood and no tears in the iron-blooded rivers and lakes. The cold wind blew across his cheeks, bringing a bleak atmosphere. Qin Wentian and his men ran wildly towards the west. However, they saw many figures suddenly appearing from both sides of the street in the bustling street ahead. When they saw the people leading them, the people in Qin mansion all showed anger. The elders of the Yi family, Yu Mo and Yi Lang, and the head of the Bai family, Bai King Song, obviously, the Bai family joined the ranks of the Qin mansion. This wolf was raised by the Qin mansion. The Wu Wei had no intention of stopping. The knight clamped his spear and took out the ox horn bow from his back in an instant. 3 arrows were put on the bowstring at the same time. Without exception, everyone shot 3 arrows with one bow, especially the few people in the front. Their arrows were shining with bright starlight, with a terrible whistling sound, and the space was whistling and roaring, which showed how terrifying the power of the arrows was. Puff, puff, puff. Arrows accurately shot into the throats of several people, passing through the throats like lightning, and continued to move forward. Kill! Qin He shouted coldly. He knew the combat power of this Wu Wei. They were all absolutely elite, and there was even a powerful existence in the Yuanfu realm who could compete with Yimo. Qin Wentian also rode forward, took off the spear behind him and held it in his hand. The power of the stars flowed into the spear along his arm, and suddenly the spear was like his arm. Blood bloomed in front of them, and it looked even more enchanting under the sunlight. Qin Hui and Qin Yu both released their star souls and instantly fought with the people guarding Yilang, while a group of knights also rushed towards Qin Wentian and his men. A spear suddenly stabbed at Qin Wentian's throat, fast, accurate, and the whistling wind turned into a fierce murderous aura, blowing on Qin Wentian's body. At this moment, he was not afraid, but only calm. His eyes were as bright as stars, and the spear in his hand stabbed out at the same time, colliding with the tip of the opponent's spear. Bang! The terrifying force directly shook the opponent's arm, causing the spear to fall out of his hand, but Qin Wentian's spear was unstoppable, rubbing against the opponent's spear that did not have time to drop and directly stabbed into the opponent's throat. The warhorse continued to move forward with Qin Wentian's body. He let go of his hand, and when he held the spear again, the spear shot out from behind the opponent's throat, revealing a bloody breath. In front of Qin Wentian, Yilang's claws directly grabbed the head of a guard. With a slight force on his palm, the guard fell off the horse, his head was scratched and he was dead. Yilang's fierce eyes were full of wildness. He stared at Qin Wentian with a hint of contempt, and his mouth was slightly raised, as if to provoke. Next year, this day will be the anniversary of your Qin Mansion's death, and Qin Hao and Qin Chuan will be beheaded in front of thousands of people in the imperial city for the crime of treason. Yilang said coldly, and then he pointed his finger at Qin Yao who was fighting on the side, and said, "Leave that woman alive for me to enjoy slowly." Qin Yao, who was ashamed and angry, was distracted and was almost hit by her opponent. Qin Wentian glanced at Yilang coldly, then turned his horse's head and ran away. Escape. The contempt at the corner of Yilang's mouth became even stronger. Today, they prepared a dragnet for the Qin Mansion. Since these people chose this path, how could they let them leave alive? The warhorse that Yilang was riding also rushed out fiercely, chasing Qin Wentian. Yilang said, "Don't let anyone interfere with me. His life belongs to me." Countless people in the inns and restaurants on both sides of the avenue were watching the battle, shocked. That man just now was Qin Wentian from the Qin Mansion. I heard that he was a waste before, but I didn't expect that he would become so amazing on the day of the assessment. He actually has a terrible talent, and his fighting ability is so strong. So what? The person chasing him is Yilang, the genius of the Yi family in the imperial city, and the disciple of the Shura commander. Qin Wentian will definitely die this time. Many people sighed. In just a moment, Qin Wentian and Yilang ran to the other end of the avenue. The terrain there was open and very suitable for fighting. As long as you stand on a high place on the whole street, you can see that side. At this time, under the surprised eyes of the crowd, Qin Wentian reined in his warhorse and turned to face Yilang who was chasing him. Buzz! Qin Wentian threw the spear in his hand, bringing a hurricane, directly attacking the figure running towards him. However, it was not aimed at Yilang, but at the warhorse that Yilang was riding. With the speed and inertia of the warhorse, it was impossible to dodge. With a puffing sound, the spear directly pierced the warhorse's head. The warhorse let out a mournful cry, and Yilang's body soared into the sky, like a rock spreading its wings, and pounced on Qin Wentian in midair. Although he was only in the physical training realm and could not fly in the air, he had no problem walking in the air with the help of his powerful strength. Moreover, Yilang's star soul was a wolf, and the wolf's jumping power was so powerful that Yilang was like a demon wolf at this time, with his sharp claws directly grabbing Qin Wentian, and the dark light revealed a terrifying power. Qin Wentian was not suitable to exert force on the warhorse, so he could only step on the saddle and leap backwards. Yilang's sharp claws directly buckled into the warhorse's head, and the terrifying force instantly killed the warhorse. His body also fell to the ground at the same time. Both of them lost their mounts and faced each other head-on. Yilang licked the blood at the corner of his mouth and looked at Qin Wentian as if he was looking at a dead person. An ordinary person in the 9th level of the body refining realm has the power of 81 cows, and Yilang is a martial life cultivator at the peak of the body refining realm. The increase in star souls and moves is enough for Yilang to easily exert the terrifying power of more than 100 cows. Qin Wentian was extremely calm. This time, he led Yilang here and must not give the other party a chance. 9 silver needles appeared in Qin Wentian's hand. Without any hesitation, he directly and accurately pierced his 9 acupuncture points. For a moment, he only felt that his potential was constantly being stimulated. The feeling of being full of power made him want to roar. Qin Wentian already knew the acupuncture method that Hebo had taught him. He had never used this acupuncture method to stimulate potential because it had side effects, but this time, he was determined to kill the man in front of him. It's a pity that you can't see the destruction of the Qin mansion and the scene where your sister Qin Yao has become my plaything. Yi Lang smiled grimly and walked forward. The demon wolf star soul bloomed. He had no intention of holding back. He would destroy and kill the opponent with the most cruel and domineering power and not give Qin Wentian any chance. The last time they fought, Qin Wentian's desperate attack was very powerful, but even so, he would not give the opponent any chance. This was confidence in his own strength. Qin Wentian looked at Yi Lang, who was moving forward step by step. The Sky Hammer Star Soul also bloomed. The light golden brilliance was so dazzling that many people in the distance couldn't help but exclaimed. It was a duel between genius martial arts monks. Buzz! Yi Lang's body dragged a residual image, and the crowd seemed to see a terrifying black demon wolf pounce on Qin Wentian, so fast that it was suffocating. Qin Wentian was so calm at this moment that it was frightening. His keen senses made him feel Yi Lang approaching rapidly. The terrifying cold air rushed towards him, as if to tear him into pieces. He turned his feet slightly and his body finally moved. His star soul swayed, and his arm blasted out like a sky hammer, and then transformed into a terrifying dragon shadow. The domineering moves of the Sky Hammer Star Soul and the dragon's subduing fist were intertwined, revealing a terrifying sense of oppression. Heavenly Wolf Claw. Yi Lang launched a terrifying attack. The sharp claws could crack boulders and smash small hills. How could a flesh and blood body withstand it? Nine Heavens Dragon Roar. This was the second collision between the two, and it was almost the strongest attack. With a loud bang, Qin Wentian felt his fist being torn apart, while Yi Lang felt an extremely domineering force passing from his palm to his arm, which was about to shatter his arm and even rush into his body. Boom! A terrifying force directly shook Yi Lang's body. His body flew out and then fell heavily to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. After the breakthrough, Qin Wentian's strength increased by a level. The 7th level of basic body refining was the strength of 49 cows. He was a 5th level star body refining, plus the superposition of star soul moves, and the method of stimulating potential. The power of this attack was astonishingly terrifying. This attack also drained half of Qin Wentian's strength. He did not attack with all his strength like last time, because he would lose his combat effectiveness, but even so, this attack seriously injured Yi Lang. After all, Yi Lang was like most martial artists. He began to practice the body refining of heaven and earth energy before he condensed his star soul. His body could not be compared with Qin Wentian's, so the star soul enhancement was naturally much weaker. Of course, Qin Wentian was not having a good time either. He took many steps back before he could stabilize himself, but he did not stop for a moment. He trampled on the ground like a beast and pounced on Yi Lang. Yi Lang's face froze, and his expression became even colder. He jumped up in an instant. Qin Wentian's violent fist was like a huge mountain rolling down, leaving him too agile to dodge, and he could only collide with Qin Wentian again. Bang! Yi Lang, who had gathered his strength in a hurry, was shaken away again. He was hit hard twice in a row and his blood could not be calmed down. He kept spitting blood and his face was pale. But when he raised his head, he saw a pair of murderous eyes staring at him. For the first time, Yi Lang felt the fear of death, and his whole body was filled with a sense of coldness, very cold, very cold. Chapter 25 The Runaway Boy. Yi Lang obviously did not expect Qin Wentian's power to suddenly become so terrifying, otherwise he would not have fought Qin Wentian in such a head-on way. But one wrong step, regret is useless. Qin Wentian rushed towards him again. Buzz! Yi Lang's star soul bloomed wildly, and the whole person turned into a demon wolf, crawling on the ground with both hands, like a beast, exerting all his remaining strength to escape back. Even if he suffered a heavy blow, the speed he exerted at this moment was still shocking, like a phantom. Master! In the distance, the strong men of the Yi family turned pale when they saw the scene here, especially Yi Lang's guards, who rushed towards this side frantically. Stop them! Qin Yi roared, and his body rushed out violently, like a cheetah flying out, directly throwing one person off the warhorse. At the same time, the arrows of several martial guards broke through the air and nailed one person to death there. The ground began to tremble. Qin Wentian rushed towards Yi Lang frantically. His slightly thin figure was like a hurricane, so fast that it made people tremble. So fast. The people in the Qin mansion were shaken. They remembered that this silent boy who was used to being forgotten had never stopped running, training in the morning, rain or shine. Qin Wentian pulled out the spear stuck in the head of Yulang's warhorse while running wildly. His sharp eyes stared at the back of the running figure in front of him. He suddenly let out an angry roar, as if he had released all his anger in this spear. The spear cut through the void and stabbed towards Yulang, who was running in front of him. It was sharper and faster than a sharp arrow. "Be careful!" Yumo shouted angrily in front of him. Yulang seemed to feel the crisis. His body suddenly jumped and rushed towards the distance. Puff! With a crisp sound, the spear that was originally aimed at Yulang's head pierced Yulang's leg and pierced from the air, nailing Yulang's leg to the ground, causing Yulang to let out a shrill beast roar. A gust of cold wind blew by, and in this brief moment, Qin Wentian had already come to Yulang's side, raised his foot and stepped directly on Yulang's back, and the huge force directly shocked Yulang to spit blood. The space fell silent at this moment, and the fighting crowd all stopped and stared at this side. They saw a ball of cold fire in the eyes of the young man, who pulled a spear inserted into Yulang's leg out of the ground, and then let Yulang turn over. In Yulang's eyes, there was a fear of death. He had never thought that he would die here. The people of the Yi family seemed to stop breathing. If Yulang died, his guards would have to be buried with him. "Qin Wentian, if you dare to stab the spear down, what awaits you will be hell on earth." Yumo looked at Qin Wentian with a cold voice. Raising his head, Qin Wentian glanced at Yumo, with a sneer on his lips that revealed an evil aura, and his eyes were full of disdainful ridicule. Lowering his head again, staring at Yulang on the ground, Qin Wentian said coldly, "I said, I will definitely kill you. If you dare to touch me, you will die miserably." Yulang's eyes still revealed a beastly meaning, staring at Qin Wentian, threatening. "Qin Wentian, if Yulang dies, your Qin mansion will not be able to bear the wrath of the Yi family." Yumo exerted pressure at the same time. Even at this moment, they were still so arrogant. "Remember, Yulang, you won't be the first one." Qin Wentian's cold voice fell, and the spear in his hand suddenly whistled out towards the sky below. There was a light sound of puffing, and time seemed to freeze. The spear pierced Yulang's head and nailed it to the ground. Blood splashed, but Yulang's eyes did not close, as if he couldn't imagine that he would die. The crowd in the distance had a dull look in their eyes, and their chests rose and fell. They realized that Qin Wentian's running wildly towards the distance at the beginning was not to escape, but to attract his prey, Yulang. He didn't even let Yulang have a chance to escape. "Good kill!" Qin Yu roared. Qin Wentian's shot was very satisfying. "Come and kill me. If I don't die today, it will be a nightmare for your Yu family." Qin Wentian pointed his spear at Yumo and said coldly, then he turned around and ran wildly towards an alley. Yumo stepped out and flew into the air, but the Yuanfu realm Wu Wei blocked him directly. Qin Wentian wanted to lead the Yi family to chase him, so as to give the Qin family a chance to escape, but he could never let Yumo, a Yuanfu realm strongman who could fly in the air, chase Qin Wentian. "Kill Qin Wentian," Yumo said coldly, and the Yi family rushed out and chased in the direction of Qin Wentian. Yulang was killed. If they were to be escaped by the murderer again, they would not be able to bear the anger of the Yi family. The shock in Bai King Song's heart did not subside for a long time. The young man who once smiled had revealed the iron-blooded spirit in the bones of the Qin family. His eyes made Bai King Song fatally afraid. Deep in his heart, he might still have a faint regret, but that regret was instantly drowned by reason. Now the most important thing is to destroy the Qin mansion and kill Qin Wentian, and not let the Qin mansion revive. Many people from the Yi family and the Bai family chased Qin Wentian away, which reduced the pressure on the people in the Qin mansion. "Qin," he said, "everyone retreat and go to the Xing guild." "But Wentian." Qin Yao showed a worried look. "Don't let Wentian down. I'll go find him." "Qin Yi, I'll leave this to you." Qin He shouted, and then rushed towards the direction where Qin Wentian was. Qin Yi's eyes were red, and then he shouted, "Retreat." When the people from the Yi family rushed into the street where Qin Wentian disappeared, there was no trace of Qin Wentian. With Qin Wentian's familiarity with Xianyang City, it was naturally impossible for him to take a straight road to let them chase him. When you encounter a fork in the road, immediately split two people to chase him. You must see the person alive or dead. The pursuers rushed into the street. Every time they saw a fork in the road, they immediately split two people to go there. Otherwise, if they were all in one team, it would be difficult to find Qin Wentian, who was deliberately hiding. This street is one of the most prosperous streets in Xianyang City. There are many forks and alleys, which are not suitable for riding horses. Some knights abandoned their horses and walked. As for Qin Wentian, he was hiding in an empty alley at the end of the street. A meteorite appeared in his hand, and he kept absorbing the power from it. He didn't even care about tempering it with the star soul. He urgently needed to replenish his strength. This way. A voice came into Qin Wentian's ears, making him tense up. Then there were footsteps, which made Qin Wentian tense up all over. The next moment, two figures passed by him, but only for a moment. The two figures stopped at the same time, as if they sensed his presence. Buzz! Qin Wentian, whose body was tense, was like an arrow from a string, and like a ferocious cheetah. He suddenly stabbed out with a spear. The spear was like a dragon, with a terrifying dragon roar. He integrated the dragon subduing fist into the spear, and his power was extremely domineering. Puff! A figure just turned around and saw the long spear that could not be avoided instantly sank into his throat, as fast as lightning. The other person's heart trembled slightly, and then he, who had been on the battlefield for a long time, took a step back in an instant, pulling away from Qin Wentian. Tiger collapse fist. The man shouted angrily, and suddenly a terrifying wind and waves blew towards Qin Wentian, like a tiger tearing its prey, rushing towards him fiercely, and the fists were full of wildness. Divine power, a strong man in the Wheel Meridian realm. Qin Wentian was calmer than ever at this moment, and in his eyes, there was only the opponent. Although this person was not a martial life cultivator, a strong man in the Wheel Meridian realm could emit divine power, and he could launch long-range attacks without getting close to him. The power was endless, and he had an absolute advantage against people in the body refining realm. Roar! The spear swept out like a dragon, breaking into the fist, as if a tiger was torn to pieces. Qin Wentian's strength, plus the increase of the magic spear, has reached the level of strength of a strong man in the Wheel Meridian realm. After all, this person is not a martial life cultivator, and is only a person in the first level of the Wheel Meridian realm, so his strength is limited. In this brief moment, Qin Wentian made a decision to kill the other party, and to fight quickly. What a violent power! The man was secretly shocked when he saw Qin Wentian break his magical power with a spear. No wonder the other party was able to kill Yi Lang. He stepped back again to avoid giving Qin Wentian a chance to fight in close combat. His fists blasted out crazily, and the fist wind was extremely violent, trying to crush Qin Wentian. The brilliant star power bloomed, and Qin Wentian's left hand actually had a day hammer, which drew a gorgeous arc and suddenly smashed forward, revealing a terrifying and domineering meaning. Boom! The fist wind was surging, and the domineering power of the sky hammer swept away the magical power. Qin Wentian endured the remaining power with his body. With a terrible sharpness in his eyes, he took a few steps forward again, and the spear in his hand was unstoppable. Die! Suddenly, Qin Wentian let go of the spear and shot out like an angry dragon. The opponent resisted frantically, but Qin Wentian's attack contained such a huge force that the spear was unstoppable and directly pierced into the opponent's forehead. The strong man in the Wheel Meridian realm fell. Qin Wentian took a deep breath, pulled out the spear, and his body instantly sank into the alley and headed to the other end. The movement here might soon attract people. Qin Wentian felt tired at this time. After all, he was only at the 7th level of physical training. He had killed Yi Lang and 2 martial artists in succession, and had just suffered another blow. It was too much for him. When the effect of the acupuncture method to stimulate potential disappeared, he would be even weaker. He must reach a safe place before then. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.